I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I'm a never Trump guy.
Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Matthew Mendoza says, dang, that must be early. No, not really. We normally kick off around 9:30. I was going to say, though, that it is an interesting day. So there's this one guy who's really annoying, but the memes of his channel are such that I have to listen to what he says sometimes. So there's this guy named Swoletariat. Okay, so combination of proletariat, like the socialist analysis of the working class versus the bourgeois. And then there's the swole, which means that he lifts weights, which is automatically like, all right, that's pretty cool, right? Like maybe the proletariat's a little bit cringe, but he's saying like, nah, but I lift weights though. And I'm like, all right, that's sick. And he's like, hey, bro, you don't understand socialism. And then he posts a 2-hour video. Now, normally I would be a smart ass and I would just be like, mucho texto. And then I would just ignore him. But I was like, you know what? Nah, I want to, I want to find out what's going on, So I actually watched the 2-hour analysis. And if I was to define socialism in a Marxian sense, I would stick with the definition that I already had. Okay, so I would stick with the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. I would also stick with communism as a moneyless, stateless, classless society. However, what he pointed out, and he had a guest who pointed this out, is that socialism, oftentimes 19th century and to some degree 20th century socialists argued about what socialism was back and forth. It wasn't like Marx came out with this like unique theory and then was like, oh, like every socialist in the world was like, oh yeah, let's do that. That's not how it happened, right? So John Kennedy, congratulations. And then so what socialism means to all of these socialists, if I had to summarize the term, is that like it's an emancipatory, which means like trying to free people, working class political project. And then communism, we associate it with the moneyless, stateless, classless society and dystopian socialist nightmares. But they think of it as like a pre-industrial tribal society. So I thought that was pretty stinking interesting. But Dan's here. Dan, how do I get you on screen?
I don't know. I don't know your
All right, I got you.
magics. It's like tribal society shit right there, Connor. Trying to figure out. The
I was gonna ask you. Did you hear any of my socialism and communism stuff? And should we ignore that or should we talk about it?
I'm good either way, man. That's some general shit. We're not getting into current events, which is kind of my hot button. So we're talking about broad social issues. It's always fun to discuss.
Okay. Well, yeah. So I was just gonna say it's Dan the man. Yeah, it's Dan the man. So yeah. So basically, I don't want to drag you into my schizophrenic world, but what's going on is there's a bunch of people in Twitch and YouTube politics, which is basically the online debate scene. Some of those characters make hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars a year, and therefore they have a disproportionate amount of clout and influence. And so they use their clout and influence in order to further political projects, like they do canvassing operations, volunteering events, charity stuff, all that kind of stuff. But all of the biggest characters hate each other so much that they can't work together. And then there's also this argument because the left wing is such a broad definition that it includes like normie, brunch, wine mom liberals. And it also like involves like committed revolutionary communists. And so there's this tension within this political group of left-wing people. And I identify as center-right, but who cares? But the whole point is that like the criticism that I had and another person had was that it felt like the far lefty people are yanking on the wheel and they're trying to spin it super far left. Whereas like the moderates are trying to spin it back to center because they feel like everything's going off the wheels. So with that, or off the rails. So without so without getting into current events, the argument is about socialism, which is about like the emancipation of the working class people, and then communism, which is like the pre-industrial tribal human society, and an attempt to return to nature. I'll phrase this in a statement or question that I think I can get feedback from you on. In my opinion, industrialization kind of like opened Pandora's box, and we're not getting back to pre-industrial tribal communal societies. I think we're too big. I think we're too sophisticated. What do you think?
I don't think there's any way in hell. What do they say? You can't get the same river twice, right? There's that old cliche that like, hey, once a thing's passed, it's gone. You can't like jump in there and redo it. I think that's 100% true. Like, I think if you want to go into like some sci-fi shit, like a Canonical for Leibowitz level, where it's like, all right, 600 years after the world blows up, could we get back to tribal society? 100%, right? It is theoretically possible to get back to it, but not without a hard reset. You can't just step back from what you got and get into that world again, because how would you? One, like all the baseline knowledge that was kind of built into that is lost, right? So you might try to rebuild it, but you're still going to be rebuilding it from this platform of cultural norms that you're on now, right? You can't just recapture all that and go back. So I think that's a little silly to imagine that you could, to tell you the truth, certainly on scale, right? Could an individual like try to redo that? Yeah, I mean, you see it, but even they don't do it the way they
often imagine it though, because I think they would agree. And Gen X, thank you for the $20. I'm first today. That's all so sleepy. Damn Pisco all night streaming. Well, Gen X, if you need to take a nap while you're listening to us, perfectly fine. But my thing though is they often don't envision, or a substantive part of them. There's a narco-communist who I've talked to before. They envision just like buying a farm and then having 30 people go live on that farm, and everybody vaguely agrees to do the work necessary to maintain the property. And then the only successful versions of that I've seen is they effectively had like an industry on the farm. So the farm raised the food that they were going to eat every single day. And then they also made like hammocks and like random consumer goods. And then they sold those to the exterior world so they could handle their expenses. And so as a result, they were able to live communally with like 30 people. But then what was interesting about it too was it was a bunch of like childless 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds. And they also, some people were more promiscuous than other people. And so what happened is a bunch of the communal people had sex with each other, and then it all fell apart.
I mean, this has all been tried before, right? Like, read about the 60s, read about the move for communal life in the 60s. There are times when it was successful. And I think that has to do primarily with whether or not, one, it's voluntary, right? If you can choose to come in and you can choose to leave, then there's a shot that it's going to last. And some of those communes did. And I think you could argue some people still do live that way, but it broke down pretty frequently then. Like a lot of those people ended up coming yuppies in the 80s, right? And going right back, screaming hard to capitalism, take the kid, put them in school, and it's because we're done with all this. And I get it. It's really hard, right? It's hard.
Well, I think with capitalism, there's an expectation of like, this is my shit, right? There's kind of the built-in expectation of, like I'm married and I have a house and I have 2 kids. This is my shit. You know what I'm saying? If somebody comes in and if they fuck with my wife or fuck with my kids or fuck with my house or whatever, I'm going to have a personal, social, and legal recourse in order to basically say, fuck you, this is mine, fuck off, right? Whereas if I'm in a communal setting and I'm in a tribal setting and I'm supposed to go along to get along and put in my 40 to 60 hours a week, and let's say that we have different sexual expectations about what's going on, then there aren't as many rules. And also when that conflict arises, there's this desire to try to stamp it out so you don't destroy the entire tribal group. And so it feels like it gets big enough to the point that once you reach 20 or 30 people who are all fighting socially for clout and influence and all that kind of stuff, it becomes like Game of Thrones level politics with lower stakes.
Well, so that's kind of what I was talking about earlier too, right? Like if you'd grown up in a tribal setting, you would have no sense of flexibility in what you're going to be. You're going to grow up. You would have no expectations of anything else. You would kind of be on the trajectory, and you also have like shared values that tribe would have inherited and you would just have, right? There's not going to be that much divergence in opinion on like the bigger issues. Same kind of small town life, but taken to 11. But if you build that artificially, to your point, people are going to come in with all kinds of different ideas on what's okay. There are going to be people who are going to exploit the system and be like, You're not gonna fuck everybody's wife. Like, I mean, there are people who just straight up do that
Well,
because there are people who think like, what's wrong with that? That's fine. I'm good with that. And there are people who aren't. And when you try to like artificially stick all that together with no like 1,000 years of historical framework to kind of glue it, you're gonna get chaos. And I think it's gonna fall apart frequently, which I mean, it has, right? I mean, it has.
that was the so LB, I just said this. You are not my only chatter. I'm not exclusively going to talk about things that are interesting to you. I'm talking about, there was this, not only is Dan talking about 60s and 70s communal movements, like return to tribal, whatever. But I also watched a documentary about a communal society that was actually kind of functional, but it was functional because they had an industry that they were able to sell to the outside world, and because they had subsistence farming. But within that framework of the community, it basically attracted a lot of like super left-wing people who didn't have the same expectations about sex. Some of them were like more attracted to the communal setting than they were kind of like emancipation. I'm going to use that word a lot today, but emancipation just means like freedom, right? So a lot of them were interested in a substantive amount of freedom. And so some of them were like totally sexually liberated. They all wanted to be able to have sex with everybody. And then some of them were like, no, this is my girlfriend, my wife, you know, and then that caused tension in the community, where the sexually liberated people wanted to encourage the more heteronormative monogamous people to be more free-minded. And then the monogamous traditionalist people resented the attempts to pressure them to be more sexually open. And so there was a tension within the community that actually blew up some of the time, because there were couples that kind of segregated themselves from the community, and that was kind of viewed as like, you know, we'll let them do it, but it's bad. Then there was the free love people who would all bang each other. But within the free love segment of the society, there were winners and losers. There were guys who got all the chicks, and so they kind of climbed up the social status rung, and then people wanted to be like them. But then there were dudes who were totally ignored. And so they, while they were producing for society, you know, their little 30-person commune, they resented the fact that all of the sex was going to the handsome, competent, whatever guys. And so there was this brewing sexual resentment. And so a lot of these things are solved by monogamy, family, traditionalism, religion, industrial expectations, all that kind of stuff. But when you're living in a communal setting, you're basically creating all this stuff from scratch. You're making the rules from scratch.
Yeah, I think, so I guess to answer your original question, like, nah, man, I think most of the time it doesn't work. I think it doesn't work because it's just too hard to staple it together and figure it out, especially if you can leave. Like maybe if there's a forcing function where there's no out and you really can't get out anyway, and so you're kind of stuck, you could kind of work through it and figure it out in some capacity over enough time. But in general, nah, man, it's going to crack up. It's not going to stick.
Well, and so we can start Gladiator in a minute, but the other thing, so this is kind of what LB was asking about, which was where I was going next. LB,
here, Connor. Got some hostility,
and also,
man.
and none of that has to do with socialism. Yes, it does. Trust me, I've done plenty of research in the past 24 hours. Don't tell me what socialism is. After I've watched a 2-hour historical analysis with words that would make your brain explode. So, anyways, but the other thing is, so we kind of said returning to the commune is probably not going to work. If you want to do it, God bless you, but it's not for me. Then, you know, we're obviously kind of fish in water when it comes to capitalism. We're swimming around, and this is just the nature of things. But then there's a question about that I think modern socialists and modern communists argue about, which is effectively like, can we get to a level of wealth and distribution of that wealth where we can kind of like free the workers from the oppressive nature of work? But here's the thing for me is like I'm working class, I'm middle class. That's the way that I was raised. I'm expected to, or the way that I expect to live life is for 40 to 60 hours a week, I will be doing something productive, right? That could be writing. It could be doing the stream. It could be working as a stock boy in a grocery store. It could be putting away shopping carts. You know, there's just, I will be doing something productive 40 to 60 hours a week because that's what's required in order to earn my daily bread. And so if that's the status of things, then for me, what oftentimes socialists forget is that it's supposed to be a movement of workers. Everybody's supposed to do their 40 to 60 hours. Like, we don't reach some post-scarcity society where you can smoke pot, play video games all day, and just eat your DoorDash. And that's what socialism is. And I kind of feel like that's what a lot of socialists want.
I don't know, man. Again, I don't wade into a lot of the current events definitions on this, but I mean, a lot of what you're talking about is pretty old stuff. I mean, basically, you're talking about the difference between like means to survive and kind of the things which derive like meaning for us in our lives, like sense of purpose, sense of goals. I think a lot of the old Soviet propaganda was really built around that idea that, like, okay, worker is the glorified thing, right? The working class is what you're looking for. They were looking to industrialize. They were looking to move the peasants on off the land and get more toward industrialization. But that was really driven by this sense of the work I am doing is the meaning of my life. Like, the work I am doing is my purpose. The person who works the most has the most value. And I think you still see that. That's actually a pretty astute grasp of like human nature. I think a lot of people are like that, right? A lot of people have that sense of like purpose. This is what drives me. This is what I do, and this is what defines me. And if I think at its best, they're looking to say that that can be a livable wage. You can live off that. You see that with like, I believe, democratic socialism in Europe. Like, that's kind of the model. If you're a German road worker, you're never going to get rich, but you're going to be all right. You're going to be fine.
That's actually that's the fight that we're having, though, is because, so in my opinion, the way that I use these words, there's something called social democracy, which is effectively like, we are going to solve the issues of being a worker through the redistribution of taxes in a capitalist system. So you're still going to have free enterprise, you're still going to have owners, you're still going to have all that kind of stuff, but you're going to have a robust welfare state, and you're going to have a shitload of taxes. That way, being a worker basically doesn't suck. Like,
Norway,
are you
right? Scandinavian countries? That's one of the ideals of this, right? The ones who do it the best.
Yeah. Are you going to be swimming in Instagram models and Bugattis? No. But are you going to be able to afford your 1,500 square foot, condo, and you're going to be able to eat groceries and work your job and have a family? Yes. And so that's kind of like the European model, I guess. But the reason why I differentiate that with democratic socialism is because I think socialism views itself as a step further, which is they're trying to get the emancipation. They're trying to get the freedom, right? Like pure freedom. So when you talk about the Marxian definition of socialism, which is the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, in my opinion, that is the freedom that socialists are pushing for. Because think about it. In this society, decommodification of basic human needs, regardless of whether or not you work, you have free food, free water, and free shelter. That is actually that is freedom from nature. You have now been emancipated from nature. Now, maybe you don't have a lot of wealth, though, so you still want to work. And so you go to work, but when you go to work, the workers owning the means of production, people talk about like market-based models. They also talk about command models. But the whole point of it is that within the market-based models, I think the easiest way to conceptualize it is you would get a stock share of any company you work for. And so if the company becomes rich, you become rich. And so you get a bigger slice of the pie. And so not only are you emancipated from nature through the decommodification of basic human needs, but also the sweat of your brow is returned to you. And so if the industry gets rich, you get rich. That might be like an oversimplification, but at the same time, like that's what they're pushing for. And I view that as further than the European model. I think that's a step further.
I agree with you. I think it's funny. I lived in Europe for 4 years. So I have some perspective on this, but I think the European model, in Germany, this is awesome, by the way. It's a good time, although the winter sucks. But my impression of it as an American looking in on the system is actually, it's funny. Like you weren't ever going to go hungry, right? You could be a German road worker. They test as you age up, right? So when you're 12, when you're 14, I don't remember the 3 ages, but basically you test in or out of kind of smart kid school or dumb kid school. like to be totally candid. And if you go to dumb kid school, you're
The
gonna
Germans would do that, wouldn't they?
they do it, man. It's just like cold as hard, or cold hard fucking reality. And they'll put you in like, all right, you're gonna be a road worker. Now, road work in Germany is not a bad thing. You work, you're fine. You're never gonna get rich for sure, and you'll never get ahead. You're never gonna acquire any kind of growth generationally. You're gonna stay right where you are, but you'll be all right. And so, in my impression, it almost still looks like a kind of lords and serfs model, because man, you go over there, there's still some filthy rich people. They still own lots and lots of the land, and they kind of ensure that the system maintains or stays the way it is. Now, you wouldn't say that the serfs are starving. Of course, everybody over there is doing all right, but it is weird to me to see it described as socialism when I'm like, there's clearly haves and have-nots. Your have-nots just have more than they used to, and your haves have a little more responsibility for the land and people than they used to, but it still looks pretty similar to the way it was described in the Middle Ages to this guy, with the exception that there's like a flattening effect that just keeps it all kind of in check, called, social democracy. But that's just my impression as an American going over there, right? It is interesting to see.
Yeah, then let's do excuse me. Let's do Gladiator, but this Aliens. Is something that I'm going to be playing with over the next few days, because what happens is, I think it's this no true Scotsman kind of thing, where if you're like a Marxist, then you're like, no, this is the one definition, and if you don't meet this definition, then you're not a part of my movement. But then there's these like philosophers who like have read like endless amounts of like workers' movements histories, and they're like, no, this is an infinitely larger concept than just Marxism. Here's all this really complex history. But then what ends up happening is like, well, what are we really pushing for? And I think that's what really gets lost, is the movement is simultaneously like, I identify as center right. I'm actually like, when you were talking about how like a lot of people view work as part of their self-identification, I'm that guy. But lefties would accuse you of being manipulated by the ownership class, of identifying with your work, so you become a slave to their interest. But for me, there's this quote, I think it's from Aquinas, by the way, where it's like, I'm not a religious person, but I think the concept is really interesting. He says, though a man might be a slave to God, he is free, but a man who is free has as many masters as he has vices. And so it's this like concept of like, yeah, okay, like I might be enslaved to this thing, which would be my self-identification with work, but through work, I'm industrious, I'm productive, I get access to wealth, I'm able to take care of my family, I'm able to have free time, I'm able to do this, I'm able to do that. And so in these dozen other ways, I'm free. But if I was totally free, then I would probably smoke pot, be a gluttonous DoorDash, consumer. I would play video games. I would be engaged in hedonistic sex or pornography. And so I would be enslaved to all these like libertine vices that come with like nihilism and hedonism. And so that's like one of the great ironies of this criticism, is that like, I feel like you're more free and more productive when you're a slave.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're right that you get into a lot of splitting of hairs when you're looking at like what's everybody chasing, what's everybody looking for, and kind of who's defining what. But I mean, essentially, I guess I see it as, this balance between kind of freedom and opportunity on the one hand, and sort of security on the other. And like, where do you as a person think that the right balance between, okay, how much security should I have as anybody in this society to have access to healthcare, food, water, shelter, versus how much kind of freedom and opportunity should I have to kind of, succeed or sink at my own kind of, hand. And so everybody seems to feel differently about that. I get it. It's kind of a personal thing. I mean, I think as a democracy, we eventually have to kind of settle on where we think that is. But in Europe, you see it more one way. In America, you see it more the other way. And if you go down to like Africa, you see it all the way one way. And I don't know. I mean, again, it's kind of a shooter's choice, right?
Yeah, before we get into the content, that's another interesting thing too, is that like in Africa, I know like lefties would argue, well, Africa has been colonized and decolonized, so there's all these things that are going on. But at the same time, even if you read accounts of pre-colonial Africa, like pre-industrial tribalism was not this like, oh, I'm just gonna wake up and go pick fruit from the ground, and you know, I'll kill a chicken when I feel like it, and I'll eat, and everything's good all the time. It's like, no, shit was rough. That was rough. You had to like, you had to go cultivate. You had to bust your ass. You had to till the ground until you were able to plant your crops. You had to plant your crops. God forbid your food doesn't grow, then you're fucked.
Yeah,
And then
you had kind of a family style safety net, right? There's this tribal unit related, everybody knows each other. And so there's a safety net degree built into this idea. They're like, well, if your crops fail one year and you've got kind of good social wants, so they're going to kind of line this stuff up. But I mean, if you look at like Malcolm Gladwell and his breakdown in The Rational Optimist, I think you're right that for the most part, life was a hell of a lot shorter and a hell of a lot rougher. And that at least bears up to my own experience. I mean, I got a lot of experience working in a lot of countries, a lot of whom are still peopled by basically tribal with cell phones and AKs level folks. And I'll tell you, it don't age well, man. It's a rough lifestyle. Like it's quite rough. And anybody that thinks it's idyllic or kind of glamorizes it, just appreciate kind of the realities of that situation. It might be better. I don't know. Hell, I mean, it's not like the average person, binging out on the internet seems terribly happy to me. And a lot of times tribesmen seemed happy enough, even though at 45 they're toothless and beat the fuck up and going down hard at 50. But again, it's what you want. Look at the two things, figure out which one you prefer, and then try to, I suppose, make the world move in that direction. If that's what.
And that's kind of like the meme answer, but that's one of the funny meme answers. Is no one's stopping you, right? Like you could go, if you really idealized this tribal war, like this tribal existence, then you could go to I don't know, Montana or Idaho or whatever, and try to like live off of the land and all that kind of crap. And then also, if you want to go be in the commune, go be in the commune. Go hang out with 30 other lefties. See if you can make it work. See if you can reestablish like a pre-industrial society that functions. But for the rest of us, for me, I'm probably going to stay in post-industrial society with all of its contradictions and all of its wealth and all of its weirdness, because there's an element that I like. I like money. I like technology. I like industry. I like the military-industrial complex. I like, the property rights and middle class and suburbia. I like cars. I like all this crap. All this crap's awesome.
Yeah, so. I don't disagree. A lot of people in my community, when they retire, do exactly what you're talking about. Go out, establish themselves in kind of subsistence level existence, give it a try. Some of them really love it. Some of them want that separation. Some of them want to do that. And, and the nice thing here is go for it, man. Go for it.
Go for it.
Can't do it in Europe. Like if you want to go buy unsettled land, this is like weird distinctions, right? Like as you get into more security and less freedom, and there's a million issues on this, and I'm not an expert, so I don't pretend to be, but you can't go buy an undeveloped piece of land and just put a house on it. You got to get permission from the government for that. Why? Because they control like who can live where. They control like the spread of communities. There's no kind of suburban creep unless the government wishes for that to happen. I mean, it's a super structured and a much more restricted society, which could be good if that's what you want, right? But if you don't want it, there's not a lot of options to avoid it. And here, you said, if you want to go to Montana, you want to open up a fish farm, and you want to go for it, man. Do whatever floats your boat, and you could still for the most part do that.
Yeah. Well, I have a feeling we could keep yapping about sociological phenomena and how to live in the modern era with all its contradictions. We could probably do that for 2 hours, but I think we should probably read a quote, catch up with chat a little bit, and then probably kick off the content. Now, one of the things that I noticed, though, is that I think we got through the battle with the Gladiator champion, the Gallic champion, but then I think that might be one.
We're aliens, I think, we finished Gladiator.
Oh, snap. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Aliens. We started aliens.
Part 2 of Aliens. Absolutely.
Oh my God. It's just because I think that's what happened. So sorry for the confusion. I don't know why I put Gladiator then. I think what happened.
Are you on ketamine right now? Are you on ketamine?
I wish. So excuse me. I think we missed the battle with Commodus, but then we just told the audience, "Hey, go watch it on your own time." Right? I think that's what happened.
We cut it. We were like, "Yep." After the battle with the Gaul, that was like the end of Gladiator.
Yeah.
We're like, "It's culminated. He kills Commodus."
Well, and the reason why I like the battle with Commodus, I don't think has a lot of like tactical commentary. I think we just mentioned the fact that there's the quote, which is Marcus or Maximus, excuse me. He just quotes Commodus's father, Marcus Aurelius, to him as he's on the verge of death, and he's like, death smiles at every man, but all we can do is smile back. And then Commodus is like, "What fool said that?" And then Maximus is like, "You should know your father." And then it's just like this big own before they do their battle. But yeah, we should do aliens for sure.
And he got stabbed in the kidney, which sucks. God, that must.
Yeah, which I was kind of thinking that was cool. You mentioned it, so I'll say what I was thinking. It's like a bull, right? Like Spanish bullfighting. So for those of you who don't know, with Spanish bullfighting, they have to pre-wound. Like oftentimes, if you don't wound the bull before the fight, the bull will win. He'll just mog the bullfighter. But what they do is they wound the bull beforehand. That way, like, not only is he fighting, but he's like bleeding out a little bit. But what happens is the bull tires as they fight, and then eventually the bullfighter finishes the job. So I felt that was kind of interesting that Commodus wants to put on this show of defeating Maximus in the gladiatorial arena, but he wounds him similar to a bullfighter wounds a bull. I thought that was interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. I agree. It's super interesting. Bullfighting's kind of weird. Like, it's weird. You still see
I don't like it. I think it's fucked up, but
you still see some of that weird like stuff in Europe. It's funny. Like, you go over there, there's still like these kind of legacy items. They're like, that's kind of fucked up, but I mean, it's just lasted because it's been there since the beginning.
You've been doing it for thousands of years, so who am I to complain?
We're not stopping it now. Yeah, there's a bunch of super weird festivals, a bunch of super weird things.
Yeah, they're walking around in Ku Klux Klan hats and shit.
Like, what the hell? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but Rob gives us the exact quote, so I wanted to read that. "Thus a good man, though a slave, is free, but a wicked man, though a king, is a slave. For he serves not one man alone, but what is worse, as many masters as he has vices." That was the exact quote that I was referencing. So, all right, cool. Then chat, we're going to pull up some aliens. I think I might have bought the movie, which is going to be very convenient. And last time we were watching them just starting the clearing process of the building. Do you want to watch the clearing segment and kind of critique their stuff? I have a feeling we could turn that into like a whole nother, just that alone, we could probably break down in perpetuity. Or do you want to fast forward to the violence, because we could spend 2 hours criticizing room clearing techniques?
I mean, honestly, we can go either way. I have half an hour left, so I only got an hour this morning, so we can't get too far into it. But if you want to just start,
if we're gonna do a 3-parter anyways, why to share audio, share a tab or screen instead, entire screen? If we only have 30 minutes anyways, I have a feeling that we could substantively criticize the room clearing stuff.
Absolutely.
And so why don't we leave the violence for when you have more time?
Okay, we can do that.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
then kind of as an intro, guys. Yeah. So kind of as an intro, guys, I'm going to do an intro. I'm going to let Dan intro himself. I'll intro the content a little bit, then we'll watch it and we'll break it down until Dan has to leave. And then what's your hard out time?
10:30. Well, 11:30 your time.
Okay. 11:30 my time or 10:30 my time?
I have half an hour. Like, I just got back from another time zone. Not actually sure, but I have half an hour from this moment. How's that?
Okay, cool. All right, I got it. All right, then, yeah. Hi, guys. Welcome to Valor Reacts. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. This is my buddy, Dan. Dan, who are you?
My name is Dan Pace. I'm a retired Special Forces guy, and now I'm an author and full-time nerd, sometimes commentator.
Excellent. So what we're doing today is we're continuing with our series of the commentary on the movie Aliens. I think Aliens is a beautiful science fiction military mix. And so we're watching the Marines. We watched last time them getting up to the point that they were clearing the colonial outpost. Right now, we're going to watch them clear it, and we're going to criticize it a little bit. You ready to go?
I am. I'm ready to go. Criticize CQB. I love it.
Let's do it.
Second team, move inside. Hicks, take the upper level.
So you copying this?
Now, I want to point out a detail here, just so we're not abusing the copyright system.
Sure. Yeah.
But I like the quietness of what they're doing, and I feel like that replicates some of the, there's going to be inaccuracies all over the place that we're going to point out. But I feel like what that replicates is the tension of waiting for the other foot to drop. And so that's the thing, is like, these guys, they got heartbeat monitors, they got the machine gun out front, which is a little weird because you don't want to lose your machine gunner to first contact. But at the same time, their heartbeat scanners can go out further than their eyes can go, but they still have to play statistically the position of what's most likely as a threat. And so what I like about this frame that we're looking at right now is, for me, there's actually like 2 or 3 threats that are visible that I would be calculating against as a person with a weapon. So number one, you have the background, where anybody can pop out at any time and start blasting. So you need to be ready to blast the distance. But also, as we're coming up to this area where we have, like, I don't know, cover built up kind of right here, and we also have this gap in the wall right here. These are 2 simultaneous threats. So my instinct, I don't know if you would agree, is I would basically have a pulse rifle guy, because the machine gun's unwieldy. I would have the pulse rifle guy basically maximize his distance to be able to try to peer around this cover. And then I would try to, check left real quick. So, I mean, what's your instincts when you're looking at this hallway?
So first, I'll issue one correction from last week, just because I did a little research on the smart gun kind of machine gunny thing that they're carrying, and I believe the intent of the movie is for that harness that she's wearing to basically be a recoil stabilization harness. So you're designed to fire this thing at the hip. And now, if that's the case, then I'm willing to walk back some of my criticism about why the hell is your machine gun out front. If you don't have to lay down to shoot it, and you can shoot it at the hip, and it does track better than a pulse rifle, then maybe having your most casualty producing weapon up front does in fact make sense. So that's why I'll generally start with that. Now, what you're talking about here is opposing threats, right? You see the pile of crap on the right, which is a total shoot house classic. You see the window on the left. The way we would clear that is always, you bring 2 guys up front in this case, like, hey, you're normal in your stack, 1 man, right, to present the smallest silhouette to the most hostile spire. When you get up to this, you kind of just move the guy up side by side, and then you split, right? You just split clear both sides at the same time, so that you have no exposure of one guy's back to the other side, and then you kind of fall back single file when you've cleared it. Leave guy on post to make sure that nobody comes up through that window. Although I think the window is just a window, and maybe once you clear, you don't have to keep looking at it. But it depends if there's room in there or not.
Well, yeah. And I hope so. The only reason is I don't know the layout of the outpost. So if it's just a window, awesome. But if this is like a service tunnel or an air duct or something like that, then that's the kind of thing that you're going to want to double check, right?
Absolutely. You're gonna have to keep somebody on.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Bad guys like to sit in the corner. They like to camp.
And also, if it's something that you can't clear the other end of, right, you've got to leave somebody securing it the whole time. You don't know if somebody's going to come up there, and you wouldn't just leave it wide open. So your rear guy probably stay posted up on that thing as you move forward. But it's a long hallway. And also, it's weird to note that they're actually looking for civilians here, right? Like, they don't see any, and so the quietness or the silence, to your earlier point, is it's weird. This is supposed to be a colony. What the hell is going on with the colony? We're looking for civilians. We're not actually looking for a hostile force. So that kind of changes your react contact procedures a little bit, which they kind of fuck up here in a second, but we'll get there.
Perfect segue.
So you copying this? Looks like hits from small arms fire. We got some explosives damages, probably seismic survey charges. Are you reading this? Keep it tight, people.
All right, Hicks, Hudson, use your motion trackers.
chin strap is unfastened, Connor. His chin strap
Sorry,
is
what's
unfastened.
that?
His chin strap is unfastened. You know, talk about the shit that gets
I missed the
Sergeant's
most
blood
important
pressure
detail.
Oh my god, blood pressure boiling right there. You motherfucker. Why is your chin strap unbuttoned? Because his team starts downstairs. That's why.
It's no, it's so funny seeing that like little stuff, right? Like I don't notice half the army stuff because no offense, half the time the army are slobs anyways. So like I don't notice. And then also like I presume with the army being slobs, like I don't know. So for instance, chin strap should be fastened, and also with like Marines, like the you roll your sleeves like a very specific way. We actually have like a uniform way to roll your
On the
sleeve.
same day, like every year. You guys get like this fucking merinogram. It's like everybody roll your sleeves. It's kind of fun.
Yeah. Well, and not just that, but like there's a way to do your sleeves, which is so funny in retrospect, where you can make them tight enough that they like cut your blood off a little bit. And so you get like an artificial pump like in your arms. So you look like you're steroided out because you're almost like tourniqueting your arms. So there's a way to like roll Marine sleeves that's actually like very specific. So when I see some like nasty jarheads aren't slobs, come on, man. Compared to army, absolutely not. You get like in the line Marine Corps, you get your shit kicked in if you're a slob. I'm a slob and I got my shit kicked in.
Oh,
So
man. You're right though. Army people. I mean, I'm on army. I get it. I should be on team army. We're slobs compared to the Marine Corps. You guys are much neater than we are as humans. I think.
Well,
and
probably
by force, right? Probably by.
But see, then that's where I don't know. Where it's like, what is obviously this is like a different unit, but it's a Colonial Marine Corps. But then what is normal? Like, let's say we're watching an army movie. What's normal for the army to be slob? So, for instance, like if the uniform standards are stated this way, but the discipline in the unit is actually this way. And then, we also expect that like infantry, we kind of talked about this last time. The infantry kind of like, they're like, oh, we're badass, so we can do whatever we want. It's kind of a question of like how far that flies with the chain. Because if your sergeant major is like, yeah, you guys are badass, where, stick your hands in your pockets, grow beards, chew gum while you're walking, all that kind of stuff, then maybe if you're like a special forces guy, you could get away with that. But if you're like line infantry, oftentimes discipline is like just constantly reinforced. So you're not sticking your hands in your pockets. You're not chewing gum. You're not growing a beard. You're not rolling your sleeves half-assed because there's going to be some senior enlisted dude who's going to chew your ass if you do.
No, that's true. I would say that generally in the army, the least slovenly units I know of are the infantry units because it's where you got to be wired the most tight. Like you will get your shit pushed in if you walked around looking like that. But we don't know a lot of things about these guys. We know they're Colonial Marines. I don't know what that is. I mean, they're deployed as a detachment functionally, like 12 people solo across space. We should imagine they're fairly senior and fairly well trusted. They kind of have a feel of a special forces team. You've got your little commie guy and you got your medical guy and you got your engineer and your gunners. And so maybe, right? Maybe they just kind of roll this way. But you don't really know.
Yeah, I think they're, just because for the sake of time, I want to keep rolling. But I think that the vibe to me, anyways, is that they're an expeditionary unit, and similar to the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps is we're taught to think expeditionary, which just means that we are going to be on a MEU. We're going to be on a Marine expeditionary unit. We're going to be in boats. We're not going to have all the right gear. We're not going to, have reinforcement immediately available. Our QRFs, our quick reaction forces, are going to be our own quick reaction forces, and our air cover is going to be limited, right? So even if we get air cover because we're in theater, like we're in Iraq or we're within Afghanistan, oftentimes Marine units are going to be deprioritized because the Air Force is used to working with the Air Force, and the Air Force is also used to working with the Army. So we're either going to have integrated fire support or we're going to be low on the priority list. And so basically it's just an expectation that if you need to handle it, you need to be able to handle it yourself.
Yeah, I think self-reliance has always been kind of cornerstone of the Marine deployment model, right? I mean, I think I'm not a Marine, but it does appear that
at least culturally
is that way.
Yeah, I don't know about logistically, but they emphasize that culture 100%.
There's that old cliche about the Vietnamese guy, I think, that asks the Marines, like, why does your Navy's army have its own Air Force? Like, it's kind of this weird, like, what are we doing with this? Like, why do you have all that shit stuck together like that? Why do you have all these separate services that they do? But I mean, when you look at a combined arms team, you see why the Marines do it that way. And there's army units that are kind of built that way too. It's like there's no substitute for working together all the time, for kind of ironing out the kinks that'll get you killed.
I have to say that's one of the coolest things about being a Marine is realizing that we have integrated air, realizing we have our own fixed wing, realizing we have our own rotary wing, realizing we have our own armor. You're not going to deploy with that stuff all the time, but the truth is that if the job calls for it, you can have it. And so, depending on priority. And so that's what's really cool and flexible about it is technically like a MU close to an aircraft carrier that has a marine aviation contingent on it or whatever, or the Navy, they're like our brothers or cousins or whatever. If we can get the Navy on board, then dude, you could do everything. You can have an infantry unit, you can have mech support, you can have artillery support, you can have air support, you can have helos, you can have all that stuff, and 70 to 80% of it can be Marines doing it. And I think there's like an internal fraternity as well, where a Marine helicopter pilot is going to feel infinitely more like indebted to Marines on the ground because they're not really separate. They're both Marines, right?
I mean, as long as they're talking to external people. I bet when you go to the chow hall, the helicopter pilots and the infantry don't.
Oh, they're talking crazy shit.
Well. Yeah, absolutely. Me against my brothers, my cousins, that kind of thing. Like,
yeah.
I get that for sure.
The one of the funniest things though is crew chiefs, like helicopter crew chiefs. Oftentimes they're the door gunners, and so they constantly talk shit to the infantry because they're like, "Yeah, I get to shoot at more people, and I have to carry less shit, and I'm always in my vehicle."
That's true. That's true. But in the world of infantry, that means you suck, right? That means you're a pussy, right? Because that's the cold hard truth. You're like, yeah, and all those things are why I'm better than you. Because that's 100% the response. 100% the response.
Cope. Nah, I'm just fucking around. But all right, yeah, I know we're time sensitive, so let's roll. I love the heartbeat monitor too, or whatever this is. The motion detector,
sensor. A little motion sensor.
Yeah.
Order and search by twos.
Okay, Dietrich, Frost, you're up.
While we're criticizing, I do want to compliment them on the fact that they made this space feel really lived in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like all the little attention to detail stuff.
Like the coffee cups and the foam cups and the plates and the documents and all that crap.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good one.
Sir, we have a negative situation here. Move it on, sir.
Okay. Bit of a criticism. So when we started in the thousands or whatever, I was in 6. So this was like maybe 07 or so. And so obviously this movie was made before I was even in service. So criticizing it feels a little unfair. However, we would do stuff where we would like get into the room and then we would sweep it and we'd check our corners and all that kind of stuff. And then we'd like yell like clear. And then like somebody would be like checking overhead. And then they would like, spin in a circle to simulate like, checking to make sure that people weren't dropping grenades on us from a second story or whatever. Mm-hmm. And that was in response to Fallujah because in Fallujah, it was loud, it was crazy, all that kind of stuff. And also in that response, you're not really, you're not necessarily calling those things out because you want everybody to know. You're also trying to like instinctively drill it into the trainees that what am I doing right now, right? And so you're having them like articulate it. However, something that I read that I found that was really interesting was almost at the same time, the SEAL teams were moving away from any kind of verbal cues at all, because they were finding that like noise discipline was actually really important in operations. And so they were moving to silent clearing, where everybody knew what they were supposed to be doing. So everybody shut the fuck up unless absolutely necessary.
So it's funny, right? CQB is one of those things. One, criticism, right? Criticism of the movie straight up. I don't know. I had the longest gun possible coming and poking its way through these doors. Like,
right. A pulse rifle would be so much better for like the
so
first guy
better.
in.
And they seem to never clear the corners. Like, I think they're really tech reliant. They've got their little beepy thing that's like telling them what's moving, right? And so they just hone right in on that. They don't clear any corners moving up to it. They don't seem concerned that something might be sitting very still off to the side that the motion detector might not pick up. So I don't like that.
Like a Yautja predator.
Exactly. Now, but in terms of CQB, it becomes a balance, right? So a lot of times with trainees, it's really complicated to clear houses with lots of people. It's hard to keep track of where you've been. It's usually dark and confusing. It's hard to avoid fratricide a lot of times, because as you walk through these doors with all these different moving pieces, you can evenly have people clearing into each other, which is obviously a hugely dangerous situation. So balancing kind of speed, violence of action, but also like control, and then stealth, as you mentioned with kind of the NSW guys, is super tricky. So early on, you tend to go simple and noisy, right? Like strong wall. All right, we're all going to go on the same wall. We're going to face a direction. We're going to be noisy and deliberate, because that's how you're training guys to get. As you get better, you can speed it up. You can make it flow more nicely. You can get to points of domination or free flow, and you can actually get a lot sneakier at it. But you have to train together enough that you know what the other people are going to do, because all of that confusion that you're trying to circumvent with noise and deliberation is what you'll eventually want to discard as you move towards something better. But it doesn't work very well in a unit where you have a lot of rotation, right? If you're an infantry unit, you're going to turn dudes over every 6 months as guys leave, as guys join. You can never achieve much more than that baseline. And so I see why units end up at that kind of level. That's just as high as you're ever going to get,
Yeah. I want to share a war story real quick. So, with cops, it's even more cowboy, because people are coming from like different schools. Some of them are civilians, some of them are veterans. And so there's this entire mix of like clearing tactics. And what was so funny was there was this one time that we got a call, and it's a mom whose son is a steroid and methamphetamine addict. And so the steroid and methamphetamine addict, she's like, oh yeah, he's asleep in there. He's taking a nap, but if he wakes up, he's going to be so mad. I want him to go to rehab, but he basically said that if I force him to go to rehab, he's going to cut my head off and burn down the house. And we're like, oh shit, we're about to get in like a crazy fight. But what's so funny is we're like, okay, well, where is he? And she's like, oh, he's in this back room. And we're like, okay, well, if we have to kill him, we're going to kill him, but we don't want to kill him. Right. So like the goal is to like try to take him by surprise and probably subdue him. Is he armed as well? Yeah. He's got a shitload of knives in the room because he's a knife collector. So we're like, fuck, we're like fucked. Right.
Charming guy.
So me and a rookie, but the rookie is like actually a really talented guy. He's like a good fighter, good cardio, in shape, all that kind of stuff. So I actually like having him with me, because like, even though he doesn't know all the tactical stuff, he's good in a fight. And then my supervisor, who's a veteran, he's going to take another door. And so we don't use radios at all. I basically tell him and me, we turn our radios to 0 so you can't hear shit. We clear the house in case he's awake, but we do it really quietly. We creep on the door. And then my inner Marine comes out, where I'm like, okay, I'm either about to get stabbed to death, shoot a guy to death, or I'm about to make an arrest. Like, there's only 3 options here, right? So my inner Marine comes out, and I just like throw the door open, and and then like I kind of like charge into the room a little bit, but the dude is still asleep, and he didn't hear me throw the door open.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
He's like wiped out by like a meth bender. Like, he's just totally knocked out. And so my supervisor, he does the same thing. He throws open the other door like a second later, and the guy doesn't wake up. So I'm like, okay. So we get the knives that are closest to him. We move the knives away. We kind of like pass each other the knives so he has less weapons. And then I wake him up. Like I grab his giant muscly shoulder and I wake him up and I'm like, hey, bro, we need to talk. And then the cool thing is like he didn't freak out. He didn't fight us, whatever. But because of our combined experiences, this could have totally gone haywire. Absolutely. But also it was funny, like, I don't know, we like half stealthed it, half strong armed it, and it was all instinctive. Like none of it was like trained. We just
That's the
did
funny
it.
part. You descend to that common denominator when the stress really starts ratcheting up. You go back to what you know, right? And if what you know is that style clearing, you're gonna go back to it. That's super true, though. That is absolutely the way it is.
Yeah. Well, Sarah Buckley asks, I'm not very fluent in the conversation, but how do you feel about Navy SEALs? What's the difference between a Marine and Navy SEALs? I'll tell you, I think Marine has probably some of like the toughest line infantry, but Navy SEALs and Delta guys and Special Forces guys, I'm just presuming they're on a higher tier, just for PT standards, additional training, additional marksmanship schools, all that shit. I think that they're at the next level.
Yeah, I think that the joke answer would be a shirt, right?
Yeah.
But the serious answer would be just like amount of time and effort that goes into assessment, right? I mean, Marines have a pretty high level of base dude or chick that they'll accept, but I mean, an SW is just quite a bit above that, and so the worst people that will get cut from NSW selection would probably still make it as Marines, right? But that's just the way it is, right? It's just that much harder. And then once you take that baseline, they get a hell of a lot more money per individual for training.
Yeah, don't they have like a 2-year pipeline or something, or a 3-year pipeline?
I don't know. Ours is a year to 2 years, depending on your specialty, and that's what will qualify after you get selected. But I mean, so when you take baseline person is just of a generally higher caliber, and then more money invested in time, equipment, training, then you kind of
and Sarah Buckley. So also to answer your question, so Marine Corps boot camp is 13 weeks, so it's 3 months, and but then like the combat school, the POG, person other than grunt, non-infantry people, their combat school is only a month, and then infantry does like 90 days. So for the Marine Corps, I think it's like a 6-month pipeline. But to make a Navy SEAL or a team guy, like Dan's saying, depending on specialty, it could be a year or 2 years. And that's like, that's not even all the schools they ultimately go to. That's like to make a guy who is like,
baseline. Just a baseline,
yeah, he's got good infantry skills. He's got good rucking skills. He can, jump out of a helicopter or a plane. He can scuba dive. He can shoot out to intermediate distances at unknown ranges. He's good at land nav. Like all that kind of stuff, right? So that's where it's like creating your basic SEAL is a lot more time and training intensive than creating your basic infantry, Marine infantry.
So it's funny, but actually, my selection class was filmed by the Discovery Channel. So if you want to go watch it and see what the hell it looks like,
there's a 22-year-old Dan.
There's a 26. Yeah, but you 2 weeks in hell. Go look up 2 weeks in hell, and you'll see the joys that go into weeding people out. It's pretty entertaining.
Yeah, well, I know we're time sensitive, but so people are asking us interesting questions. So, what are all the special operations for the various branches, dude? There's almost too many to name. So like Marine Corps has MARSOC, the Navy has the SEALs, the Air Force has the parajumpers, the PJs, which are like rescue guys, but they also have like pretty good infantry skills. The Army has like, I don't know what, like 3 or 4. Yeah, somebody just listed them. Green Berets, Special Forces, CAG, 75th Ranger Regiment. And that's not even to mention like, you also have specialty infantry units that might not be quote unquote special forces, but they're specialized, like the air cavalry or the cavalry. So, there's all sorts of shit.
And yes,
what about you?
There are millions of off-color jokes about the special branches being special. Absolutely. It says it right on our shirts that we're special. That means you can't get mad at us when we have our hands in our pockets and don't know how to follow the rules of the show.
I'm special, bro.
I'm special. You just got to tolerate it. But you're right. There's a whole bunch of units. You named most of them already. They all have their own little flavor. They all fight for money and missions just like everybody else in a scarcity environment. And they're all good at different stuff.
Cool. Then let's just give it one more minute, and then I know that we're time sensitive, so I'll just give it like one more minute of video to bump into whatever we bump into.
Wait,
and that detail right there, right? It looks like they got caught with their pants down, right? The colonists got caught with their pants down.
Wait, tell him to... Hicks, back up. Pan right. There.
You seeing this all right? Looks melted. Somebody must have bagged one of Ripley's bad guys here.
Acid for blood.
You like that? You're gonna love this.
Oh, they're on the next floor. I didn't catch that when I first watched it.
Yeah, they took high.
Screwing around.
Second squad, what's your status?
We just finished our sweep. Nobody's home.
Roger. Sir, this place is dead. Whatever happened here, I think we missed it.
All right, the area is secured. Let's go in and see what the computer can tell us.
It's not
The
secure.
area is secured, Ripley. First team, head for operations.
Hudson, see if you can get their CPU online.
Affirmative.
Hicks,
All right.
meet me at the south lock. We're coming in.
Roger.
He's coming in. It's safer already.
I love it.
So what I like is I was alarmed when he's like, the area is secure. I was like, no, it's not. What's wrong with you? But then like Ripley says that immediately too. And I was like, oh, good. Somebody within the show is. And so it's, for me, I don't know how you read that. I read that as he's trying to dot the I's on the radio comms and on the paperwork to say, we cleared the building, area secure, we're going to go scan it, and then we're going to mark it as like safe or whatever, and then we're probably going to leave because everybody's dead, right?
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, so he's trying to dot the I's and cross the T's, whereas anybody who has any sense of self-preservation is like, hold on. Aliens that parasitize humans just consumed an entire colony of 300 people, and there's signs of conflict, and there's acid blood. Who's to say they're not coming back, right? But this is just so he can check the paperwork so they can do whatever they need to do.
And I think, I mean, one, it's funny that the space truck driver is up there, like, calling the shots in the jock. I'd be like, honestly, even if I was the SLT, I'd be like, hey, shut the fuck up, lady. Just why don't you go sit in the back? This isn't your business. But two, I think he's kind of like overstating a little bit. Like, I would say that you have the foothold secure, right? You're not going to clear this whole compound with these 12 people. This is a city. I mean, it's a small city. You're never going to make that happen. So you're going to establish a foothold and then get in and plug into the computer. So I kind of get where the LT's going on this. He's like, all right, I get it. It's bullshit. Let's get this finished up. Let's do this so we can get out of here. But at the same time, it's only 15 minutes into this movie, 20, 30 minutes into this movie. So obviously as a viewer, we're like, oh, buddy, you're making a bad call. We have that advantage of knowing the timeline that he, of course, does not.
True. And I think that's another thing too, is, in preparation for my sci-fi channel, I've watched like half a dozen Yautja films and half a dozen Aliens films. And so I know that it's never secure, right?
Like, of course it's not secure, right? Of course it's not secure.
Yeah. So just as soon as like, even if this wasn't an Aliens film, the second that your motion detector, somehow the Yautja, which are the predators, their stealth cloaking tech doesn't get picked up by the motion tracker, and so you think a room's secured, and then you get a spear into your kidney. So like, you got to be in this setting, in the Weyland-Yutani space colonial setting. You always have to be paranoid. Nothing is ever secure. But I know you got a heart out, so we'll keep going with Aliens because it's so brilliant. I think that we just have we probably have hours to consume, even though we only went through like 10 minutes of the movie.
What's the hurry? We got all the time in the world, man. The internet's not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. We'll get our way through it eventually.
Cool. All right. Well, then you have an awesome day at work. I'm going to go talk about schizophrenic politics.
Likewise. Enjoy and try and keep the blood pressure down.
No.
Thanks, Sean. Enjoy.
All right. Bye, buddy. All right, chat. That was the just kind of the opener. I will change the title real quick. I'm gonna throw the Valor reacts to Gladiator. I'm gonna throw that on the end. We're gonna get the Disney versus Pisco and Ogre Boy content rolling momentarily. Also, somebody said something interesting in chat. They said that Hutch and Hutch and who was it? Josiah coped about the situation on a stream, and it was kind of like being obtuse about the criticisms or something like that. I don't know if that's good content or not, but obviously, like whenever there's like a hot drama, you try to milk the shit out of the drama as maximally as possible. So if there was some interesting comments there, we could do it. But let me go ahead and say hello. What unit was the guest in? I think he was Special Forces. So as far as I know, we should I should ask Dan, so I'm not mixing up his service record. But as far as I know, he did the foreign internal defense stuff. So basically, Special Forces guys, as far as I know, they can do kinetic operations where they, clear rooms and shoot bad guys in the face and all that kind of stuff, and they can do that as independent missions. But they also do foreign internal defense, and so foreign internal defense is where you hook up with indigenous forces. You hook up with the Afghan police or the Afghan National Army or the Iraqi army or the Iraqi police. You train them in very basic skills, and then you go out with them into the field so they can fight their own battles, but also you can be there if they need something else. So if they need American air power, or if they need some infantry dudes with balls to get the mission done, then they have their big brothers with them in the field. And I think that's oftentimes what the Special Forces do. We can ask Dan about it though. And what I like Dan, obviously, but what I also like about Dan is you can kind of tell that he has this like fraternal relationship with his service, where he probably loved it and hated it simultaneously. But I think that's true of most veterans. So Uncle Fatty says, I can build whatever I want on my patented mining claim in northern Idaho. Montana has stiff building code statewide. Idaho, not so much, but living off grid is a pipe dream in any state. I agree with you, Uncle Fatty. I agree with you that we might be overstating the level of independence that American citizens have. However, like, it's still possible to go out. So for instance, there's this YouTuber that I watch who lives in rural Nevada. He just bought land in an unincorporated area, and he just started like building whatever he wanted on his property. Now, of course, there were still like building inspectors, and it had to be safe, and he had to get them to check out the electrical and check out the water and stuff. But he made like a whole bunch of cool stuff. Like he made like a giant koi pond in the middle of the desert. He made like a deck that actually lifts and closes, so it's easier to clean and maintain. He made like a massive like 30 by 30 chicken coop with chicken wire and like wood stuff, and it's dug under the ground a little bit so the coyotes can't get in. And there's like a storage area for feed. And so technically, like, do you have to pay property taxes? Probably. Do you have to have city inspectors or county inspectors take a look at the electrical and the water? Probably. But can you get a few acres in the middle of nowhere and live by yourself and live off of what you're able to cultivate on your own property? And the answer is yes. Black Rainbow says, Connor, I know you have an intellectual curiosity and like book recommendations. May I suggest Whipping Girl? Is that a BDSM thing? Morning, nerds. Counterpoints, please. Good morning. Hans Maller says, did Connor see the Hassan Pisco shout out? I did. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Of course. The movie Aliens. Yeah, it wasn't Gladiator. It was Aliens this morning. I forgot that we wrapped up Gladiator. Christian Layer says, I'm good with the multi-layer payer healthcare and primary education funding, but I don't want to own normalized Euro-style apartments, houses. Yeah, same. There's a reason why I live in the United States and not Europe. Paul says a watch-along stream is a good idea after all this acidic Pisco drama. Yeah. It's good to take a break every now and then. I understand it's lower viewership and whatever. Correlated metrics might be lower, but number one, we're going to be posting those VODs to a separate channel known as Valor Reacts. And then number two, it's just good to take a break every now and then. Like I love drama. I love fighting online. I love debating. I love all that stuff. But I also love other things. And so I don't want to get so sucked in that I die mentally. Hoach says, y'all still need to watch Warfare. Yeah, we will. We will. Don't worry about it. We're gonna make our way through the military and science fiction canon. Uncle Fatty says Sigourney was smoking hot with her shaved head. Bill Paxton as Chet from Weird Science in the Aliens movie was classic. Yeah, Hudson and Hicks are iconic characters for a reason. Sun Patty says 30 likes, 60 viewers. We need to like check. True. And now we're up to 80 because we're moving into drama. So definitely like the stream, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, and go engage in chat, all that kind of stuff. I appreciate you. Randy Chang says, our heartbeat monitor's a thing? Not that I know of. Old School says, God, when I was in middle school, I came home every day and watched this movie first thing, drove my mom nuts. Yeah, but it was awesome, right? What a good movie. Because it's a combination of like military aesthetic and combat mixed with like a horror film. It's just good. Christian Blair says the Army Future Soldier program is working on tech like a heartbeat monitor, but that is a decade and a half away. The Army is just outfitting every soldier with NVGs and a suppressed rifle. Yeah, as far as I know, the heartbeat monitor, it would have to either pick up electrical activity, but I think it would need to be incredibly sensitive to pick up electrical activity of a human being. So I don't know. I don't know how possible or how feasible or how soon we'll get it. Old School says Doors and Corners, Detective Miller. Yeah, that's a good way to summarize room clearing to a layperson. Paul says base schizo. True. So, Sarah Buckley says, oh, that was the Navy SEALs thing that we addressed. That's the Special Forces thing that we addressed. Conservative Liberalism says Army has Rangers and Green Berets. Yes. As far as I know, Rangers are the door-kicking hardcore infantry who are really good at field survival, and they're also good at various forms of infantry assault. I think they do mechanized assault. I think they do airfield assaults. I think they do airborne assaults. There's actually a difference between those three. And then Green Berets are the people that I'm talking about with Special Forces. That's actually their title. And they train indigenous forces and do kinetic operations. So Christian Blair says direct action, foreign internal defense, training foreign troops in combat operations. Right. That's the Green Berets, as far as I know. Devil says, first time? Is this only your second time watching Cameron's action horror masterpiece? No, I've seen it probably 2 or 3 times now. Probably 3. Yeah. Sarah Buckley says, thanks for the answers. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yep. All right. Scrolling. Mr. Berger says, yeah, that was before the debate, like 3 to 4 hours before. Josiah was completely oblivious and defensive about talking to socialists. Which, by the way, watching the content, I'm gonna talk about this, and then I'm probably gonna go get some more hot water for my tea. You should do a tactical reflection on the 72 siege scene. Okay, sure. Love Sean Gatz. Cool. Grassroots says, my kiln is in the middle of Pennsylvania woods. The trick is to ask 0 questions. Yeah, ask for forgiveness, not permission. Devil says, you seen Hassan's tweet from last night? I have not. Please tell me about it. Randy Cheng says, you think West Bank settler folks have the sort of get away from the government, live off the land mentality? Yeah, kind of. But then they also have the, what is it? Like cowboys versus Indians mentality, where cowboys are the rugged settlers of the Wild West and the Indians are Palestinians. So if the Palestinians fuck with them, they probably just shoot them. Green Berets carry big bags of money. True. AF Racing says, good morning, Connor and chat. Good morning to you. Jovan says, how do I have to donate to get you to shave the whole beard? I don't like doing, what is it? Chud Logic calls them tricks for treats. I don't really like doing that. So I'm probably not going to do it. I don't think I would shave on stream. Can I have a hot water refill? Yeah, somebody said how much to shave my beard. Am I that big of a slut? For $150? $250. My wife is selling my beard. But
do it for Mrs. Point.
And that can't be cumulative. That has to be a single donation. What? But will you turn tricks for treats too? No. Randy Cheng says, please, no, my brain is not ready for clean shaven Connor. I just look like a baby. Give me them clippers. I know Chud Logic would be very sad that I was selling my dignity for cash, but you know, whatever. Yeah, and not in cumulative donations. I'm not gonna let 60 people give, you know, $10 and then I shave my beard, or $5 or whatever. That's not happening. I need an oiler, and Grassroots do not do it. Yeah, Grassroots says, ask Mrs. Points how much to add a second beard. Exactly. Turns out it had to be a bit frustrating training in Iowa. IA in the Middle East. Not sure if that was just my experience over there, but it seemed like there was a new tale of cowardice in every insurgent attack. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no. Working with indigenous forces is disappointing. Yeah. No. I don't. No. I agree with Chud Logic that tricks for treats is kind of like demeaning, but I also don't mind. My only problem is I'm old, so I have like a little bit of that like dad skin here. That's the only thing that I don't like. But besides that, I like my face. I don't mind my face at all. Sorry. Maddox says, former Republican turned Democrat here. If Republicans moved in your direction, I'd probably vote Republican again. Same, Maddox. Same. Matthew Mendoza says, so you wouldn't do a donation goal to shave the beard? No. Nope. I need an oiler to say, hey, here's a shitload of cash so you can buy something nice for yourself. I don't, you guys give me that money. No offense. There's some extra generous days where even without grassroots hegemon, I'm making, $200-300 a stream. And some, we've actually even gone higher than that on some particularly spicy streams. So no, I'm not gonna let you guys do 1 day's worth of donations. And then I'm like, oh, let me shoot butter up my ass. Let me do the worm for you real quick. Like, nah, pass. Devil says, kind of indicates yours and Steven's concerns that there's a very real chance that 10% of Econoboy socialists are being led by Stalinists and Trotskyists. Yeah, actually. Like, what's interesting is I have an even more nuanced position today than I do since yesterday. Hotch says the beard is to bait a whale in chat. Yes, but not grassroots. I don't want grassroots to do it. I would actually be mad if grassroots did it. What's hidden under the beard, Connor? A very normal, average Irish ethnic face. Sacred Snow says, so what you're saying is there's a jawline under there. You aren't the guy that has a Giga Chad beard and the neck is continuous all the way to the lower lip. Not quite, but not as strong as I like. I don't have that like butt chin, I don't have the Henry Cavill butt chin. I have a very normal Irish face. If you let the bangs grow a little bit, yeah, let's take a look. I'm not going to do jaw physiognomy right now. Let's get into the content, but like, let's look at an Irish man. I'll pick myself out in a lineup. Shaved Irish man. And just starts like popping up with like random porn. Oh, thank you. Thank you, anonymous chatter. $100 into Save the Beard pool. Yes, now you have to earn even more money. Thank you, anonymous chatter. That is wildly generous. Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to shave. I don't want to shave. All right, so what's funny is all the Irish people have beards. Colin Farrell has a stronger chin than I do, and he's not a particularly strong chin. I would say this is about right for me. Okay, this is about right. So it's not like Superman jaw, and this guy's a little bit skinnier than me. It's probably this. It's this, right? I have that, like, I'm not fat, but I have that little dad flap that I fucking hate, and I didn't used to have it when I was young. Not fat, not skinny, not the Henry Cavill chin, but not chinless either. You know what I'm saying? Probably this guy, that guy. That's about right. So, I'm just a very like normal dude, a very normal looking dude. So yeah, so if you raise $350 right now, then I'll shave. But besides that, we can shut the fuck up about it. Randy Chang, yeah, there's an old stream with me shaved too, because I was doing a job interview. I forget where it is. Googling random Irish man. GRT says, I joined the stream 10 seconds ago and I'm immediately concerned. Yeah, it's bad. Don't worry about it. Yeah. So thank you to Gen X and thank you to Anonymous Chatter. All right. Let's set it up. I'm fucking... Oh, thank you, Anonymous. I appreciate you. Ding! We got to look at that first. They made ODST 3D printed models for tabletop. All right, Manic Games. I was unfamiliar with your game. Look at this. Is that a DMR? Yep, DMR. Here's some brutes. Hell yeah, get some. You got a battle rifle, you got a freeze motion, you got a DMR, you got a magnum, you got a flamethrower. Nice, bro. Nice. This, I don't play enough tabletop to justify buying it, but this is pretty sick. What do you think about the Wick debate? Lots of things. As a matter of fact, Slade, you could just check yesterday's stream. Yesterday's stream, I actually break down the Wick debate. All right. Let's get cracking, I guess. What was it on? It was on Pisco's Hour. Wasn't it like last night's stream? Massive immigration debate versus counterpoints. You're a bitch. You're deflecting. That's awesome. It's a 5-hour stream. Where was it? You better not have unlisted it. Are you shitting me? Did he unlist it? No fucking way did he unlist it. Dude, I gotta check my I was watching it today. It better be unlisted. I'll be fucking furious. Okay, here we go. Oh, nope, that's my own show. Fuck. Go back to history. Here we go. I got it. Yeah, he didn't unlist it. Okay, good. Or if he did unlist it, yeah, it's unlisted. It's not privated. Thank you. Thank you, Pisco. I love you. All right. Anyways. Yeah, I got it. Don't worry about it. Joshua Camp says, so it's called Pisco's Hour, but realistically, it's more like 4 to 5 hours long. You guys are funny. All right, let's do an intro and then get into it. Don't worry, I'll engage with chat. I'll answer your questions. All right. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, a never Trump Republican, and I love alternative media and schizophrenic online politics. The most recent drama has been how far left should we go if we're going to be building an anti-MAGA coalition, and it's seen a civil war between a bunch of liberal creators and a bunch of socialist creators and a bunch of social democrat creators, and we're basically talking about, like, how should we conduct ourselves coming up to the midterms? Because it matters. Whether or not the anti-MAGA coalition beats Trump matters. And so if we're catering to a bunch of far-left schizophrenics, there's a strong chance that we could lose. And so we're not interested in that, or at least I'm not interested in that. And so this is Destiny, the streamer Destiny, fighting one of his former orbiters, Pisco, who is an intelligent man, despite what other people say to the contrary. I think that Steven jumps in at 441. So I'm going to fast forward just a little bit. 441. And we'll take it from there. Sorry.
interact and work synergistically with the vanguard for the purpose of getting Democrats to win in the midterms. And if that is,
well, first of all, you say it's floating an idea, but I feel like it was just like a potential, like an imagine if, or hypothetically, but then immediately following that, he just said why it's impossible.
But not on the basis that these people are...
You're acting like he actually entertained the idea, like it's
not on the
he
basis
would have actually done.
Not on the basis that these people are communists or socialists. It's on the basis that they're the ones, the limiting factor. It's not him saying, well, it could never happen because of course we shouldn't work with these people because of course they're Marxist, Leninists, or socialists.
In fact, I believe
they're also fucking dishonest though.
Wait.
Like the way he's dishonest, they're dishonest about. Well, I don't know about Bosch so much, but Hassan's dishonest about his fucking ideology.
So he didn't know about his ideology prior to November of last year. He thought he was just a regular God-fearing liberal capitalist like Ethan Klein did.
So something's happening here, and I cannot fucking believe you idiots are fucking doing this. Absolute fucking retards.
Wait, what are we doing?
What you're doing is
True. This is Mantis, by the way. This is Tom Foolery's friend.
You're taking a situation where there was a hypothetical post about something, and you're like eliminating the possibility that maybe he also thought their ideologies are fucking retarded. Is that?
Yup. Thank you for saying the obvious thing, Mantis.
That possible?
That wasn't mentioned at all. First of all, it wasn't mentioned at all. Secondly,
not only is it possible, it's probable. You can collaborate with people whose ideas you think are stupid. I do it all the time.
It wasn't even a hypothetical. It was,
oh my God,
hey,
it wasn't mentioned. Wow, it wasn't mentioned in that one moment.
Could you ever work with them again? And he said the only thing stopping it is them, not him.
True, because he thinks it would be fire content for all involved. I've heard this line of argumentation before.
So do you think that he would? So, I see Destiny in the stream disagreements. Let's bring him on. Badoom.
Nice. I actually do like that they're starting to collaborate. By the way, which they don't have to be friends. I don't care if they're friends. I just want the dialogue to open back up. You know what I'm saying? Because Pisco, despite that debate, Pisco is a smart cookie. Pisco is capable of complex thought. Pisco is capable of interesting criticism. And so just because, he swept for socialists unknowingly, in my opinion, in a way that I don't like, doesn't mean that I don't think Pisco's a bad guy. I think he makes good content. Devil says, can we get some attaboys for Hutch for plowing the fields with which the content has flowed for the last 2 weeks? Absolutely. Every time Pisco is like, well, should we stop working with the Vanguard? I'm like, no, please keep working with the Vanguard. I want more content. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Slade says, why would we lose? Incompetence. Why would you lose in 2024? Stupidity. Coalition infighting. Weird self-criticism. Talking about gun control 60 days out from the election, alienating a lot of never Trump moderates. There's plenty of reasons why Democrats would lose. Now, you wouldn't lose the midterms, but you could have a weak midterm show out, which would be seen as the American public approving of Trump. So maybe we shouldn't do that. Haraquin says, good morning, all. Ready for the Coke Fest for the second time in 12 hours? Yes, I am. Sapien says he's an intelligent and deeply flawed man. Aren't we all? Tallybot says, I watched this live. Very entertaining. Stephen walks Pico into the most epic track towards the end about Pete Buttigieg and the leftists. If you guys don't like me using Democratic politicians' names to make cringe dad jokes, then we're just not going to get along. So just deal with that.
What up, Steven? Hello?
Classic Mike.
Tom is fair.
Mic check.
Well,
what's up, dude?
All right.
Hold on. I heard people were discussing me. What's going on here?
So the question is...
Hold up. Stop.
It's a debate by proxy, Steven. It's a debate by proxy. Everyone's
drop your stream on Twitch.
Oh, shit. Hang on. I got to kick you out. 1 sec.
Let me fast forward 1 minute for tech shit, because they have to stop the Twitch stream, and they also have to do the warm up that everybody does during the stream.
All right. You wanted to talk. Oh, wait, let me unserver mute. Steven. Ogre, you want to talk?
No. We have a guest here. I mean, he came here. Let him talk.
Wait, Ogre was the one that brought up the point. Let the Hassan tattoo dude say his piece.
You have a fucking Hassan tattoo?
I already said it.
Yeah, see, Ogre Boy is one of the most obnoxious Hassan fans who has a Hassan tattoo.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So the point is the following, as I understand it, that there's this clip going around from after November where they're represented. You're floating synergistically working with Hassan and Vosh for the purpose of turning out the vote for Democrats. If that's the case, would you have a problem with us doing a
What's
similar?
the context of that clip? What am I talking about in that clip?
I'm not sure.
I'm just going to go ahead and preclude 10 minutes of the content. What Destiny was talking about in the clips that I've seen is that there are 3 extra large streamers in the left-wing space. It is Hassan Piker, Vosh, and Destiny. Destiny's specialty is debates, and so he doesn't have to be blood sports all the time. But in my opinion, he has annihilated and embarrassed Hassan and annihilated and embarrassed Vosh. So despite the fact that they could have spicy, contentious debates between the 3 of them and make fire content for all 3 audiences, Hassan and Vosh don't want to get owned. And so they stop debating Steven, which is bullshit. Now, you could say like, Steven's spicy, he's bloodthirsty, sometimes he's bad faith, he's a liar, he's this, he's that. But the truth is that the metrics would be out the ass for all 3. And not only could they do debate content that would be fire, but Steven could put on his kids' gloves so they could make collaborative content. But then they could also pull together for things that they're interested in. As much as Hassan is a massive, tanky, apologist piece of shit, he still thinks that Democrats, he still thinks that Democrats are better than Republicans when it comes to policy. He might think that they're particularly hypocritical pieces of shit that are preventing him from a socialist revolution, but he also thinks that they're not as bad in general, right? Then same thing with Vosh. Vosh is simultaneously more repulsive in personal conduct because of his lolicon consumption and because of his alleged DMing of minors saying, hey, when you're 18, send me your booby pics. But he's also a large figure that he could debate, that could also collaborate on supporting the Democrats as a lesser of 2 evils. So you can simultaneously have antagonistic content and you can have collaborative content. We don't have to agree on everything. We just have to agree on the fact that right now, MAGA is fucking up the country. And so voting for the lesser of 2 evils is preferable. That's it. That's all it is. And this is going to take like 10 minutes of our lives.
Wait. How long have you been talking about it?
He brought it up. I've seen what he brought up.
Well,
AKA Badasui says, probably don't put your campaign energy into 9-month abortions. Right.
People just told me that there's a conversation going on here, but how long has this conversation been going on about the clip?
It's about 15 minutes, maybe.
And you have no idea what the clip is about?
I see the guy, this guy, whatever his name is, Paul something. I've heard him on your stream before. I have no idea of the context, broader context. If there's something you want to clarify, I'm asking people to come on and clarify it.
Oh, okay. I don't know why you would ask other people to come on and clarify, but I'm guessing it probably came from a larger video. I don't usually do like 20-second videos, but it's possible I did. But my guess is probably
there's a
video.
There's a big stream, Paul's ego stream, and I'm usually this is disagreements. I'm bringing on people who want to take issue with how I present myself in the debate, and we brought an Ogre Boy who's a communist. I was going to yell at him to be a communist, and he brought up this clip, and I'm asking people to, is this out of context? What's going on? And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I'm wondering about it.
Okay, sure. So I don't know what the, I don't know what here. I don't care. I know because I've said this like same thing like 4 or 5 times. I think what I've said is some variation of, it would be really cool if all the largest like left-leaning content creators could do content together, but they can't because they're all literally brain broken on it. Hassan is too cloud obsessed to work with Vosh. Vosh is too brain broken and scared of debating me, so he won't debate me. And then Hassan won't work with Vosh because Hassan only goes upwards when it goes to clout. So as a result, all of your largest leftist content creators literally can't do any content together, as opposed to the right, where all of these guys are literally like ass fucking each other in the White House now with Benny Johnson, the Russian paid dude, because that's how like integrated their system is. And I said the people over here are.
I wanted to bring this up. So I doubt Tim Pool's going to give a shit about this, but both times that I was on Tim Pool, Steven Crowder wrapped up his show on Rumble and raided Tim Pool. And then also, I think they got phone calls from like Steven Crowder's team trying to coordinate some level of content. And Tim was like openly talking about it, where he's like, yeah, I'm working with Crowder on this blah, 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 blah. And so while I'm sure there's substantive differences between Tim Pool and Crowder, Crowder is probably infinitely more actually conservative than Tim Pool is. But because they know that they're pushing in the same direction, even though Tim Pool was accused of being a Russian shill, and even though Steven Crowder has been accused of abusing his wife, there's all sorts of personal reasons and professional reasons why these two people could come up with excuses not to work together. And yet they're like, okay, well, this is for the good of my political tribe. Therefore, we're going to set aside these political differences so we can all make money, so we can all get time, clout, and attention. And so rising tides raise all boats. And that's what pisses me off is like, no offense, lefties, but you guys are oftentimes crabs in a bucket. You like ripping each other apart. Like just as soon as one of you starts succeeding, you rip each other down. I have no idea what it is, but it's this totally counterproductive slave mentality bullshit where if one of you succeeds, it's like, well, only my guy can succeed. I have to rip down the other guy. Sabine Green for 100 DKK says, have you looked at the latest media disaster with Sydney Sweetie's apparently controversial ad? Truth be told, no, because woman with big boobs does commercial, ugly people mad is not something that I want to waste my time on. But that's the kind of thing like where if you're a lefty woman and you're like, Sydney Sweeney said the word genes and as a play on words between genetics and the jeans that she's wearing in an ad, this is crypto Nazi shit. You're a fucking idiot and you're hurting the left. So shut the fuck up. I can say that because I'm center right, right? So I want the anti-MAGA coalition to beat MAGA. You are hurting the anti-MAGA coalition. Can I maximize the video? Sure can, because I don't think we're going to get copyright struck on this one. Getting a tattoo of a streamer is quite possibly the most cringe thing one can do. I agree. But apparently Ogre Boy was in like a depressive episode and on the verge of killing himself, and Hassan Piker helped him through the dark place. So he just got it as like a token of surviving that dark time in his life. So if you bully him too much about it, then you're being really, 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 really mean. But Ogre Boy is also so abrasive and rude and cringe that it actually doesn't matter how mean you are to him. Joshua Camp says, how does Vosh have a platform after some stuff like that? Because people don't care. Because he's more entertaining and more funny than all the other streamers. Anyways, Not So Gen X says, people keep talking about the print ad, but the real ad, people question a commercial where she talks about her jeans, but it's a dog whistle if you substitute jeans into it instead. Yeah, it's cringe and stupid, and it's a waste of time and energy.
Able to work together, right?
So
earlier I made the joke about you, and I heard you say this.
Like the roadblock isn't...
What?
The roadblock isn't you, though, correct?
There are a million different roadblocks, but it depends on what you're talking about.
Send Patty says we need more likers. Like the video, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you.
If someone were to ask you flat out what the roadblock is between the three of you working together, and then you responded with, it's not me, it's them, and then you explain why it's them.
What do you mean by working together?
Synergistically working together. And the afterthought was...
Do you mean like doing debates on like Israel-Palestine? Do you mean doing...
What did you mean? What did you mean by synergistically working
What did you
together?
mean?
Well, literally doing any type of like content together would be a huge boost for viewership for all of us.
As opposed to antagonistic. Antagonistic, I take to be kind of contentious. Synergistic.
No.
What did you mean?
I'm saying even a debate can be antagonistic. Like antagonistic content can still garner views too. But usually when I bring in this point is that these people
specified both to be clear.
What?
You specified both to be clear. You said antagonistic, but even synergistic. You gave both options on the table, and in that specific event, you said that the obstacle was not them, that it was you.
Okay, why don't you tell me what you think I meant?
I think he said the opposite. I think he said the problem was them. Like, Hassan is so clout-brained and hates Destiny so much, he won't do collaborative debate content or synergistic content in order to support the Democrats. And then Vosh is so sick of getting stomped on in debates that he doesn't want to do the research necessary in order to actually give Destiny a run for his money. I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
Let's hear it. Well, I'm curious.
I think I'm going to be polite and not actually think what I think the motivation behind it was, but ultimately I'm saying
no, wait, wait,
hold on, reality where you're saying wait.
No, say what you mean.
There are no amounts of likes that will shade my beard. You could literally get me 1 million likes on a video. I need cash. I want money. Cash rules everything around me. All right, cream.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm going to be polite and hide my feelings like a little bitch. Just say what you mean. What do you mean?
Well, if you look at the timing on when you're saying this, I think you were kind of in a spot where you were desperate for as many associates as you possibly could.
What is this after the Pixie shit or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Have I ever said this comment before on stream?
Not to my knowledge.
I've said it like 4 or 5 times before. If you go and you could probably ask my chat, like, has Destiny ever said, wow, isn't it I've probably even said this on podcasts before, that it's crazy that all of the largest leftist content creators can't do content together.
So would you work synergistically in the future?
This has nothing to do with anything that we've talked about.
It may or may not.
It doesn't.
What?
So you
No, wait,
saying that the roadblock is them and not you. As you said on your VOD that is still on your channel, what I link in both Pisco's YouTube and in his fucking Twitch channel.
Okay, boy. Let's assume that the reason why, okay,
there's no need for formality.
Let's assume that the reason why I was so desperate, okay, to escape, the rapist reputation or whatever, that I wanted to work with them.
Destiny must have been tired. He called himself a rapist. Baby Blasphemy says, I know he didn't. I'm just fucking around. Baby Blasphemy says, Destiny is saying they won't even appear in the same location together, which would increase everybody's views. Yeah, imagine if they didn't even talk, right? Like, imagine if PV, because PV was able to get Vosh and Destiny to work together towards the canvassing volunteering operations. But Vosh only did the Jamal Bowman thing. He didn't do the moderate Democrat shit, probably because he knew that some people in his audience would bitch. And then Steven did the moderate Democrat stuff and I think like a few ballot initiatives in Ohio. But imagine if there was an event, they don't even need to talk to each other. They just need to be at the same hotel for an hour where you have a convention setting where they do a speech, and let's say Hassan like throws his dick around because he's the biggest streamer. Okay. Hassan comes up, he does an AMA for 30 minutes, and then he stands by to the side for 30 minutes. Then Destiny does an AMA for 30 minutes, and then he stands by on the side, and they don't talk to each other. Then Vosh comes up and does an AMA for 30 minutes, and then he stands off to the side. And then let's say that you have all 3 streamers lined up at tables so they can take pictures and sign shit for like, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours, right? Now, that might be a pain in the ass for the streamers, but if that was a canvassing event, Steven alone was able to pull 300 people. So Hassan might be able to pull, an extra 300. Vosh might be able to pull an extra 300. But then on top of that, through the cumulative effect of just having those 3 people in the same place. So if you're a fan of Vosh and Destiny, you can shake hands. Or if you're a fan of Hassan and Vosh, you can shake both their hands. You're probably going to add up to like 1,000 or 2,000 people in the same place at the same time. And you can convert a majority of those people if specifically the meet and greet is for a canvassing operation where you're expected to volunteer during the day. You could have 1,000 people door knocking in some random Rust Belt city just because these 3 people put their fucking differences aside. The problem is that they all have massive egos and they're all assholes and they all don't want to be embarrassed.
How would that even be an argument in your favor?
Because it shows that you were desperate and that you were nowhere near as...
I've heard Steven saying this for years. So Ogre Boy saying that this was necessary because of Steven's most recent drama is bullshit.
Bitter, maybe? Like a spite-filled as you are now towards seeing other people
your argument,
growing and branching out and networking beyond accolades that you should be getting?
Hold on.
By the way, Ogre Boy, this wasn't after the Pixie stuff.
Hold on, wait. You think that my goal was to grow and branch out and that I was only doing this out of desperation? And if that's your assumption of my mind state, why would you take that as a foundation to build a good argument for building collaboration within the future?
Melody says, how much to shave? $350, and it has to be a single donation. We're not doing that by 5s and 10s.
Ultimately, I'm still saying that you're hypocritical because at the end of the day, you were taking a position on someone, a couple of someone's that you know full well about at that point in time. You knew anything and everything.
McDevin says, how much to dye your beard blue? I'll dye my beard red. And I'll do that seriously for like $100. And you can do that in like $5 increments. I don't give a shit.
Thing that you needed to know about Hassan in regards to how he talks about the Democrats and anything he has to say about terrorism. And at that point, you're saying it would be great for you guys all to work together synergistically.
Okay, so
if you're telling me that I'm reaching out at a point in time where I am compromised in some way, and then you're trying to say, aren't you being hypocritical? If that's your mind read of me, then the answer is probably yeah, right? Like, let's assume that I was addicted to crack cocaine and I went and stole some food from a store.
Okay,
hold on. Haven't you advocated in the past that people shouldn't steal? And when you were addicted to crack cocaine, you stole? Doesn't that make you a big like hypocrite? You're not.
Well, let's just let's put that aside. Let's put that aside. It's just like, what is the actual prescription? Would you be open to, in the future, working synergistically with Vosh and Hassan to promote the election of Democrats as your today position?
At this point, I'm not entirely sure, but it depends on what you mean by working synergistically.
What did you mean by working?
What do you mean by working synergistically?
Well, according to you, I was just desperate to do any content.
I'm trying to see what you mean.
When I talk about this, I would have to see the particular video this is pulled from. But generally, when I talk about this, I usually just remark at the irony that all of the largest leftist content creators cannot work together, and that's crazy to me. I'm not the. I'm the.
Do you have Pisco's YouTube chat open? I'll drop the link in there so you can watch it yourself.
Wait, I'm just.
They are the roadblock when it comes to things like so Hassan is the roadblock when it comes to debating, obviously. Vosh is the roadblock when it comes to like debating and doing content together. Vosh is somebody I'm still kind of sort of on the fence on because I don't know where the fuck he's at with the whole whatever shit. But like the point when I'm generally making this is that like it's just crazy that none of the largest leftist content creators can work together. That's insane.
Okay, but excising them for the Nazis that they are, that's not an issue then.
When I say excising for the Nazis somebody is, when I say that, what I'm saying is that Nazis will deliberately hide their power level. They're not.
RageMate says, how much for a Hitler stash? Free.
Forthcoming with their beliefs, and they're usually trying to be subversive in whatever movements they enter.
So let's just get clarity.
Hassan's belief on November 30th of 2024.
Okay, because I'm not an idiot, I'm going to go ahead and explain this again, because Ogre Boy, I half expect him to show up in this fucking chat. I actually think Ogre Boy has like 80 IQ. The whole point is that Hassan is, I'm just going to be real about it. Hassan's a fucking shitbag, okay? Hassan's a shitbag. He sweeps for terrorism. He sweeps for China. He sweeps for Russia. He says cringe shit all the time. He's a counterproductive force on the left, and yet he's still able to attract tens of thousands of young people to his audience because he's handsome, I guess. And he can recite geopolitical facts for 10 minutes at a time in something that approaches coherence. So somehow he's built a fucking audience. I don't understand how, because the content doesn't appeal to me, but it appeals to other people. So the point is that while Hassan Piker is a tanky piece of shit, it's undeniable that he's on the left, and it's undeniable that he's popular. And so if you can leverage that to good ends, like voting for the lesser of two evils in general elections, or pursuing specific ballot initiatives, then you should leverage that. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't stop calling him a tanky piece of shit, because hopefully you can bully some of his audience away from Hassan's perspective. And maybe even one day Hassan Piker will just wake up and it'll be like, whoa, I just woke up from a 20-year coma. It turns out that socialism is kind of like impractical in real life and communism is a pipe dream. We should all focus on making our current society better instead of endlessly bitching about being in an apocalyptic death cult of social communist apologia. And I'm actually going to become a heterosexual, monogamous, mildly socially conservative person, and I'm going to make the world a better place. That would be fucking awesome. Not going to happen, but we can pray, right? I get not everybody's going to like that, but that's what I want. Not So Gen X is, did everyone see the thumbnail photo on Wick's debate video? It's amazing. I wish I could attach it in chat. If you're talking about the AI thing where we're all like early 20th century barbers, yeah, I thought that was cool. Grassroots just unlocked a core memory of the Chappelle Show, Wu-Tang Financial. You need to diversify your bones. Yeah, I would use the N-word if I was allowed to. With an A, to be clear. And then also, what was it? You said something about, if you think Sydney Sweeney's ugly, you're very dumb. If you think Sydney Sweeney is the most beautiful person in the world, you're very dumb. I agree with this 100%. Grassroots said that earlier. Sydney Sweeney's undeniably hot, but she basically has like a decent face and huge cans. That's what it is. She's not like, I would take 1 billion young Salma Hayeks before I would date Sydney Sweeney. Like, have you guys seen a young Salma Hayek? It's just crazy, like, how physically attractive this woman is. Like, maybe I'm crazy, but Salma Hayek, right here, I would take 1 billion Salma Hayeks over Sydney Sweeney any day of the week. Like, you could ask me for 10,000 days in a row, do you want to date Salma Hayek or do you want to date Sydney Sweeney? And my answer is going to be Salma Hayek, right? But Sydney Sweeney, I'm not trying to be too gross. I'm not going to be like, she's got a cute face, right? She's got a cute face, but she's got crazy cans. So, yeah, she is not the most attractive person that I've ever seen in my life, but she's undeniably attractive, right? So, anyways, enough ogling. Let's go.
Do what?
You discovered Hassan's beliefs on November 30th of 2024. Because you said this on November 29th of 2024. So if he was hiding his power level and you found out the next day, I get it then, I guess.
Hold on. Let me ask you one more time. I don't know if you keep forgetting this. What kind of content did you think I was saying that I would do with Hassan? What, that I would go and campaign with him for socialism, or that I would do debate content with him?
I don't know.
Actually, you said both. You said get out the vote and you said debate content. You said antagonistic content and you said synergistic content.
Do you think that it would have been to go out?
The synergistic content would have just him being put on kids' gloves for a debate or conversation. I'm sure it still would have been antagonistic mildly for views.
And
view videos.
Do you think that it would have been to go out and promote socialism, socialist candidates? Or do you think it would have been to promote?
Wait, no.
Like,
but
does it matter?
Does it matter?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does matter.
Oh, wait, so I can work with the Vanguard, therefore, to get out the vote for Democrats, right?
Yes, you can, but if they use you, I used a very gendered, disgusting sexual term during our previous debate. I used the apologies in advance. Hopefully my mom's not listening. I used the term cock sleeve, okay, which is gross. I know it's a repulsive word. However, I think that in your mind is going to build the idea that these people are using you in a vulgar way to their own ends. And so, Pisco, I'm going to say it for the 50th time. I don't give a shit if you talk to the Vanguard. I don't give a shit if you talk to Hassan Piker. I don't care if you talk to fucking Bad Empanada. But what I want you to do is that if there's a topic that comes up where you viciously disagree with them, then I want you to go in both barrels and say that you viciously disagree with them. That's it. That's all it is. You should be dragging the socialists and communists to your perspective. You should not be a vulgar, useful tool for them, and you should not get dragged in their direction. Easy explanation.
You're not working with the Vanguard in the capacity to get out the vote for Democrats. You're working with them when they're actively shitting on the party.
No, but I take those videos, you know, the high performing videos.
Hadn't shit on the party on the end of November of last year.
So,
what? Is this going to be do I have to produce the clip on my fucking cell phone in bed? Like, your mom's already pissed enough at me that I'm like rolled over, not talking to her right now. What do you want me to do? You want me to dig a clip out? Do you think Hassan was a huge fan of the Democratic Party in November of last year? Is that what you're saying, Ogre Boy?
No, I don't think
I'm asking you if that's your opinion.
Okay, so Sabian says, how much did you want, again, to dye your beard blue? I don't want to dye it blue. I want to dye it red. And I would want $100, okay? Reason being that I'm assuming a decent dye kit is probably like 50, and then I want 50 so I can go eat some food. That isn't like chicken and rice. Like, listen, I love chicken rice. I love chicken and rice and hot sauce. I would eat chicken, rice, and hot sauce every single day of my life. However, every now and then, I want a Five Guys cheeseburger, and I don't want to feel guilty about it. So if you say, hey, Connor, here's $100 in order to dye your beard red, then I'll go spend $50 on a dye kit, and it'll be like an obnoxious red. I actually thought about doing this before. It'll be an obnoxious red, and then I will also go get myself a Five Guys cheeseburger, a soda, and a milkshake. So
opinion.
No, my opinion is Hassan's probably hated the Democrat Party for years. Generally, when I make this comment, my comment is it would be cool if, like, all.
Mark says, what I don't get is why Connor doesn't spend more time trying to grab people out of the middle who aren't monsters instead of the extreme far left and going to drive the middle away. Listen, Mark Goodhart, Adam something said that him and I could talk again. I don't know if that's true or not, but Sitch and Adam are the only people, they're the only center people that I actually think are center. Everybody else I think is bullshitting. Sargon's bullshitting. Shoe on Head's bullshitting. Chris Ray Gun doesn't do anything anymore. I'm trying to think of who else. Who else is in the center, right? PF Young and Sitch and Adam are the only centrists who I actually think are centrists. I think everybody else is a contrarian grifter. I actually like, there might be another example that you could bring up, but I cannot think of another centrist creator who isn't, I'm going to use the term cock sleeve again, my apologies, who isn't a useful cock sleeve for MAGA. They don't exist. It's Sitch and Adam and PF Young and me. And by the way, Adam still swept for MAGA.
Well, the leftist content creators could work together for the Democratic Party. There's a whole host of reasons why this isn't happening. None of this is getting you any closer to, should we appeal to socialists or communists who fucking hate Democrats in order to work with them?
No, but, but you wouldn't have a problem.
You wouldn't
there.
have to appeal to Hassan in order to work with him?
I would not know. If I have to appeal to socialist values to work with somebody, I'm not going to work with them. No.
So do you think that's oh, okay, Pisco, sorry, it's your stream, go ahead.
I just want to ask, like, so if we're doing a get out the vote thing with the Vanguard, you don't have a problem with us working in that capacity. You don't have a problem with us, you know, even if I were to go on Hassan's stream to promote candidates for Democrats, if we're working synergistically for that specific end, as opposed to, you know, promoting socialism, you wouldn't have a problem with me, you know, going on the Vanguard to be like, hey guys, it's important to vote for Democrats, and working synergistically and building a relationship with them for that purpose.
In that capacity, probably not. I don't know if they would be interested in that, but I'm all, like, in that case, I'd probably be okay with you on Nick Fuentes' stream in that capacity. Like, yeah, why would I not want anybody to just promote the candidates?
So in what
True, dude. I'll talk to Fuentes. I'll talk to Cultured Thug. I'll talk to Keith Woods. I'll talk to what's another person? Lauren Southern. You know, literally Lauren Southern and I are internet friends as far as I know. I don't think we burned the bridge. Stefan Molyneux. I would talk to any of these people. But the truth is that if Stefan Molyneux, this is the difference. So Stefan Molyneux and I can have a casual conversation about the limits of libertarianism and what statism should actually do. And we can have a conciliatory conversation about that where we just debate our perspectives and we're not mean. But halfway through the conversation, if Stefan Molyneux is like, yeah, you know, and that's why we can't have a libertarian society because of black people's skull shapes. They have the warrior gene and they ruin civilized societies. Then I'm going to be like, hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right here. And then I'm going to fucking press him on his fucking race realist bullshit. So, you know, that's the problem, is that it seems like live and learn, and bear in mind I'm saying seems, it seems like they're hanging out with Aaron Straighterade, right? And they're not giving her a lot of shit for being a communist. And they're hanging out with the Vanguard, and they're not giving them a lot of shit for being socialist. They're just having conversations about policy and how the Democrats are actually bad. Now, the criticism of the Democrats might be valid. That's not the point. The point is you're allowing them to use you for clout, influence, and money, and you're not pushing back on the things that actually matter in reference to them being a nefarious element in the left. That's the point. Anybody with an IQ above 80 understands that. And since there's 200 beautiful souls on my stream, and they all have 3,000 IQ and excellent taste in content, they all understand this instinctively.
Capacity do you think that I failed in the Vanguard situation?
I'm not. It's not a hyper like you failed in this conversation. I failed in tons of conversations. The issue that I have is that
Anonymous chatter says Salma Hayek getting her clothes cut off in the Zorro movie changed me forever. I was a young lad, but that seeing made me into a man. Sir, that was not Salma Hayek. That is the other woman that that was the other woman that made me into a man that I would sell my souls for. It's funny, we already Googled this once before. Catherine Zeta-Jones. Yeah. So, you know, like Nick Fuentes and his ilk are like, you can't race mix with Hispanic people. And then like Catherine Zeta-Jones exists. And like, I get it. She might be more Spanish. I don't even know if she's Spanish, but she might be more Spanish than she is indigenous. But if she, yeah, I don't even need to say anything, bro. I don't even need to say anything. If you don't like this, you're gay. Okay, but it's just that simple. If you don't like Catherine Zeta-Jones in Zorro, you like dudes. Okay, and that's cool. You can like dudes. There's nothing wrong with liking dudes. Congratulations on liking dudes. But if you don't want to wife up Catherine Zeta-Jones from Zorro, you're gay.
Socialists and communists, the entire media apparatus that they built is like honed in on relentlessly shitting on the Democrats, and all of the media figures in the sphere do it. I don't know if you've watched or I don't even know what the fuck you think about it, but that Crystal Ball interview with the senator from Michigan was just unbelievable to me. And when I see this happening over
We should watch that at some point.
and over again, and then they're trying to build bridges to liberals. Never in my life have I ever seen a leftist talk about how we should do this, guys, so that like we can like
we should do this in order to appeal to liberals. And their example was Bernie Sanders having higher minimum wage and pro-marijuana policy, which, by the way, I do think that defeats Stephen's arguments that socialists never tried to appeal to liberals. But I think he's talking about in the media landscape. In the media landscape, leftists are smug, condescending freaks who, if you haven't read 10,000 hours of socialist philosophy, then you're a fascist piece of shit. So yeah, I think Stephen is wrong, but he's like 80% correct in the media landscape.
help the liberals more. Rarely they'll talk about being more mask on, which sounds subversive and is subversive. Like when Hassan was saying like we should use the Democrats as a weapon, but they don't ever seem interested in building a bridge towards us. So why would we build a bridge towards them when their goal is literally the eradication of our side?
What do you think Hassan wants to use the Democrats as a weapon to do? What's the end goal?
Socialism and communism, which, by the way, I'm going to explain real quick. Swoletariat sent me a 2-hour conversation. Jesus Christ, you guys went crazy. Jesus Christ. I don't even know how much 1,000 DKK is, but now I assume I have to do something. Let's talk about socialism first, though. Okay. I had to watch a 2-hour theory video that was okay, but the fact that I had to watch a 2-hour theory video made me want to blow my brains out. Okay. So in the 2-hour theory video, it talked about 19th century and 20th century socialism. And the only definition that I can think of that encapsulated all of the kinds of socialism is that there is the owner class, the bourgeois, and there is the working class, the proletariat. And the only thing that all these socialist movements had in common is that they were movements to emancipate the working class. And weirdly enough, social democracy actually kind of fell under that definition because it was trying to harness capitalism in order to maximally free the working class under a capitalist society. So social democracy actually is a 50-50 split on whether or not it's a socialist philosophy. Okay. But communism was the communal ownership of all property. And so that, in my opinion, is socialism is the working class attempt to emancipate the working class, whereas communism is the end result. That's where you actually achieve a society that has abolished the class distinctions between the owners and the workers. But then you can use that as like a general vague definition, but it's so vague that it might as well be useless, right? Like when I give a homeless guy $10, am I emancipating him for the day? Does that make me a socialist? No. I could give you another dozen examples, but I think you already understand what I'm saying. And so the point is, the reason why I will continue to use decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production is because I think that's what socialism means in a Marxist sense. And the reason why I will articulate moneyless, stateless, classless society as communism is because I think that is the goal of Marxist socialism. And so if you want to differentiate and say, oh, I'm a Scandinavian, or I actually prefer social democratic policies, or whatever. We can have that conversation, but I really, 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 really do not like the fucking word games, because I don't think the socialists are explaining socialism in order to clarify what's actually going on. I think they're using it as a word game to claim everything good that's ever happened in industrial society for workers is socialism, and everything bad that's ever happened to them is communism. It pisses me the fuck off. Now, I have to catch up with that super chat because that was huge. Beezus says, somebody please turn Connor into a ginger. Yeah, well, I think somebody worked on that. Ask at least $500. No, guys, stop. You have to understand that you are hurting Chud Logic right now. Okay. Rage Mate says, Five Guys is mid. I will accept my ban like a warrior. I'm not going to ban you because the truth is In-N-Out is superior to Five Guys, but I don't have an In-N-Out in Florida yet. Otherwise, I'd be going to In-N-Out. I'm not shaving this shit, you psychos. Oh, although I guess for $350, I would shave the beard. Did you like the chat? Yes or no? Yes. Rage Mate says, I think Adam is bullshitting. Sitch is all right. Sitch is great. Hergeberg says PF is a retard. Yes, but he's my retard. Brandon Zero says, wait, you actually think Adam is actually in the center? Yeah, probably. He's one of those contrarian liberals. Are we apologizing every time we curse now? No, just when I say ableist slurs. And also racist slurs. Talibot says, I'm a centrist, but I did vote for Trump. Lol. Yeah. Say what you want about Shu, but she's been pretty consistent over the years. Yeah, she's a fucking horseshoe. She's a left-right horseshoe. Sabian says, this will probably be the only donation that large I ever make. I look forward to the annoying red beard. Thank you. Thank you, Sapien. Honestly, thank you. That's a huge donation. I don't even know what DKK is, but thank you. I will, if this is the equivalent of $100, or even if it's like $80, I will go get a die kit. So I'll have to check the currency. Anyways, thank you. Let's go.
I just want to hear from you.
Exclusively socialist and communist candidates.
Like what? Oh, exclusively socialist.
Yes.
Okay.
He doesn't like liberals, Ogre Boy. I don't know why you're
Yeah, oh, no, we agree. We agree.
You think that he's a fan of liberal candidates?
He's not.
He's not.
Ogre
No.
Boy, hello? Hey, hold on. Did your thing cut out? Ogre Boy, do you think that he's a fan of liberal candidates? Do you think that Hassan would work to get liberal candidates elected?
He might as the lesser of two evils in a general election. I don't think Hassan would work for liberal candidates in a primary.
Actually, well, if we're being very specific, as long as they had a decent position on Israel-Palestine, yes, he would.
I don't think
Name
so.
one.
There's one fucker that has been tweeting about it recently that he does mention during his streams. I can't think of his name right now.
Okay.
But I can.
Wait,
there is one.
Ogre. I want to focus in therefore on the criticisms of me and Live and Learn and what's going on here. So, our stated intent. You might think we're fucking stupid. You might think that we're like.
That's the main thing, Pisco. Like, I'm being real. I've talked to Pisco recently, so the temperature has cooled down a little bit. But it's not that Pisco or Econoboy are unintelligent. It's not that they don't understand very complex information. It's not that they're not insightful creators. I think they're useful idiots for people who are more nefarious than them. That is my actual criticism. You are being useful idiots for more nefarious characters.
Deranged or something, but our stated intent, to the extent that we're like building bridges, or to the extent that we're like having people on,
Penelope Cruz, yeah, she's fine too,
is to help Democrats, is to help elect them. And in that context, can you identify any criticism or prescription you have of me specifically?
Daggerung says, I'm missing work in order to hear Connor lose his shit on Pisco. That might not happen, bro. I think I understand.
I don't know how many times I can say this. The issue is not like, it's not one like word you could say or thing you could do, or it's the idea, this
Thank you, Fashion 40.
general approach. I guess it's possible to dig through the VOD and look, but it's the general approach of befriending socialists who will relentlessly shit on the Democrats, and then like incorporating them. And when I say incorporate into the movement, what I mean is you're just attaching them as a leech to absorb whatever they can from us or from the
Real quick,
Democrats.
last year, when was the DNC convention? Wasn't it in the summer?
Yeah, who cares?
Right?
I don't know why.
I mean, that's before November when you said all this shit. So he said everything that he was going to say about Kamala at that point, right?
Why does that matter?
I don't know why.
because you're saying if they're going to relentlessly shit on the Democrats, that's a deal breaker, yet you were talking about you would work with them.
In order to help elect Democrats, you dumbass. Dude, I hate the pedantry. I actually think it's like autism. My wife thinks I have autism, by the way, but that's just because I yap about really complex topics endlessly. But I think I have the social IQ to realize that I'm being annoying, and so I don't actually think I have autism. There are people in this space who actually translate words exclusively to be literally true. And then, if there's a literally true statement that contradicts the original one, they're like, how is this possible? Is this magic? And no, it's not magic. You have autism. So to explain it, just in case members of my audience have autism, Steven is saying, if Hassan Piker and Vosh and I work together, not only could we make shitloads of cash and decent content and have combined viewership that's going to raise all boats, but when it came to politics and charities and fundraisers and volunteering organizations and canvassing operations, we could all push left-wing candidates and policies. Now, are we always going to agree on the candidates? Probably not. If Hassan wants to push a fucking tanky through, like a Marxist-Leninist representative in New York, then obviously Destiny is going to be like, that's too far left for me. I'm not going to do that. However, if there's a quote-unquote socialist who pushes social democrat policies, Steven, if it's a lesser of two, if it's between the social democrat and a fucking fascist, then Steven is going to pick the social democrat. This is actually like not hard to understand at all, but people have hella autism.
Are you really going to hang your hat on this one quote without even knowing like the context of where this quote came from?
You think I didn't watch the live stream?
Then tell me the context of
Sorry. Well, QC John said Lance did more to further race IQ than any race realist when he tried to debate JF Gary Epi on genetics. That's awesome.
Quote, what am I even talking about in that video?
The person that you were having the convo with asked you what is stopping you from working with them again. You said that it isn't you because you talk about all the time about how the three of the biggest leftists, blah, 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 blah. And then you end up saying that the roadblock is entirely in their direction, not in yours.
And
so
what is that?
Shaved dog butt. Yes, DM me.
If that's the case, that makes all of this current discourse really fucking stupid. Because at the end of the day, it's something that you're trying to apply to other people and not to yourself.
Do you think there's a difference between working with somebody to promote a candidate after the primary is over? Do all the same colored crayons taste the same, or is there like a
yeah
difference in flavor between different colors?
Okay.
Believe it or not, they all taste the same.
Hold on. If somebody wants to come and work with somebody after the fucking primaries and shit are over, then like I think that's fundamentally a different type of question than working with somebody when we're not even.
When they had the Vanguard on, the primaries and shit were over, right? Like you were far enough in between any election whatsoever. So
sorry, this is a wildly important chat. Sorry for interrupting the content. Sarah Buckley says Salma Hayek from Dusk Till Dawn made me gay. Yup.
It really didn't matter, right?
Yeah, but then the question is, then what is the goal at that point? Like,
Pisco, what was the goal?
If Hassan wants to build a bridge with me or wants to do something with me, like 10 days before the election, at that point, honestly, I'll probably throw fucking anybody on stream.
I know, but these.
True. Political pragmatism because we don't have autism. Ogre Boy has autism.
These elections, you know, these elections.
Wait, for Ogre Boy. I'm just saying for Ogre Boy, right? But that's fundamentally different than like, what about like 100 days before like a primary or something when their rhetoric has exclusively been centered around shitting on every single electable like centerless candidate. And at that point, no, it's probably going to be if I do any content with them, it's probably going to be incredibly combative. Would be my guess.
Okay, but like these election cycles, they're pretty far out, Stephen, and you know, it's pretty.
Which is why we want to fight now. By the way, Stephen and I talked about this when I was hanging out with him in Miami. The reason why we want to fight the far left right now is because we're like a year and change out from midterms, so we don't want to show up to the fucking midterms and have all the lefties and tankies and socialists who are hiding their power level behind social democratic policies. We don't want to basically wake up a year from now and realize that they have totally annihilated the online alternative media sphere to the point that every person under the age of 40 is now a Marxist. That's why we're bitching about it now.
Pretty hard to like have these kinds of synergistic
oh, hold on. Typesman Mad says they need to make a new word for the soft socialism instead of LARPing as actual socialists. Yeah, it's just social democracy. That's all it is. Social democracy. It's capitalism where you vote in improvements for the working conditions to the point that workers can have dignified lives. That's social democracy. Now, you can say that's a stepping stone to socialism if you, in general, you're like a libertarian and you're hostile to any collective workers movement. Well, that's a totally different conversation than let's decommodify basic human needs, which means that you're creating a state so big that it can guarantee food, water, and shelter to every human being within the country. And then let's have workers owning the means of production, which means that the state enforces every private contract at the point of at a barrel of a gun that you have to share ownership of a private enterprise. The state required to implement socialism is so big that it's almost necessarily authoritarian. We can argue about that. Like Econo Boy can say, like, no, if we do it democratically, then it's all good. But I'm going to disagree with that.
Plays have any impact if there's not like a pre-existing structure for it. That's the whole criticism of like the Democratic Party is they don't have a structure for this. And so surely if you can recognize the utility in building alliances to Hassan and Vosh and the 10 days before the election, why wouldn't that also apply in the 2 years before the election?
If we
Actually,
both
this was
had
25 days after, but go ahead.
Let's assume, Ogre Boy, get the 64 pack and go eat some more crayons, okay? Let's assume that we both had a gun to our heads, okay? Peace gun. We had to guess. If you Live and Learn and the Vanguard and two other whatever, you guys have equivalent size audiences. If you were to do highly collaborative content for
Dylan Thomas says, Connor, does Valor take a portion of the super chats? Yeah, I basically have to make my salary back because they pay me a monthly salary. And then after that, we have a revenue split. But that money is sufficient that I'm going to do it. Like I'm going to take I'm getting paid, or I think I got paid today, by the way. I will take the cash and I will go get the die kit based off of that donation.
6 months. Do you think that more of your guys' audience would be completely turned off from voting for establishment Dems? Or do you think more of their audience would be completely turned on to voting for establishment Dems? Because I've only ever seen the flow work one way. This is why I said in our conversation 2 days ago or yesterday or whatever the fuck, where I was like, if the media environment was like half the socialists were kind of like supportive of the mainstream Dems and the other half were like relentlessly shitting on them, I'd be like, whatever, I'd feel differently about it. But I've only ever seen this pipeline, this flow go one way.
I think I want to give it a try. And the reason I want to give it a try is because like I said before, I think there's an evolutionary niche for these socialist people. They're going to exist no matter what. I can't make them not.
This is true too. This is good for Pisco. For Pisco to be a progressive who has like capitalist takes, to be the token liberal in far left spaces like Crystal Ball and Kyle Kulinski, which I know some people are going to argue that they're not that far left. But with Kyle Kulinski and Crystal Ball and with the Vanguard boys or whatever, there's a niche to be filled by a competent progressive / liberal who can duke it out in a friendly way. They're not going to want to work with Steven because he's too toxic. They're not going to want to work with me because I'm too far right. They'll work with Pisco because he is left enough to be acceptable, but right enough that they can fight. Pisco's in an excellent niche right now. A lot of people have been saying like, oh, Pisco's going to tank his career. Oh, he's falling out of the DGG orbit. Oh, he's crashing out. He's doing this. He's doing that. I think Pisco's going to grow, man. Like I could eat these words, but I think that trying to hybridize far left people and liberal policy into something consumable by a average Democrat, I think that's going to be like actually a pretty decent sweet spot. Melody says, Connor, if this Pisco talk with Destiny is after your conversation with him, I'm very disappointed at how much he came away with from it, seeing a lot of immature responses from him. Yeah, well, you got to understand, like, at least this is my perspective. Steven bullied the fuck out of him, right? Before the debate, during the debate, after the debate, etc. So Stephen will say like, well, actually, no, I didn't really go that hard compared to how I go. And I think that's actually correct. I think Stephen could have gone harder. But you have to understand that every time that Pisco disagrees with Stephen in an aggressive way, he probably gets half a dozen DM messages from random schizos telling him to kill himself. And so, you know, that's the nature of online politics. So he's in a pretty uncomfortable position where he thinks he's correct. He's fighting against people that were previously his allies. He has half a dozen DMs every day calling him stupid and telling him to kill himself. And so, yeah, he's going to be defensive, of course.
Exist anymore. And I think that I have seen, for example, breaking points become, and I don't say it's because of me, but I have seen it become criticized now for being more lefty as opposed to before. It was a right-wing show, and now it's highly critical of Trump. I think that there are ways to change minds, but it's hard to do when we try to do that, we get fucking accused of being sweepers for tankies and communists when you can't.
Because you don't know enough of the verbiage in order to fight them, Pisco. That's my objection. I knew plenty of the verbiage during our debate, and now I feel like I know even more because some random fucking socialist told me to read theory, and then I did.
Can't even identify a single criticism you have of the shit I did in the one interaction that started this whole thing.
Okay, so first of all, if you want the criticism, just go back and listen to what Hutch said, because he's the one who had all the initial criticisms. I basically agreed and amplified them. I agreed with everything that he said. I don't remember the exact the video. We could go over it, I guess. My issue is, again, to the broad way that I'm saying, is that the flow only works one way, where when you start associating, not you, but in general, when liberals and socialists associate, the goal of the socialists is always to extract as much from the liberal side as possible, and then to move away with as many people as they can steal. And that always seems to be the case. And then electorally, you can tell me if you agree or disagree, like, it feels like the issues that Biden was hurt the most on, and then eventually Kamala was hurt the most on, weren't these issues that we were too far theoretically to the left on anyway, like stuff like immigration or stuff like trans issues? Like,
all right, sorry, I have an important super chat, not super chat, but a important chat to read. Are we just naming Spanish artists? None beat out Shakira. She truly makes me reconsider whether or not I'm gay or if I just find her magical. Based.
what even is the idea that if we would appeal more in that direction, we would have picked up more voters?
The Wall Street Journal ended up saying that Kamala's economic policy was muddled and that she fell flat on her face because of it. It goes beyond culture worship.
Okay, Ogre Boy, with respect, I'm going to disconnect you just for a second. Thank you for bringing the clip to attention. Thank you. Mantis, you're still there or whatever. But
yes, let Pisco and Destiny fight, please.
I don't know, like, if you're saying it's hopeless to get these people in our orbit or to agree with us, if it's all a fucking useless cause, or that it can only do more harm, is it like, what is the prescription here? Like, what
the prescription is research their dog shit ideas so you know how to talk about them competently, and when they bring up a dog shit idea, fight them aggressively. That's like the whole thing, man. This is Twitch and YouTube politics. I get, by the way, my perspective is not popular. I understand that, all right? I understand there's not a lot of Bush era neoconservatives or Bush era Republicans or moderate fiscal conservatives or moderate social conservatives or Jordan Peterson types out there. I understand. I also understand that a shitload of those kinds of people became contrarians and they coped themselves into supporting MAGA and into supporting Trump. It's just me. I'm going to share this with you. This is actually kind of like a hot take in Republican circles. Having sex with 14-year-old prostitutes is bad. I didn't know if you guys knew that, but hanging out with a billionaire financier and then recruiting girls from the Midwest who are 14 and 15 years old in order to pay them thousands of dollars per day in order to hang out at your penthouse so you could have orgies with teenagers, that's bad and it's gross. And Donald Trump did that. Cheating on your pregnant wife, that's actually really bad too. Fucking up the economy through tariffs and evaporating $4 trillion from the international market and bankrupting thousands of small businesses in the United States, that was also a bad move. Cutting $9 billion from our budget, which is 0.16% of the federal budget, that's going to result in 14 million deaths. That's bad. And then through cholera, dengue, malaria, and AIDS, that's bad. and then also backstabbing our European allies and backstabbing Ukraine, resulting in thousands of dead Ukrainians, that's bad. And I knew, while I didn't know that it was going to be this bad, I had a suspicion because I used my brain during the first Trump admin and I tracked what he was doing. Okay. So I made an evaluative calculus. Is Kamala annoying as fuck? Yes. Does she have a Valley Girl accent? Yes. Does she laugh weird? Yes. Does she want to ban guns? Yes. All of that shit's bad. It's fucking annoying. I don't like a lot of Democrats. I think Democrats are fucking tools a healthy chunk of the time. However, 14 million dead people, annoying laugh. Which one's more important? I picked annoying laugh because I didn't want to kill millions of people through incompetence. And I have been vindicated in my perspective. Holy shit, it's fucking annoying. Sorry, the whole point of that is that you're supposed to drag people over to your political persuasion. I'm doing my best. I am failing, but I am doing my best.
What do you want me to do?
My prescription is that I think that there is a huge base. I had the fear that they didn't exist prior to that No Kings March. And then after it happened, I was like, oh shit, I think there's a huge base of center-left people. And I feel like the issue with the moderate Dems right now, the reason why people feel like there's no leadership of the Democratic Party or anything else is because there's no like strong platform of democratic values that are being championed by a democratic media apparatus. That doesn't exist. So when you look to the democratic media, there's two things you can look at. You can either see the mainstream media, who are all literally terrified of Trump derangement syndrome and are like constantly reminding themselves how horrible Biden was and how he was senile and everything and blah, blah, blah. That's all they can talk about to prove how like good they are and that they're not like the other Dems. And then you get the left wing, they're the leftists, the socialists and the commies, who are all exclusively shitting on the Democrats. So you have nobody standing up for you in the center left media. And then when I look at like we dominated in 2008 with Obama, he won his re-election. We lost, unfortunately, to Trump, but we lost with Hillary getting 3 million more votes than Trump. And then Biden came back and he destroyed it with more votes than have ever happened in the history of a presidential election. Okay, and all of this is like appealing to the
True. The moderates have won, but let me tell you, Hillary Clinton promising like as jihadist terrorist attacks were happening, her saying like, let's bring in 500,000 Syrian refugees right now. Nope, that ain't happening. I'm not voting for that shit. I'm less Islamophobic now, but back then I was hella Islamophobic, dude. So there's no way in fuck you're getting me to vote to bring in 500,000 Syrian refugees like a month, like 2 months after the Pulse nightclub shooting. There's no fucking way that you're gonna have some jihadist dickhead fucking murder 50 gay people 20 minutes away from my house. You're gonna have some other jihadist dickheads fucking not suicide bomb, but bomb the Boston Marathon. And I was born in Boston. You're not gonna have the Bataclan terrorist attacks fucking happen right like the terrorists. I've been to Paris, number one, multiple times, and then number two, the people who did the Bataclan attack were from my fucking neighborhood in Belgium. So my entire life is covered in jihadist terrorism. And you're going to have me vote to bring 500,000 fucking people who are not necessarily vetted from a fucking civil war in Middle Eastern North Africa? That's not going to fucking happen. And I was shitloads more Islamophobic back then. Yeah, so that was stupid. And that's how Hillary Clinton lost my vote. She's also a lizard person who drinks baby blood. So, yeah.
the kind of like moderate left Dems, and then for some
what
reason,
about this? You think I disagree? Like I agreed with that criticism. I agreed it on the day after the election when Brian Tyler Cohen was there, and we were like all talking, like yes, and we were like preach and fucking cook BTC, because what PTC was saying was, look at how much they fucking give each other flowers. Look at how much they collaborate. Look how much the media like makes connections and builds bridges with each other and builds the system. But when we are like reaching out to audiences, yeah, maybe they have bad views. They disagree on shit. You have fucking bad views. I disagree with you on shit. People disagree on stuff. And
I'm pulling up my Discord invite because I have a broken Discord link and somebody asked for it. So excuse the sounds temporarily.
But okay, fine. I am trying to use their platforms. I'm trying to build those connections. I'm trying to go on breaking points to get them to fucking hate Trump. But I'm getting stymied because all of my fucking replies, first of all, my videos are getting fucking downvoted to shit. All the fucking responses, you're covering for tankies. You're doing this shit because you're trying to appeal to Hassan's audience. You know, everyone calling me a fucking cuck in the, like.
Oh, welcome to the centrist grift, Pisco. Well, welcome to the centrist grift, Pisco. Welcome to getting your fucking dick kicked in at old times for very minimal benefit. Like I said grift as if I don't believe all the stupid shit I said. Unfortunately, I do believe all the stupid shit I say. But welcome to having an unpopular position that makes no one happy. You're getting your dick kicked in by liberals because you're too fucking friendly with far lefties. And then the far lefties are kicking your dick in because you're fucking too sympathetic to liberals. Welcome to being in the center, Pisco. You're fucking welcome. Shave dog butt. Here is the Discord link. You better use it or I will be furious because that is a pain in the ass for me to get every single time. I got to fix all my links. I've been saying that for months.
What is going on? If there was any like ever going to be like, no, I'm going to say we're small potatoes.
All right, we got 250 people, which I think is a channel high on Valor Media Network. I parasocially love you being here. This is what we do all the time. We watch hot political alternative media content. I pause every few minutes in order to read chat and in order to do my own commentary. If you enjoy it, please like the stream. Engage in chat. There's lots of very interesting people in my chat. They're very funny. They're very mean. They make me furious all of the time. Please give me super chats if you have money burning a hole in your pocket. And if you see the membership button, please donate memberships. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Back to the content.
Potatoes, live and learn small potatoes. But we are like a description of the kind of pro-Democrat, budding, I don't know, media people that we would want to encourage. But instead, it feels like at every opportunity, you're trying to destroy us and you're trying to break us apart. It's like you're trying to split up, live and learn. Like you're trying to fucking give your flowers to Hutch and be like, look at all these fucking...
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to split up the show. If anything, this is the best content you guys have ever produced.
Should call it fucking socialist and learn. Like it feels like it's incredibly acrimonious, personal, and yeah. So it doesn't feel like the effort here is to do what we like. I thought recognized was important to do after the election.
Sure. So let me repeat this. So you feel like the frustration is that you're trying to find ways to build what you view as being an important coalition to vote for, hopefully, the Democratic president, and that every single time you try to reach out and do it, or at least in this particular instance, we try to reach out and do this, as soon as you reach out to who you feel could be a valuable coalition member, you're just getting fucking annihilated by somebody else that you thought was supposed to be, electorally at least, an ally, basically, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Take that feeling and amplify it 50 million times more, and then replace me with leftists, and then replace you with the Democratic Party, and you've explained completely the entire left-wing media apparatus for the past 8 years. Okay, how many times do I have to hear that Bernie Sanders was robbed of the election? Okay, but if those are the people that are constantly attacking you, and they're not attacking you because they disagree with your...
No, your people are attacking me. Your people are attacking me. The people who used to love...
Wait. But when my people are attacking you, right, it's because I think that you're making a bad strategic choice for Democrats to win. When the left is attacking you, leftists, it's because they disagree with the ideology. They want a total reformation of the party. They're not talking...
Yeah, they also want a total reformation of the economic order. Master of Darkness, Vanguard Bros said Democrats are just controlled opposition, which implies that they're not even really trying. I wouldn't want to work with people who think like that. But Master of Darkness, you have to understand that if these people are socialists, this is what was so interesting about hearing about the history of socialist philosophy development over the course of the past 200 years, is that perspective makes sense from a socialist perspective. A socialist perspective means that. So I know that I always like hardcore autistic stick to decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. But the unifying theme of socialists is that they believe that the working class is an artificial construct of the industrial state meant to separate workers from communal living, and that our separation of wealthy owners and working class people, not only is it like an artificial separation created by industry, but effectively like it's kind of like almost like a religious prophecy. We will not know peace until the workers have dignity and freedom. And so within that religious prophecy, if you have someone who's saying like, oh, well, you have it rough, $7 an hour isn't cutting it anymore, here's $8 an hour as a minimum wage. You're not actually interested in resolving the conflict of class or the undignified standards of living amongst the working class. You're just throwing the proletarian masses some red meat so they don't revolt. And so that's the way that they look at social democracy, and that's the way that they look at Democrats, is Democrats are not interested in resolving class conflict. They're resolving and throwing in just enough red meat to the masses that the masses don't revolt. And so in that way, they're quote unquote reactionary or counter-revolutionary, because Democrats keep the working class and the middle class happy just enough to not start a socialist revolution. So they're right from their perspective. I'm a capitalist, so I think that harnessing human industry in order to create untold wealth in order to conquer the stars is based as long as the working class has a decent standard of living. So that, I'm a class enemy too. I'm a counter-revolutionary. I'm a reactionary. Fashion 40 says his chat is filled with people who want him to eviscerate Destiny. All the Kiwi J-Stock adjacent dudes are in here. Yeah. But they're just trying to make content. I know that your comment is not related to ideology, but that is they're just trying to spice up the content. They just want the content.
Talking about like, I think that you need a 20 an hour minimum wage instead of a 15-hour minimum wage. They're saying things like minimum wage is a distraction from class struggle, and that's why the left and the right are the exact same in the United States, and we need a revolution.
I haven't heard that from Crystal or Kyle. Maybe the Vanguard say that. I'm not sure, but I just don't think that it describes my content. And notwithstanding the fact that I'm not reaching out to people like fucking Mike from PA.
Did you see Crystal's interview with the Michigan senator?
Yeah, with Alyssa Slotkin. I didn't see it. I've heard of it. I heard it was a hard-hitting interview, because guess what? Breaking Points, for all it is not.
I think David has a good summary. Pisco is being R-slurred. Agree. But DGG is dumping on Pisco way too hard. Agreed. The guy's well-meaning, smart enough to see his errors, and should be allowed to have his slip up without being crucified. Agreed. And I do think it's an ego thing. He doesn't want to take an L. He doesn't want to admit that he needs to modify his behavior. He's defensive against all the people who are fucking attacking him. And the truth is, but the people are attacking him so aggressively that even if Pisco concedes, okay, I think you're right. I think some of these lefties might be using me. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and think about that some more, and I'm going to come up with rhetorical strategies so I can make sure that I'm bringing them my way instead of them bringing me their way. Even if he said that, I think 70% of the audience would ignore him saying that, and they would keep dogpiling, because let's admit, a dogpile is fun.
Not a show for Democrats. It's initially it's like a show for all media types and like right wingers. Often you started as a show for right wingers. So I'm not surprised that Crystal Ball, who is a journalist, all right, she's not just a Democratic stooge, right? She's a journalist, that she's going to give a hard-hitting interview to a Democratic candidate because she doesn't have an allegiance to the Democratic Party. And we just
she didn't give a hard-hitting interview. She did a cuck purity test on Israel-Palestine. It is not a hard-hitting interview to scream at somebody for 10 minutes. Is it a genocide? Is it a genocide?
True.
That's purity testing on an issue that you will never win a single election on. If that's going to be like our standard for left-wing media figures, because now I could be wrong, and maybe you've just said what you just said there, that Crystal is just a media person and you wouldn't consider left or right. Is that really the position you've had? You would say that Crystal's just a totally independent media figure?
No, I think she's left-wing. No, I think she's left.
Son Patty brings up an interesting point. We have 270 people in chat. This is a channel high. Like the stream. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Engage in the chat. Watch the VODs.
But I do think that she's a journalist, and she's not just there to give hand jobs to senators. And yeah, I agree. Like, I haven't seen the interview. I'm not saying that I've seen the interview, but it doesn't surprise me that she's being pressing on.
Sorry, this is important. Corey Peltzman is like, she's a Nazi. Shakira, because we were talking about how hot Shakira was earlier, she's a Nazi. Can't bad people be hot? What point do you think you're making? Like, I'm trying to think of like a villain. Who's a villain? The evil queen. You know? She's the fairest of them all. Now, I don't like this garb. I think this clothing is pretty nutso. But, you know, the evil queen, if she lost that black scarf thing, she could be a babe. Yeah, look, the evil queen, Maleficent, right? Maleficent. She's an evil queen. And this is what's her name? This is another woman who I think is like insanely beautiful. Why can't I? Angelina Jolie. Angelina Jolie. Angelina Jolie is allegedly like actually quite bad of a person. Now, Brad Pitt might be a piece of garbage as well. Here's her now, but here's her probably in her 40s or 30s. There's her in her 40s or 30s. I think she's probably 50 something right now. Angelina Jolie, like total babe, like young Angelina Jolie. I don't want to go too young because I know she did some risque stuff. Like, yeah, here's her as a kid. It's not what we're looking for. Okay, Vosh, click off the screen. Okay, but Angelina Jolie, especially with Billy Bob Thornton, that era of her 20s or 30s or whatever. Angelina Jolie, Billy Bob Thornton. Maybe it's just because I was raised during this era, but Angelina Jolie was like, in my opinion, she was total babe right there. So, like Tomb Raider Angelina Jolie, in my opinion, was peak. But the whole point is, Angelina Jolie is supposed to be a bad person, dude. But like, she broke up Jennifer Aniston and Brad Pitt. She adopted like 7 different kids that she barely pays attention to. She got into a domestic dispute with Brad Pitt and drove him absolutely bonkers. And then Brad Pitt freaked out and got into a domestic violence situation, which, to be fair, could have been his fault. Maybe he's a bad guy too. I have no idea. But Angelina Jolie could be a total dirtbag. That doesn't change the fact that she's a attractive person. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, the whole moral of the segue is good-looking people can be bad, and that doesn't make them not good-looking.
Israel, I'm going to be honest, like, because of what's going on in Israel and Gaza and the Democratic Party, what many people feel like is lack of leadership on that issue. And she's, speaking voice now to a growing resentment of the Democratic Party and its members, not just its leaders, right? The people, the Democratic members have soured on Israel. And so in that sense, like, yeah, maybe she's given an antagonistic interview to the candidate / leader of the Democratic people, but people's approval, the Democrats' approval of Democratic Party is shambolic. And so maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay to do that.
Fast and bulbous. This is in reference to me talking about how Donald Trump killed 14 million people. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the people, right? If they were Nazis, if it was 14 million Nazis, then they killed them competently. Or if it was tankies, like, let's say that we go to war with China and then China is just like, it's not like we defeat the CCP and then the Chinese people are liberated. Let's say like every Chinese person is wholeheartedly dedicated to authoritarian communism. They're just like vicious, fascistic, authoritarian freaks. And we have to kill 14 million Chinese people in order to liberate China. Yeah, I would prefer a competent killing of 14 million tankies than I would the incompetent killing of 14 million random Africans through preventable disease.
The issue is so bad. If you like, when people say people are super pissed off about Israel Palestine, that should be a reason to vote in larger margins for the Democrats than to abstain from voting altogether. This, and the only reason why somebody could justify abstaining, why you get almost 20 percentage points of voters in Dearborn for Jill Stein, is because voters were hoodwinked by socialists and communists.
Bro, dude, this is a headshot for me in this line of argumentation. is that the left alt media said that Biden and Kamala were just as bad on Israel Palestine as Trump. And by the way, you can be totally horrified by America's complicity with the Gazan conflict. You can be totally horrified by the Democratic Party's complicity with the horrors in Gaza. However, there were zero scenarios in this election where Donald Trump would have been better in Gaza than Kamala Harris. Zero. Okay? Out of 14,635,000 realities, the Avengers only won in one timeline. Okay? Out of 635,000 realities, there are zero realities where Donald Trump is better for Gaza than Kamala Harris. Absolutely psycho, contrarian, lefty bullshit to say that Biden and Kamala were the same on Gaza as Trump. Absolutely fucking psychotic bullshit. And that had a real effect in Michigan. Like Steven said, I think that hold on, let's even take a look here. Did Trump win Michigan in 2024? Donald Trump won Michigan, dude. You should be fucking pissed. You should be furious. That's crazy. Losing Michigan. And by the way, Biden carried Michigan with 68% of the vote. Kamala lost Michigan with 37% of the vote because 20% of the electorate voted for Jill Stein. Michigan was actually lost because the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Fucking bananas, bro. Bananas.
Communists, that Democrats and Republicans have the same position on this issue, and that somehow that we can say like a 50-vote Senate for Biden is like the best the Democrats can do.
And your solution is what? I mean,
fight them on their platforms to make sure that they fucking know that they contributed to the loss of the election and the death of 14 million Pisco. Sorry, I fucked that up. 14 million people, space, Pisco. Make sure they fucking know that. Make sure they know that their contrarian bullshit is not only making the left worse, it's making the country worse. Make sure that when they talk about, I know it's kind of a meme in chat, but make sure when they talk about 9-month abortions and a $50 minimum wage and how we live on stolen Native American land that needs to be repatriated, they are losing the American population. They are losing elections. And this isn't arbitrary. There are people who are dying in horrific ways because of their incompetence. That's the prescription. Fight them. You can be friends with them, but when some bullshit comes up, you fight the fuck out of them.
Like
it's to give them more votes.
No.
You think that Biden with 54 senators?
I want that, but like it seems counterintuitive because like when the moderates, right? When people say you lost the moderates, usually the response is you should appeal to the moderates. Or like when you lose the
Old School says, Connor, whenever you bring up the 14 million people bullshit lie, you look like a mindless, hate-filled fanatic. I'm starting to think that's what you truly are. Old School, I'm going to be as nice as I can. You're a fucking retard. Okay? Lancet study, 14 million death projection. USAID cuts could lead to 14 million deaths over the next 5 years. It's from dengue, malaria, cholera, and AIDS prevention. And so not only are those cut, but a substantive amount of the foods are cut. So Old School, if you want to prove to me that you're not fucking retarded, how about you link me something where you say, well, it was projected that 3 million AIDS deaths will occur, but actually there's less AIDS. Right? How about you link me that? How about you find me that shit? How about you find me any information that contradicts this? Bear in mind, if the Lancet, which I'm pretty sure is actually a fairly respected journal, if the Lancet was wrong by 90%, that would still be 1.5 million preventable deaths. That's still a fuckload of people. And then what's the other thing? Confirmed AIDS-related PEPFAR deaths. So right here, not only are they confirming that there's like up to 11 million additional new HIV cases or whatever the fuck, but there's story. There's like stories in here with specific names of kids and women and men who have died already. So hold on. AIDS-related deaths due to PEPFAR cuts. So anyways, so yeah, so feel free to find me any contradictory information whatsoever. But here's just like a cursory link right now. There you go. Here's a World Health Organization estimating the deaths. Find me anything that contradicts this. I'll be happy to read that. Until you find me a contradictory source, I'm presuming that you actually have like 80 IQ and you're fucking retarded. Okay? That's the nicest way that I can put it. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Jesus. Sorry, Commander Haircut or Haircut Commander for using an ableist slur. My apologies for using an ableist slur. However, until you find me information that contradicts this, you're a tool. You just hate Trump because you think he killed people, but he didn't kill anybody at all. Source? Nothing. Shut the fuck up or get a source.
Voters in Dearborn. Maybe you should appeal to the voters in Dearborn. I don't understand why the response from an electoral perspective is...
Oh, sorry. Shave Dog Butt brings up a very important point. 250 people. Only 91 likes. Like the stream. It's free. Give super chats if you got them. It's appreciated and it helps the stream go. We've already had insanely generous people. Gen X gave 20. Anonymous Chatter gave 100. That way I didn't shave my beard, which is very based. Sapient Green gave 100 DKK. And then he gave 1,000, which is the equivalent of $150 for me to dye my beard, which is very based. Then I got Fashion 40, Lawson Harrison, and Grassroots Hegemon. I don't think that I've read your super chats yet. I don't think I've bumped into them yet, but thank you for your donations. I parasocially love you, and I will get to them momentarily.
Control the information streams, which you're never gonna do. They just exist in an informational niche, which we're unable. We don't have. If we wanted to, we'd be unable to stop them from having the kind of assuming it's significant, the significant impact that they have. And so I just don't understand.
That's literally where we live. Is the information stream. If we say that we can't win that, then run a ton of ads because like the war is over, right? Because this is where Republicans dominate. Like
True.
If I would have bet you, 10 months ago, or if anybody would have bet me 10 months ago, do you think that fucking Trump could admit to fucking trafficking that woman at Mar-a-Lago to fucking Epstein and his fan base wouldn't?
Yeah, that's crazy. Virginia Giuffre was a massage therapist at Mar-a-Lago, and Jeffrey Epstein recruited her as a sex worker from Mar-a-Lago. That's fucking crazy. Like, I'm not so uncharitable as to say like Donald Trump like facilitated that, because apparently Jeffrey Epstein was banned from the club immediately after that. But if you read some of the reports, Jeffrey Epstein wasn't banned because he was recruiting teenage girls to have sex with. He was banned because he recruited teenage girls to have sex with from the club.
Care? I would have said no. That's obviously the breaking point. It would be way over before that. And holy shit, where are we at? Like, there has to be some level of like support for the Democratic Party. It can't be that like we lost the election and now we have to appeal to a group of people who fundamentally disagree with the entire existence of the Democratic Party and want to reform it into a socialist party.
And what Josiah and I have done, and Econoboy, I think as well, is regardless of this whole socialist thing, which I think is like, it's to me, it's not as important. And maybe I could be fucking clueless about that. I could be clueless about Marxist-Leninism. I could be clueless, all that.
I think he is clueless about it. That's my thing.
Shit. But what we've done is we've decided to focus on MAGA, the crimes of MAGA, the attacks of,
which is fine,
Trump, the what's going on in our institution. I go on to Crystal Ball show last week, Breaking Points, to talk about how Trump is fucking up in every conceivable way on the Epstein issue, how he's fucking up in every conceivable way with respect to the due process issue. Like the last time, before that, I was also talking about immigration. Like I go on these shows and these platforms. I actually had the Vanguard on separately. Maybe you guys, if you want to find more clips of me like being nice to the Vanguard, I had a separate interview with the Vanguard, just me. So if there's anything like bad clips, you can go find that and see if I'm inconsistent. But yeah, so go watch that video. It's really great. But in that video, I'm agreeing with the Vanguard in terms of like, this is how bad Trump is. This is why it's bad for Mahmoud Khalil. So what's wrong with that strategy? If we're going to have any effect, it's going to be reaching out to certain people we vehemently disagree with.
Because you should still challenge them on the socialist bullshit.
And making the case that Trump is awful, that we're in fucking hell right now. And I don't know what's wrong with that.
Here's the problem. This is what it's not enough to say. It's not enough to say that Trump is bad. You have to say that the Democrat is better.
I do say that.
True. Lawson Harrison for $5. Just draw alone. I will team up with you to defeat the MAGA dragon. But when you start trying to ban landlords, we are now political. Yup.
Not a thing that I don't think any of these people would admit.
Well, what you mean is they don't admit it. They literally do admit it when they say they voted for them. Now that's cold comfort. It's not enough. I agree. It's not enough, but they do admit the Democrats are preferable. Kyle does admit that. Crystal does admit that. Crystal had a whole debate with Cenk Uygur about why it was.
Yeah, I watched that debate. Yeah,
and she did.
She
did amazing. So like, it's just not true. These people don't acknowledge the benefit of the Democrats. The problem is sometimes they have critiques that are unhinged, untrue. We don't agree with. They go too far. I get it. Some of them, I don't even put in the same bucket Hassan Piker and these other people who I'm not trying to build bridges with, but the resistance, saying that when I look at when I saw that Hassan mentioned me on a stream, do you know what all the ats were? They were like, you got your wish. You got your wish. You just wanted to get in with Hassan. That's what people think of me because of you. That's what people think of me because of your audience. And that's not true. And I resent that a shit ton because that's not what I'm doing.
Give a fuck if you resent it, bro. You've been accusing me of being bad faith for the past whole fucking week when I've justified every single fucking argument I've given. And you just spent 20 minutes talking about a clip of me from 10 minutes ago saying I'm a hypocrite on this issue. Like, yeah, online politics fucking sucks. No fucking shit, Sherlock Holmes.
Nah, I fucking love online politics. I love this schizo shit.
You don't have to fucking tell me that.
You can't.
I've been doing it for a decade. Yeah, it's fucking horrible. No shit. But I'm just saying that when you're trying to appeal to a side of the media where the entire goal of that side is the destruction of the Democratic Party. Listen, I mean, I can disagree and maybe fuck. Listen, you know what? You know what I fucking love? You know what would be the best thing in the world is if 12 months from now I'm on stream eating shit and all of these leftists are like, fuck it, we're gonna support the Democrats, we're gonna fucking canvass for them, and Pisco was so fucking right. I'd be like, oh fuck it, I was totally fucking wrong. You know, the last 10 years weren't indicative of the motion forward, and fuck me, I guess. But in my mind, and I bet money on it with odds, like what's gonna happen is in 6 to 12 months, all of these guys are gonna be shitting on Democrats constantly. The only candidates they're gonna support are gonna be ones that are avowedly socialist communists, maybe mostly ones that are primarying, like the already elected Dems, and that's gonna be it. And then at the end of the day, they're gonna continue the rhetoric of both sides are the same, both sides are the same. Like, why do you think the Republican Party is so unpopular right now, but the Democratic Party isn't popular at all? It's not just because the Dems suck. It's because literally everybody tells you the Dems suck. The Republicans tell you the Dems suck. The Dems tell you the Dems suck. And
guess what? The Dems suck. The leadership right now is
don't suck though.
Hold on, he's going to talk about the leadership problem, and I do think that that's an interesting. It's an interesting aside, but important chats. I do like engaging with my chat. If you're like, hey, why is Connor 40 minutes behind on chat? It's because I don't just read my super chats. I actually read my normal chats as well. So Crow Magnum Man says, Connor, hearing you were born in Boston explains a lot about your politics and why I hate and love listening to you, said lovingly from a New Yorker in New England now. Yeah, honestly, I feel like it's the missing component for why people are like, why are you simultaneously so friendly to people where you can get along with everybody, but also why do you like freak out and like yell and cuss and be super rude and abrasive at the same time? I was born in Boston. That's my family. My extended family is a bunch of like super rude, really weirdly friendly, but also cold and fucked up and funny Bostonians and New Englanders. Jake Rules 1 says, hey, Connor, first time here. I am ready to learn how to not be a cocksleeve for socialists. Well, and you salute. Thank you. I'll salute you back. So the main thing is realizing that socialists, Marxian socialists, or Marxist socialists, in my opinion, they want the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, meaning that they want to provide food, water, and shelter to everybody for free. and that they also want all economic transactions to be enforced, that if you are working for an institution, you have a stake in that institution. In my opinion, in order to achieve that, you need to create a state apparatus that's so large that it effectively is going to be authoritarian almost no matter what. Because if they're enforcing that level of redistribution of material assets, and if they're enforcing that level of economic relationships, there's no way that you don't have a massive police state. And so if you have a massive police state, then you create the dystopian nightmares similar to China and the Soviet Union. Now, what, who is it? Econoboy will say is like, okay, well, we can start with the Scandinavian model, which is social democracy. But then I think we can push past that into a truly socialist government. Scandinavians laugh at this and think it's very stupid. I also think it's very stupid. So social democracy is too far left for me, but I think it's acceptable. Socialism, we should treat like a plague, like a virus that is on the verge of infecting us. And if you want to do socialism at a local level, if you want to get into a commune of 30 people and you want to provide food, water, and shelter to everybody, and then you want to create an entrepreneurial enterprise that you all have a stake in and profit sharing, go for it. I don't give a fuck. Just do it under the capitalist and liberal governance of the United States of America and or Europe, wherever the fuck you live. End of rant.
Agreed with that. You fought with that on the Vanguard.
What I mean is the current leadership, the makeup right now, the Dems are in disarray. The leaders are not doing a good job. And I've talked about it. It doesn't make me like my critique bad faith or I'm trying to appeal to lefties. When I say that, Joe Biden did a Trumpian thing, I'm not saying that to appeal to tankies. I'm not saying that it's a Trumpian thing to do to like put your family before the country, that kind of thing. And that it's just
Steven's mic sucks because he's calling in on a cell phone.
As bad as what Trump did. I'm not saying it because I'm trying to appeal. Like, what fucking commie is appealing to, like, is listening to that and being like, oh yeah, he's shitting on Biden for the pardon. Most commies are like, oh, I think it's based that he pardoned Hunter. They're like, oh yeah, we love that he pardoned Hunter because he's a good dad. That's usually what the leftist critique is.
No, they say it's based that he pardoned Hunter because the Dems and the Republicans are the same anyway. And if you want to criticize Joe Biden for pardoning Hunter, Joe Biden made a massive fucking mistake. The mistake was saying that he wouldn't do it. It wasn't actually pardoning him after 3 years of a Republican witch hunt of the fifth.
Fight on Hunter Biden. Fight. Pisco. Get him.
15th one they've done. It was that he said that he was going to do it. He shouldn't have said.
Okay,
he was
you can say that's a reason, but my intention when I say things like Joe Biden, he fucked up the election in that sense, he screwed us over. Joe Biden, despite all the good things, he's the best president. I still say he's the best president of my lifetime. I still say that that he did a Trumpian move by closing the border and by pardoning his son. I'm not trying to appeal to commies. And when I criticize Chuck Schumer and say he should retire, when I criticize everyone who voted to censure Al Green, I'm not trying to appeal to commies. I'm trying to make the Democrats better. I'm trying to make the Democrats stronger because I think if these guys are in charge, we are fucked. We are cooked. And the only way we're going to win an election is just because maybe the Trump is so unpopular. But we're not maximizing our chances by having these people in charge. And so, yeah, I've shit on the Democrats a great deal. Josiah has, Hutch has, Econoboy has. Now, there's some bad faith criticism. There's some good faith criticism. But what you can't say is giving a hard-hitting interview to Alyssa Slotkin is like incompatible with us like going on these shows or like.
No, Pisco. Once again, nobody gives a shit about you going on the shows. You just need to know more about socialism, know more about communism, and know when you're being used. That's all it is, bro. This is something that Pisco articulated where he's like, I don't think there's that much of a difference. You're right. The criticism is actually fairly small. The criticism is you're a smart guy, but you are being used by nefarious actors. Yeah, this would be like, I'm trying to think of this. This would be like if Sargon of Akkad started palling around with America First, but he still identified as a classical liberal. And then all the other people in his orbit said, hey, man, like the America First and the dissident right might be useful electorally, but if you go onto their shows, you need to know like what their actual policies are and what's a dog whistle, because you might end up agreeing with a dog whistle, or you might end up agreeing with a criticism of the Republican Party and or neocons, moderates, libertarians. You might end up giving them fuel to their fire to grow their base. But realistically, Nick Fuentes and the Groyper movement and the America First movement can actually be quite nefarious. And then instead of going like, oh shit, I didn't know they were nefarious, let me go ahead and research their ideology so I can better combat it when I'm on their programs. You just go like, well, the far right votes for Republicans anyway. So why wouldn't I just go on there and tell them what I think is true? Because realistically, as much as they might be influencing me, I'm influencing them. How do you know that they're not becoming classical liberals whenever I go onto their programs and we share clout and influence? And it's because, like, no shit. Like, rising tides raise all boats. So if they're elevating your platform, you can also elevate theirs through good content. And then not just that, you might agree to random weird dog whistles because you're a useful idiot for the far right. So if we can clearly identify that delineation on the far right, why wouldn't we presume it's the same case on the far left? That's the frustration. That's why this has been 2 weeks of content, despite the disagreement being pretty small. It's like, Pisco, do more research on socialism and be ready for better fights with these people. That's it. That's the criticism. Hans Mayer does bring up that young Megan Fox and Halle Berry are also peak. I'm going to stop looking at random attractive celebrities because I'm not trying to like turn this into a gooning stream. I'm actually pretty anti-gooner. I also think a young Anne Hathaway is very, very, very pretty. Even Anne Hathaway now, total babe. But, you know, I'm a married man. I'm a happily married man. I love my wife. I just want people to realize that if they don't like Salma Hayek, they're probably gay. Sane Grove says, hello, Connor. Has Pisco talked about his feelings on being signal boosted by Hassan? Which, again, that's just further evidence that tankies and Marxist-Leninist apologists are using Pisco to fight liberals. If I were him, that would give me pause. And it should. It's not that Hassan and Pisco can't be correct about something. It's just that if a nefarious person signal boosts you, that should give you pause. 100%.
Or you know, fundamentally trying
to. It's never just that in a vacuum. It's just that like I agree that Dem leadership is weak, and I shit on the Dems too. I joked that I don't even know if I was joking. I would fucking primary any Dem that voted to censure Al Green. It's fucking insane. Okay, like yeah, they definitely have their problems, but like holy fuck, if you're a Democrat, like I don't know, what are you even building towards and who are you building for, right? Like what was the constant criticism? Like these guys need to go out.
True. If you win but you lose all of your principles, what was the point?
And do podcasts more. They need to go on shows more. I remember joking before the election. If Kamala went on any right-leaning podcast, she'll be.
If you're, So if your sole goal is winning, but you don't care about having principles, then you need to be ready that by the time you win, your principles might be completely alien to the ones that you started with. And that's why politics is so dangerous, is because it attracts sociopaths who are purely interested in clout, money, influence, and power.
Eviscerated. Her interview on that like CNN, I think it was, with Walls. That was a hard interview, and that was on like a liberal platform. And no centrist podcast is going to host her without it being incredibly contentious. And I was like, okay, well, cool. Look, it looks like they're trying to go out and do podcasts now. And the first one she goes on, Sager or whatever, is nicer than Crystal Ball. Crystal Ball's first question to the senator,
Sacker,
was why did you even come here? It's like Jesus Christ.
She gives.
Dreamcast says, do you think Steven's way too unforgiving with people, or do you think he's justified to do so looking at his past relationships? I think he blows hot and cold with this. I think oftentimes when he's in the middle of a heat, Steven is often eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth, which I think is bad morality, by the way. I think the Christian turn the other cheek shit is better. However, I've seen him also be conciliatory, so it's hard to say like for instance, like with Lav and Mr. Girl, there were like weird times after the drama where he would be like nice to Lav, or Kelly Jean or J-Stock, or Pisco and Hutch and all that kind of stuff. Like I think Steven to some degree feels betrayed that everybody ran away from him screaming the second that he had the sex drama. And I think that's kind of crazy considering that he probably thought of some of these people. I'm sorry for taking a pause to breathe, but it's a different conceptualization. I don't think Steven has an offline life. Okay. I think a lot of people, including me, we have a discrete way in which we interact online, and we expect that to be slightly separate from our real lives. So I'm the same guy in my real life, but I don't talk like this with my family members. If I debate broed all my family members about, like, we do that when we're drinking, when we're having fun, when it's appropriate to do so. But I don't talk like this when we're just like at dinner with the grandparents. You know what I'm saying? Whereas I think Steven is the same person all the time, but I think that's also because he doesn't have like a really, 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 really separate offline life. At least that's my observation. He could correct me. I don't know. But then I think when online friends betray him for clout, money, or influence, I think it stings more, because he was looking at those as real relationships, whereas those people were like, yeah, this is like a friendship, but this is also my job. You know what I'm saying? I might have said that poorly, but I hope you pick up what I'm putting down. I hope you're licking what I'm spitting. And I did just say that to be gross.
Yeah, don't get me
Tough
this hard-hitting
interviews.
journalism
Wait.
stuff. Like, it's
Crystal,
fucking,
wait, Crystal,
hating the Dems.
Crystal gives hard interviews. She's not like, I don't know what to say. That she's known for this. Like, I don't think that she just, when it comes to politicians, especially politicians, because she thinks it's a genocide. Given her view that Israel's committing a genocide on Gaza and on the Palestinian people, it makes complete sense why she would ask that question. Like, just grant her view that she's doing that like she's trying to improve the Democratic. Like imagine that she really thought that the Democratic base is moving significantly towards being pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel. Then in some sense, I don't understand why we wouldn't be pressuring our elected officials to more represent
I don't think that the Democratic Party is moving to being pro-Palestinian.
I think the polling seems to suggest that. I don't know. Like, have you seen it?
I think there's. I mean, like, when you like, who has more? Like, I have more sympathy for the Palestinians than Israel. Like, how do you have sympathy for the fucking Israelis? Okay, these motherfuckers intercept missiles out of the middle of the sky. I feel like I mean, like, people are having more sympathy for the Palestinians, but like, when it comes to like the solutions that a lot of the socialist sites would implement, like, I don't know how many people would vote to like pull all support and all funding from Israel. That's like a much deeper, much darker question, especially when.
I feel like the Democrats' base is basically saying we don't like the leadership. I don't think in that context, that's not just the crazies online. It's not just me and Josiah Conaboy. It is the broad consensus of the Democratic members that the people who are currently in charge are not doing a good job and they should be replaced. And I haven't watched the interview, and so I don't want to comment. Maybe it was inappropriate. Maybe it was. I don't, in principle, have a problem with that interview or a hard-hitting interview. But in terms of the prescriptions, what I want to know is, how are we fucking up? How am I fucking up? What am I doing wrong that would cause such an upheaval? Like my mentions are insane. Like, people saying shit like you abandoned liberalism. It's crazy.
I mean, like, going back to.
Yes, but this is where you need to bully people. This is actually free advice to Pisco. I think this is excellent advice because I'm a 3,000 IQ genius. Bully those people. Okay? Bully those people and don't care about the likes. I have reply guys who pop into my replies every now and then, and they're like, Connor is a Destiny simp, and he doesn't have any principles or morals, and he sold his soul to PV. And then I call them ableist slurs and tell them to get vasectomies and end their bloodlines, and that realistically I say everything except for KYS. Which if I could, I would. If I could tell people KYS, I 100% would if it was in terms of service. And I feel a little bit better, and then I block that person. And you know what happens is, relatively speaking, my emails and my Twitter is quiet because I have guns. If you come to me in the real world and you try to hurt me or my family, I will fucking kill you. I'm just telling you, like, I'm not trying to be like cool about it. I'm really not. But if you walk up and you start verbally harassing my family, I will beat the shit out of you in public. And if I have to go to jail for that, I will go to jail. I do not care. And if you try to hurt anybody I care about, I will gouge your eyeballs out of your fucking skull. Okay? I will actually rip your eyeballs out of your fucking sockets. And I'll probably laugh while doing so. So don't fuck with me or my family, right? But when it comes to online stuff, I won't tell you to kill yourself because that's rude. Well, actually, not because it's rude. I would do it if I could, but I'll basically say everything but that because of terms of service, and then I'll block you. And then as a result, my DMs are very quiet. I actually get very nice DMs most of the time. And the few rude ones that I do, I have a simple solution for that.
I guess the same as before, I think appealing to the values of socialists is the same thing as appealing to the values of other illiberal groups like Nazis or fascists.
Okay, I haven't.
Like,
I don't know how.
Sorry, I finally caught up with the super chat. Grassroots says, while Chad is simping, Anya Taylor-Joy and Ella Pummel, dude, give me my weird bug-eyed alien women. You can keep Sydney Sweeney. I'm chilling. Dude, I think Anya Taylor-Joy is a weird-looking woman who is very attractive. I agree. I'm with Grassroots on this one.
I have done that. When you say, because if you define socialism in the sense that like of the whatever your version of it is, how have I done that? I mean, we're debating in the Vanguard, for example, like how to implement Biden's strategy, Biden's policy, Biden's promises, Biden's $15 minimum wage, not some crazy.
Okay, I'm curious then. If I'm brain broken on this, why do you think Hutch had such a contention with the conversation after it happened? What was his problem?
Okay, I love Hutch. Hutch is my boy. Hutch is wonderful, and I always stand by Hutch. I think
is that a bust I hear coming that you're about to throw him under?
I'm not throwing him under. I legitimately think this, that when Hutch hears us like granting some amount of agreement, which we legitimately do with the Vanguard, which is basically that Joe Biden should have signaled better, or he should have seemed more strong, he should have postured more, not with the specifics of kicking Manchin out in West Virginia, not with the specifics of actually obtaining a $15 minimum wage from Joe Manchin, which we both acknowledge is impossible, but just with a more macro view of the Vanguard. That is to say that the Democrats should look like they're giving a fuck a little bit more, which I think is a modest take, a modest proposal. I think that Hutch, similar to the audience, which maybe it's reasonable, took that kind of optical stance of us being like, well, we're, middle of the road. On the one hand, Hutch has a point here on the Manchin stuff, but, the Vanguard is saying this. And he took that in the way that many people might have reasonably took, which is that we are trying to both sides it and we're not really having his back here. But it was our honest take, and it is still my opinion. And I was more defensive of Hutch with respect to like the personal comments that the Vanguard had made about like his lip ring and that kind of stuff. And it seemed like they ironed that out at the beginning. And so I was just trying to give my honest take in that moment. And Hutch might have felt a way about that, but I don't think it's because we were genuinely stabbing him in the back or trying to gaslight him. I promise you, I was like, no, sorry. I promise you I'm not gaslight. I promise you that I am just formulating my opinion in real time and being honest about it. But people took that.
If you had to, I'm just curious, if you had to guess for like a live and learn audience right now, if you had to guess what percentage of them.
Dude, that's the other thing too. So if we take a look at the chat, Casey says Hutch is the best part of live and learn by far. Keb says the Vanguard had an opinion that was reasonable. Straighterade's in chat. Do you feel about your leaked messages about Pixie or Destiny? So they're harassing Aaron. Hutch is worried. It's weird that all the most well-read people are saying similar things and all the brain-dead people just spew genocide over and over. Actually, I would say Pisco's chat is pretty receptive to Steven's line of argumentation, but I don't know if DGG is hate rating. I don't know. But if you look at live and learn chat, there are a lot of progressives that freak out. Like whenever Hutch is talking, whenever I'm talking, the live and learn chat freaks the fuck out. Now, maybe it's only half a dozen loud people, and I'm not saying they should be banned or anything, but they say crazy shit, like crazy, unhinged, hateful shit. And so I think that like they need a temperature check, right? Like how much of the live and learn audience are liberals who in general will support moderate Democrats if it means defeating MAGA, versus how many of them are the brain-rotted far lefties who they've recruited through collaborations with the Vanguard and collaborations with Crystal Ball and Kyle Kalinske. Even if it's 30% of the chat, I think they need a temperature check. 100%. That's how you get audience captured. You get audience captured by not doing temperature checks. So Corey Peltzman is still talking about Shakira. Corey Peltzman, I'm just going to tell you, Shakira is an anti-Semite. She can still be hot. Who gives a shit? You made your point. Okay. Dreamcast says tankies have always been the useful idiots and liberals have had to clean their mess. Well, I think useless idiots is kind of more of the point. RageMate says Pisco seems to not understand that appealing to fringe groups is ostracizing to the middle. Yup, like me. No one wants to vote for the party coddling to unhinged people. Yeah, like Hassan Piker, who openly endorses terrorism. Yeah, fuck that. Not So Gen X says people will die in this country too. Close hospitals and nursing homes and healthcare access cut off. Yeah, my wife told me this story, and I'm not trying to be too doomer about it. But there was a local story in like Nebraska or something. And they were talking about how due to the Medicaid cuts, they were projected to have to close the regional hospital because so much of their clientele were, I guess they didn't work, but they were disabled or whatever. I don't fucking know. But anyways, the regional hospital was closing. And while they're doing the interview where the doctors are bemoaning the fact that their budget is so cut that they have to close the hospital, a car slams on the brakes into the parking lot, and there's a child who stopped breathing that they do fucking CPR on. That child would have otherwise died if not for that regional hospital. And so, thank God, the kid ended up living. But 6 months from now or a year from now, there will be another child who is local, who will have a heart issue or who will choke, and they will die because a regional hospital has closed. 100%. 100%. Skywalker says, I think Destiny is too polite to tell Pisco that he's too competent enough to fight back on these issues. Maybe. You might be saying incompetent, but I think that's part of the criticism is that Pisco is an otherwise competent person. So if currently he's a useful idiot for the far left, he doesn't have to be. He can still hang out with the far left, and he could probably beat the shit out of them, which is what I want. Anyways, let's continue. Quick shill time. We broke 300. Again, it's a channel record. Like the stream, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Check us out, dude. We're live Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. I know that I'm probably going to have a correlative dip in viewership tomorrow just because I probably won't be talking about the hot drama unless something new pops off. However, if you like the pace of the channel of watching 5 minutes of drama content mixed with politics and then a little bit of insightful commentary every 5 minutes mixed with a little bit of chat engagement, this is the vibe, bro. This is the vibe. Stick around. Become a cogger. Become a part of the community of grill hottists. You know, if you're center left or even if you're a sensible progressive, if you're center right and you just like the drama, hang out, man. We're a good stream. We got a good community, I promise.
Voted for Kamala in the last election. In your mind, what do you peg that percentage at?
90?
Sorry, last comment. Wait, did Connor get the R slur pass from Valor? I didn't. I did not. I should not be using the R slur. It slips out every now and then, but I'll be sure to apologize every time for my ableism.
Okay. And then if you had to feel like what percentage of them would have like enthusiastically supported Kamala as a candidate against Trump, not just hated Trump, but enthusiastically supported Kamala as a candidate, in your mind, what is that at?
My intuition is 80. I don't know.
Okay. In my mind, those numbers are like 50-20. No, not that, but like 60-40 is where I'm
I have a lot of conservatives in my chat. I have a lot of
okay, sure. Well, then I'm
going to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
I don't know.
That's not fair.
But I think that most of the people who watch my shit are Dems. I do Dem porn. I talk about how shitty Trump is half the time. And
I don't understand if you. I don't know if you get this. When you keep saying I just talk about how shitty Trump is, like that's the end. They agree with you there. Like like socialists will agree with you that Trump is bad, but they're just going to say that the Dems are about the same.
Okay, my intuition is that these people acknowledge, like, I wear my heart on my sleeve. I look at my post history, look at my
Twitter. I'm just curious. Like, I see like there's tweets like you're like shitting on like fucking Cory Booker and stuff. And it's like Jesus Christ. Like,
yeah, Cory Booker can be cringe. Cory Booker is cringe in many respects. Now, I think Cory Booker sometimes
he's one of the only ones doing anything at the moment.
Yeah, he stood up for 28 hours.
What do you want? Cory Booker's cringe. Like the guy's like,
I
fucking
don't
did the
know.
laundry
All I'm
before he
telling you
shouldn't.
is Cory Booker sometimes does cringe things. That I've known who Cory Booker is now for years. I'm not telling you that Cory Booker, you shouldn't vote for Cory Booker. Would need to know the context of the tweet about Cory Booker. Now, I saw what he said about Pete Buttigieg. I think that's fucking stupid and wrong. And Pete Buttigieg, I would be proud to support Buttigieg. And if it came down to it and we're still talking shit and he were the nominee, you better believe I'm going to go on those streams and be like, why are you saying don't vote for Buttigieg? Why are you not enthusiastically supporting Buttigieg? Like I did in the lead up to the 2024 election when I was debating vigorously with lefties about not including Ogre Boy, who just fucking talk shit to you. I was debating them vigorously to vote for Kamala Harris enthusiastically. So to act as though I wouldn't stand on business when we have a nominee, or like part of the whole thing of the beauty of the Democratic nomination process, which you've acknowledged, is to suss out what the direction of the party is going to be. This is the time when the Democrats need to define themselves. And so if there's ever a moment for internal critique, if there's ever a moment for us to decide what the direction is, it would be now. And so I'm going to be much more accommodating of that kind of disagreement here, in steadying the ship perhaps towards them. Okay, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad.
Okay, I don't necessarily disagree with you here, but like, wait. There's
$20 from Grassroots Hedgebon said Connor would be a millionaire if he just held his beard hostage.
there's a limit though to like what can happen in the primary process, right? So like if there's two candidates and one is like $7 an hour minimum wage and the other's like 15 an hour minimum wage, and I look at the 7-hour minimum wage person, I'm like, this person wants to, I think this is almost like a slave labor wage. I don't think this is good. Like, this is horrible. If that person wins the primary, I can like kind of begrudgingly like, okay, yeah, well, whatever, fine, we'll support this person. But if I spend the entire fucking primary calling this person a child rapist or calling them Genocide Joe, how the fuck am I ever expecting that group of people?
And by the way, the only reason why Genocide Joe stuck was because it was an alliteration. And as much as Biden likes to sniff kids, I don't think he's a child rapist.
Said earlier, if you really believe that Crystal Ball believes that there's a genocide going on and she's going to push hard on, the whoever she comes to interview, well, if all the socialists literally believe that it's an actual genocide and the Democrats are complicit in it, holy fuck, how do you vote for fucking like Hitler Jr.? Like, I don't think you can get them on your side at that point. I don't think they're ever going to join.
It's tough, but like.
Mackie Hilden says, on the topic of winning the information war in the media, how do you think Dems can win in the current media environment? What narratives can we use? I think you're just going to have to show, you can't just say Trump bad. You have to show like actually fucked up shit. I know that this is upsetting, and I'm not trying to be a total dick about it, but I think you have to break into Gaza with video cameras, and you have to show, and I know this would piss off like a healthy chunk of Israelis and sympathetic Jews, but you have to show the starvation conditions and you have to show the war crimes. You have to do that. You have to say that Trump is permitting this. He's encouraging this. Then when it comes to the PEPFAR shit, you need to go to fucking East Africa and South Africa and West Africa. And you need to show AIDS babies dying of fucking AIDS. You need to show people dying from dengue and cholera and malaria. And you have to say, this is Trump's fault. This cost $9 billion a year. It was 0.16% of the budget. This is not some abstract thing where people in Narnia die because they're not getting enough truffle chocolates. They're not getting enough Turkish delights. These are real flesh and blood human beings for a good bipartisan program that flexed American power. And there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who are dying because of Trump's incompetence. And then it's the same thing with the businesses. You can't just say, oh, we lost 1,000 small businesses. You have to go to Trump voters who have been turbo fucked by the tariffs. And you have to say, what happened? And if they say, yeah, I went from paying $10,000 a month in tariffs to spending $300,000 a month in tariffs, and I wasn't able to pay the bill, so I had to shut down business. So an e-commerce business that I created, that I had grown for the past decade of my life, I had half a dozen to a dozen employees, I had to close up shop. And if you keep these things abstract, where you keep like reading about statistics that are bad, I'm an imaginative person. So I can imagine the AIDS babies and the dead Gazans and the shut down small businesses, but most people can't. Until you see it, it's not real. It's just words. You need to be able to see it. So until Dems get their heads out of their ass in that regard, I think we're kind of fucked, and I think we just have to wait for the midterms. Anyways,
I can't change them into not believing that. First of all, because I do believe it. Because one is because I do affirm it, and I do believe it now that it is a genocide. Put that aside. But separately, like even if I didn't, I can't change that notion. I can't change their mind on that.
You can't change it, but like if you can't change it, like that's part of my point. There's too many beliefs that can't be changed without sacrificing like the whole mast of the ship of the party. Because now you have to basically become socialist or quasi-socialist, and then you're gonna end up bleeding off like half the party doing that because your base or your moderate lefts.
I think that more and more people you're seeing in the polling that yes, this is a very divisive issue.
Thank you for becoming a member, Beef Supreme.
But the Netanyahu in Israel is not popular right now, and
we keep saying
okay, but why is a state representative answering for foreign policy? Okay, you can say that well they're on this committee or they're part of the voting bloc and we're trying to alarm people as to what's going on in Israel and Gaza. But I think a lot of Democratic pragmatists are going to say she's what? If she was a senator, she was one of 50 representatives. If she's a congresswoman, she's what? Like one of 300? How many people are in the fucking Congress? I forget. Isn't it like 4 and change? I forget. I always think like Congress has like 285 or something is like the split. How many congressmen are there? There are 535 members of Congress. 100 serve in the U.S. Senate. 435 serve in the House of Representatives. So if she's a congressman, she's one of 435. If she's a senator, she's one out of 100. I'm sorry for saying 50. I'm just tired. So my apologies for getting congressional numbers incorrect, but we have 100 senators, 2 from each state, and then we have 435 congressional representatives. So if she's a congressperson, what the fuck is she supposed to do about Gaza? You know what I'm saying? She can pipe up about it. She can yell about it. She can bring it up. She can talk about it on her committee. But what is she supposed to do about the foreign policy of an American ally that's doing bad shit?
Saying that, but you know what's really not popular is socialists. Like how many years, decades have we heard that it's like this is the election series, this is the time where they're all going to come out, and resoundingly they get crushed over and over and over again. Like, why do we think that this is the path forward?
I don't think if what you mean by socialism, is tankyism or Marxist-Leninism, I don't think it's the way forward. But we have Mamdani.
So yeah, social democracy. He can make an argument for social democracy because the truth is Bernie Sanders and AOC are popular, right? They're extreme enough to get national-wide attention. They're extreme enough within the party, or they're big enough within the party for people to actually pay attention to them. So social democratic policies proposed by socialists seems to be popular enough to be worthy of consideration and integration, even if you hate socialism.
AOC, you think AOC might be the way forward? That's
eDreamcast says, being of Irish descent, what do you think of the IRA? I think that I was more sympathetic to the IRA in the early 20th century when they were actually fighting for the independence of the whole island. But as soon as Northern Ireland was the only part of the United Kingdom and the Irish Republic was one, I think that they should have gone their separate ways, and Ireland should have become its own independent thing, and they should have focused on internal development instead of terrorism in Northern Ireland. Like if they're majority Protestants, right? And let's say it's like 60-40 Protestants to Catholics, then just have the Catholics fucking move out and focus on making Ireland like a good country to live in, you know? I think shooting random 19-year-old soldiers and killing random civilians and assassinating, like they killed, I don't know, like some duke or some shit, but they blew him up along with his kids or his grandkids. They killed like 2 boys, like an 8-year-old and 11-year-old. No, fuck that. You don't need to kill an 8-year-old in order to reclaim 20% of your country that's filled with Protestants anyways. It's fucking stupid, in my opinion. But what can I say? I'm a diaspora Irish person.
Not socialism in your mind. So if that's what people mean by socialism, if that's what people think is the way forward, people like AOC and Bernie, great. And if people have, are too harsh on those people, I'm going to fight them for sure. And I will support people like AOC and Bernie. And I agree that they're not
park the car in the garage in Harvard Yard. Yeah.
Left enough for the purists and for the lefties and that kind of shit. But at the end of the day, like, what am I to do? I'm going to try to marshal what I can. I'm going to try to push people in the right direction when I can to vote for the Democratic candidate. And I don't think any mainstream Democrat right now is the worry. The worry is, as you mentioned, right, like the media class.
I think when you say what you do, I think it's pushing and building on the Democratic side of things, not joining a media apparatus that almost exclusively rewards only attacking the Republicans and then only shitting on Dems. Because that's
Mellow D for $2 says, talk about Hunter Biden with Destiny next time. No, that's like the one way the bridge will burn is if we start fighting about Hunter Biden again, because I'm going to be like, it's corrupt, and the IRS charged him with 3 felonies and 6 misdemeanors, and he had the fucking gun charge. And then the Destiny's going to be like, yeah, I don't even give a shit. He's like, that's cool. Banging hookers and tax evasion and smoking crack is awesome. And then I'm just going to get really fucking mad. So no, if you want Steven and I to remain friends, let's actually not talk about Hunter Biden. Let's avoid that topic like the fucking plague.
If you wanted to join right now and do media, you're either a Republican or you're somebody that's probably going to spend a lot of time shitting on the Dems, and then maybe also attacking the Republicans. And like that's it. Like in the left-wing media apparatus, that's all there is. And I just think it's really sad that like now, how do we appeal to these people who have all built careers out of just relentlessly attacking?
Yeah, you say that, but there's just no example of me doing that, right? I get that some people.
No, not you, but you guys have a show called Live and Learn, where now 1/4 of your cast are socialists, and now you're like.
But what he means by socialist, I get, but I respect his truth. That's what he means by socialist. But you take issue with that label, even though it doesn't match what your vision is of socialist.
I don't necessarily take issue with the label.
No. Fuck that. Okay. I actually need to have another conversation with Econo Boy. Okay. I really do. Because if he's still advocating for like a market Scandinavian whatever shit where like more of the country gets nationalized, it becomes an ideological battle where effectively we have capitalism with a robust welfare state that achieves the goals of socialism, which is the emancipation of the working class, while still maintaining the capitalist structure of a market. And so at that point, I would be like, okay, you're just like a super aggressive, autistic social democrat. But if he says like, no, I actually, not only do I want to take the Scandinavian model, not only do I want to take the Scandinavian model further, which I think is necessarily going to birth an authoritarian nation, but whatever, let's just treat it hypothetically. And then he's like, no, like we need to decommodify basic human needs and we need to abolish the ownership class. Then I'll be like, okay, you're a fucking socialist. I think you're a nice guy, but fuck you and your shitty ideology. You know what I'm saying? That's where I don't like this playing footsie shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I can be nice to Econo Boy, but I'm not going to be nice about socialism. I'll barely be nice about social democracy. So, and somebody asked me earlier, it's a routine chatter, I forget who it is, but they said like, hey, Connor, how do you feel about social democracy? Yeah, okay. I'm okay with social democracy where we have a robust welfare state, paternity leave. We have really cheap food, guaranteed cheap rent, guaranteed cheap housing. What would be the other one? Guaranteed free water. I'm okay with the social democratic economy as long as you're also okay with like a Swiss super earth military culture, right? Like if we have all that, like we might as well just go full Starship Troopers at that point, right? If we're going to have the authoritarianism anyways, then we might as well like have our kids as soon as they join public school at 5, they might as well start like working out, lifting weights, learning military shit, and they might as well be like Swiss. You know what I'm saying? Where like they have compulsory service at 18 and they're all part of the American military. If you're cool with like service guarantees citizenship, I'll come along on the social democracy. But if you want to have a bunch of programs where not only are you guaranteeing all these social services, but there's no cultural or public school pressure to be a productive member of society who is capable of not just defending yourself, but of defending your whole society, then you can take your fucking uwu Care Bear fucking Scandinavian dream and you can stick it up your ass. I'm not joining the Care Bears universe. I will join Super Earth. But of course, we're talking about like hypotheticals, right?
Well, I respect his truth too. Okay, I don't think he's a secret tanky, but what he sees as his new label, other people see as an opportunity to infect.
Give me a state-issued assault rifle and have my kids trained to be fucking warriors. And I'll join your uwu fucking social democrat society. If we're not training warriors, then fuck that. I'm not living in your fucking Care Bear bullshit. Chris C says, at this point, it's starting to feel like Pisco is being deliberately obtuse. He's gone down the path. No, I just think he's defensive. I don't think he's obtuse. I think he understands. I think he's just defensive. He'll relax when the pressure comes off. Valor says, memberships are now live. Join the based army today. I think it's the girl hottists, but I appreciate that. Grassroots, immediately after my buddy, I think it's Phil, immediately after Phil said that, donated 10 memberships. Thank you, King. Much appreciated.
And then spread the anti-liberal ideology. Like, it's not like if it was like if we were in a room full of clones of Bernie Sanders and AOCs and Econo boys, like, well, fuck it, let's appeal to socialists. I don't give a fuck at that point, sure. But if we were in a room full of fucking Stalins and Lenins and all these people, and then Econo boy, jumps in, he's like, hey, I'm a socialist, like, we should appeal to these guys, right? I'm like, let's go to the fucking other room.
So what do I do? What do I do? So Econo boy has this whole position about what?
True.
First of all, I think capitalism is based. I've always been like in favor of private capitalism. But what do you want me to do about it? Like, Econo boy, let's have a conversation about communism. A conversation that you think that I'm not even equipped for.
Beezus Cat, thank you for becoming a member.
And like, what do you want me to do about that? Like,
GRT, thank you for gifting a membership.
He has his position. It's grounded in this history of the socialist traditions in these other countries, in these various countries. I can't refute that. He's not going to be convinced by me. So you want to have a fucking struggle session every 2 seconds about you should be a communism.
I don't think there'd be a debate on him all the time. I think if you think that there are reasons why he's a socialist that have like
you don't give a shit about this, dude. You don't really give a shit about this. You don't.
I don't like it when Pisco accuses people of not caring about this stuff. He did this to me, and I told him, like, no, I obviously care. Ryan Cougar says, Connor, can you blame them for stepping away until the heat is off? No, but I do think they're a little weak-spined because of it. But hey, they're liberals, right? Is there anything that he can do that would make you step away? Yeah, if Stephen is revealed to be an actual rapist or serial killer, then yeah, I'll visit him in prison, but I'm probably not going to be making friendly, collaborative content with him if he's an actual rapist or actual murderer. Listen, I'm just going to be real. There's this like purity test thing. Yeah. So I have this buddy. He's probably not watching, but I love him. Matt, okay? And Matt is pretty much a Christian nationalist bordering Nazi, right? He dislikes the Jews. He thinks that they've manipulated all of society. He's a military veteran, so he thinks that we got involved in the Middle Eastern and North African affairs because of Israel. He will be friendly to black people that he meets. He's actually an incredibly polite person. Like, we've hung out with Hispanic people. He was totally nice. We've hung out with black people and he's totally nice. But he believes in segregation. He actually thinks that black people disproportionately are involved in violence and criminality and all that kind of stuff. And he doesn't want them to live in his community. And same thing with Hispanics. He's like, oh, these are like marauding barbarians who are slowly destroying our society. But if we walk into a fucking restaurant and there's black people and Hispanic people, he's not like doing a Roman salute or spitting in their food or trying to fist fight people. He just goes, yeah, fuck them. I don't want them around me, right? And so overall, in my opinion, that makes Matt a bad guy, right? Like, that's not good morality. That's not good politics. That's not good philosophy. But I met Matt before he kind of radicalized. And I know him to be, I worked with him before we were good friends. And I know that he's selfless. He has done incredibly kind, thoughtful, generous things, not just for me, but also for his family and his friends. He's also like a disciplined man. He served overseas. He was in the infantry and he's probably killed about a dozen people. And I think that's a psychological and physical sacrifice to be an infantryman and a soldier on behalf of your country. And he wasn't really racist when he was killing brown people. He was actually quite anti-racist. He became racist after killing brown people. And so overall, I know there's a good human in there, even though he's kind of a piece of shit in reference to his politics. He's a good human being. He's like, and in many ways, I think he's like my brother. Like, I love him. I love him as a brother. So if I'm capable of, quote unquote, forgiving all of Matt's dog shit, politics and ideology, if I'm capable of seeing the good human underneath, and if I am capable, I think killing people is actually like a really intense thing to do. If I'm capable of looking past the fact that my friend, who I love like a brother, is a bad person politically and ideologically, and he's also killed other human beings, then yeah, I can look past Destiny sexting 19-year-olds and sending them gross porn, right? I can look past that. Now, I don't want him to do it again, and I want him to stop being a gooner and a piece of shit, and I want him to be less selfish. But I've also seen Steven be a good person. So no, I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Even if he's revealed to be a serial killer, I'll visit him in prison every now and then, once a year, and say, hey man, I hope you're doing good. And then if, yeah, pretty much if he's a serial killer or a rapist, then I'll stop doing collaborative content with him. That's not the line, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm being a little hyperbolic. Destiny over the past 10 to 15 years or whatever has naturally incrementally changed where it makes sense and towards the norm, thank God. Yeah. Yep.
You're not scared of Econoboy. You're not really scared that Econoboy is going to be a fucking, he's going to be the Trojan horse by which...
I am worried about that. I am worried that your use of an ephemeral version of socialism with barely any definition, and Econoboy being a fucking teddy bear on a popular liberal program, will popularize social democracy that I disagree with, and it will rehabilitate the word socialism to the point that we will have Marxists running unapologetically in American governance. I am worried about that, and I don't like it, and I will fight it, Pisco.
We enter in a 1,000-year Reich of Marxist-Leninism. You're not actually scared about that. I refuse to believe that.
Like, the two largest leftist streamers in the fucking world literally did that to me. That's literally my life. That they came into my community.
True. Go off, Steven.
It sucked them, and they are the largest streamers on the left now, and they're fucking... Hassan is an avowed ML, and I don't know where the fuck Vosh is on his crazy socialist journey, but that's literally my life, and you're telling me that I don't think this could actually happen? Like, what the fuck is that statement?
I think that you're not concerned of Econoboy becoming one of these figures, are you? Or
yes, but I can worry about Econoboy rehabilitating the word socialism and normalizing social democratic policies that I disagree with and infiltrating liberals. Yes, I can worry about Econoboy being a useful idiot for more nefarious characters.
I mean, like...
No, I don't know if he in particular would. I'm just saying that that's the entry point, and that's how all these motherfuckers work, and they say it openly.
Okay, we're still bouncing around 300 people, but we are losing some folks. I'm assuming somebody else went live. Like the stream, super chats if you got it, memberships if you got it. We do this every day, Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. I am live on Valor Media Network Monday through Friday. I am live on Counterpoints on Tuesdays. There are a ton of VODs on Counterpoints. So if you're just hanging out because I'm your second or third favorite streamer, fuck you. But you're welcome here. Come hang out. Come hang out tomorrow. Are we going to be doing as hot of drama as this? Probably not. But are we still going to be doing good content? Absolutely.
He's saying.
Oh. I mean,
listen, I don't think. Hold on, I'm not saying that you should kick someone off the show, or you should never do content with the Vanguard or anything like that. I'm just saying that, like, it's so fucking sad. Like, Hutch is one of the only fucking people I see now in the world who's not like, yeah, I'm a Democrat, but like, oh yeah, it's a massive fucking genocide, and the Dems fucking suck shit, and I wish that Biden wouldn't have been fucking senile, wouldn't have fucking pardoned his fucking son, and I mean, like, I just want there to be like,
but he shouldn't. He shouldn't have. He shouldn't have.
I don't don't. That's fine. But I need like one fucking other liberal on the fucking planet, on this platform, anywhere that's not just constantly, okay, bending over to take it up the ass, okay, from every single other fucking political partisan, okay, just somebody that can actually just stand on business for like liberal politics.
Well, you have Hunter
That's
Biden.
it.
You have Hunter Biden.
So
If you're,
I'm just saying, if you want to do content with like the Vanguard or other people, that's fine. But you can't be surprised when there's a huge fucking eye roll and a sigh. It's like, oh, it's these guys who are making the fucking ass rape jokes about fucking Buttigieg. Like one of the liberals out there doing more like podcast work than anybody else. Okay,
you can't talk about jokes, dude. I know you ain't fucking talking about jokes. I know that your ass ain't talking about jokes. I know that you're not saying, oh, fucking roll eyes because they made bad jokes and jokes that people disagree with.
Fuck that. Is he talking about Hassan? He better not be talking about Hassan. Let's make sure he's not talking about Hassan before I freak the fuck out.
That's the entry point, and that's how all these motherfuckers work, and they say it openly. They openly say it.
Oh, I mean,
listen, I don't think. Hold on, I'm not saying that you should take someone off the show, or you should never do content with the Vanguard or anything like that. I'm just saying that like it's so fucking sad. Like Hunter's one of the only fucking people I see now in the world who's not like, yeah, I'm a Democrat, but like, oh yeah, it's a massive fucking genocide, and the Dems fucking suck shit, and I wish that Biden wouldn't have been fucking senile, wouldn't have fucking pardoned his fucking son, and I mean, like, I just want there to be like,
but
somewhere
he
in the fucking world.
He shouldn't have. He shouldn't have.
Liberal, I don't. That's fine, but I need like one fucking other.
Boog says, "Did you see Erudite? Shout out to you." No, but I like Erudite. Erudite's good people.
Liberal on the fucking planet, on this platform, anywhere that's not just constantly, okay, bending over to take it up the ass, okay, from every single other fucking political partisan, okay, just somebody that can actually just stand on business for like liberal politics.
Well, you have Hunter Biden. You have Hunter Biden.
So
If you're,
I'm just saying, if you want to do content with like the Vanguard or other people, that's fine. But you can't be surprised when there's a huge fucking eye roll and a sigh. It's like, oh, it's these guys who are making the fucking ass rape jokes about fucking Buttigieg. Like one of the liberals out there doing more like podcast work than anybody else. Okay,
you can't talk about jokes, dude. I know.
God damn it! Did I miss it again?
Fuckers work, and they say it openly. They openly say it.
Oh, I mean,
listen, I don't think. Hold on, I'm not saying that you should take someone off the show, or you should never do content with the Vanguard or anything like that. I'm just saying that like it's so fucking sad. Like Hunter's one of the only.
God damn it! I missed it again. I'm just gonna skip ahead. I'm just gonna let them expand on it. Let me say what I was gonna say. If he was talking about just jokes, bro, okay. If he's talking about the Vanguard and it's some like Biden's old whatever, I've made those jokes before. I don't give a shit about that. But Frogan baking a fucking 9/11 cake is psychotic shit. The fact that she hasn't gotten like death threats over that shit is crazy. What's up? All right. The fact that she hasn't gotten like fucking constant doxing and death threats over making a 9/11 cake is fucking crazy. I know for a fact that Hassan Piker has gotten death threats and doxed and all that bullshit as a result of the America Deserved 9/11 and the Dan Crenshaw I Brave Mujahideen I fucking joke. And by the way, part of the reason why I don't give a shit that they're getting fucking death threats, even though obviously I don't encourage that kind of behavior whatsoever, is the fact that if you're going to come to the United States of America and you're going to shit on veterans and talk about how they got fucking eye fucked or whatever fighting Brave Mujahideen, yeah, I expect people to get fucking pissed off. If you justify or humorize terrorist attacks that have killed American civilians and you live in the United States as a jihadist apologist, fuck yeah, I expect you to get turbo fucked. And I hope you do. That's like me going to Lebanon. I've made this point before. That's like me moving to Lebanon and becoming a popular streamer in Lebanon and being like, lol, if I make $5,000, I'm going to do a cake that's a diorama of the Sabra and Shatila massacre. I would expect to get fucking killed, let alone deported. That is some antisocial freak fucking bullshit, and nobody should be sweeping for it. That is bad behavior, in my opinion, as bad, if not worse, than Steven's fucking dead conservative kids looking at porn joke, which is still repulsive, by the way. Only thing funny about it is the NordVPN segment. That's the only part that's funny about it.
Okay, bending over to take it up the ass, okay, from every single other fucking political partisan, okay, just somebody that can actually just stand on business for like liberal politics.
Well, you have Hunter Biden. You have Hunter Biden. If you're
Hi, DGG.
I'm just saying, if you want to do content with like the Vanguard or other people, that's fine. But you can't be surprised when there's a huge fucking eye roll in a side where it's like, oh, it's these guys who are making the fucking ass rape jokes about fucking booty.
Oh, there we go. Ass rape jokes. It was sorry for missing it twice. That was Vanguard, and also who else was being homophobic? It's the people who hang out with Hassan. I forget who it was, but they were being homophobic in reference to Pete Buttigieg. Chapo Trap House, and Vanguard. Sorry that I missed it 3 times.
Judge, like one of the liberals out there doing more like podcast work than anybody else. Okay,
You
fuck.
can't
Don't
talk
be
about
surprised
jokes,
there's
dude.
like,
I
pushback
know
against
you
that.
ain't fucking talking about jokes. I know.
You can when these are ostensible progressives and lefties who are doing fucked up shit in reference to the Democrats. You can 100% criticize jokes. Now, that being said, do I find it ironic that he's joke policing after his conservative porn NordVPN Texas flood joke? I find it ironic. But if I'm going to police Steven can police jokes. He can be a hypocrite, but he can still police it.
That your ass ain't talking about jokes. I know that you're not saying, oh, fucking roll eyes because they made bad jokes and jokes that people disagree with. I know that it can't be you.
Bad jokes? Wait. What do you mean when I say make bad jokes?
Jokes that people find that are fucking marginal in terms of whether or not, they're in good taste, whether or not they're,
You think
one
that
of
my
the isms.
issue with jokes about Pete Buttigieg is that they're in bad taste?
Yeah, what is your critique about that?
Mike, if you want to make jokes about people getting fucked in
Rebby says, are you familiar with Camus the Rebel? I'm not. Tell me about it, though.
yeah, make them about Lindsey Graham, not about Pete Buttigieg.
So now
point.
so now you care about. Oh wait, so it's not the heteronormative. So because I was in tongue in cheek saying heteronormative, and it was like, oh my god, soy, Pisco.
It's about who's being attacked. When I say jokes about the gay shit, it's not the fact that it's gay shit. It's the fact that it's about our candidates. I mean, you generally probably should make homophobic or whatever, but it's about the fact that it's more about the fact they're attacking our candidates.
Okay,
but
they don't like Pete Buttigieg. Guess what? If I fucking hate Fetterman. Would you say like if I'm pressing about Fetterman that like I'm bad faith, I'm just attacking our candidates? I know you see people differently than Fetterman, but that's just because that's your view.
Fetterman's not fair. Okay, fuck Fetterman. Okay, but Pete Buttigieg, I feel like is somebody that we should be like. I feel like every liberal should largely be like in decently large agreement with Pete Buttigieg. It should largely be supportive of the fact that he's one of the only Dems that seems to be brave enough to be running around on doing the podcast.
Because you like him, but if you hated him like fucking Fetterman, you'd be making brain dead jokes, and you wouldn't give a fuck because you think
and if I had a fucking oven in my stomach, you could bake bread in my tummy. What the fuck do you mean? The whole point is who do you support?
Okay, listen, I'm okay with Pisco being indignant that Steven is trying to police other people's jokes, but I'm actually with Steven. Like, you can say something's funny. Like, I'll say, I won't say the punchlines, but what's the difference between a Jewish guy and a pizza? Right? What's the difference between a black guy and a pizza? Right? What's the difference between 1,000 dead babies and a Corvette? Now, the whole point of these jokes is that they're pretty fucked up, right? So if I'm not going to finish the punchlines. I expect to read the punchlines in chat in the next 30 minutes. But the whole point of this is, if I was doing that towards a Democratic candidate and I was a political pundit, and I was alienating large segments of my base, and if I was being antagonistic towards tribal elements of my own political party, then I would expect to catch heat from it, and rightfully so. Right? Like, what if I said the Jewish joke specifically to Bernie Sanders? What if I said the black joke specifically to Hakeem Jeffries? What if I said the dead baby joke specifically to a woman that I knew had a miscarriage? Like, obviously, the jokes and who you target them at and why are completely relevant to whether or not they're optical.
Support Pete Buttigieg because he's a liberal Democrat. Yeah, no shit. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but they hate Pete Buttigieg because they feel
he's a liberal Democrat. Yes, that's my point. I'm sorry. Hold on.
It's fucking insane. And you have they're far left, more to the left, and they have strong critiques for centrists. But
they hate centrists. They hate Democrats.
But Fetterman is also the candidate. Fetterman is a Democratic candidate. Fetterman is
And
a
you know
Democratic
what?
incumbent.
In general, I would support Fetterman. It's
I
fucking weird
would.
and
Wait. I would too.
Bro.
I would too. But that guy is in my metaphoric bullseye. I don't want to be fucking global entry canceled. He's in my bullseye, and I'm going to talk shit about Fetterman and talk about the Lake and Riley Act. I'm going to be talking about all his like embarrassing moments and being incredibly brutal through the primary, because that's what the primary process is about. Like if there's some cringe candidate that I perceive as cringe, I'm going to talk shit.
Any of this. But you're not wanting, you don't hate Fetterman because he's a liberal and you want to replace him with a socialist. You think he's a shitty Democrat. They hate Pete Buttigieg because Pete Buttigieg represents a lot of things.
Have you asked them? I don't know. But they support Tim Walz. They think Tim Walz is based. That's not a socialist.
Tim Walz is like
on
the borderline for them.
They like Tim Walz. They like fucking AOC, even though they have the one disagreement there about the whatever funding. But guess what? AOC made that vote before. AOC did that vote years ago. And guess what? They still like her. They'll still vote for her. That's what when you were fucking soying out, I couldn't believe it, right? Like when we were making the empirical point.
Oh no, this is going to be a problem.
That, yeah, this one thing that AOC said, it's not going to really change the lefties' disposition to them over the long run. We were making an empirical point that nothing ever happens. That was just another example of us sweeping and saying,
it is, because if it's bad behavior, you still want to police it. This is the thing that fucking pisses me off about this conversation. Sorry. Something that Steven said that I agree with fundamentally is that you don't skate to where the puck is, you skate to where the puck is going to be. And so just because far lefties are marginal and they're attacking AOC now on this vote, you're right. AOC is probably going to win re-election. You're right. AOC is probably going to be able to run as a senator or for president one day once she's sufficiently salted and vetted. However, do you want to strangle in the crib the psychotic far lefties who did not recognize that AOC voted against a defense spending bill that went after Israel? She voted against the defense spending bill that would have supplied Israel with offensive munitions, but she did not vote for a symbolic virtue signal that would have stripped Israel of its defensive missile capacity. You want to strangle that shit in the crib because you don't want to normalize attacking your own candidate over stupid shit. So I viciously disagree with Pisco here. Fast and Bulbous, $5. Someone should just cut to the chase and ask Pisco how many commie polls does he need to smoke to create his coalition? Well, that's rude.
It doesn't matter. Totally misconstruing it. But the reality is these people, they'll critique fucking their family member if they're running for election. They're purists to the core. But at the end of the day,
to be clear, they absolutely will not critique their socialist candidates. Absolutely fucking not. No way in hell. They love their socialist
just did it.
candidates.
AOC. I thought that your whole point was that she was not.
They don't consider. Dog, I know that you don't believe me when I say this. Okay, fucking talk to fucking whoever in your life does socialism. Socialists do not consider AOC a socialist. Okay, nobody that is like on theory and all these people, they will not consider AOC.
You think they consider Tim Walz socialist? And they like Tim Walz?
Not. No.
Yeah, and they like Tim Walz.
Yeah, but do they like Tim Walz or do they think he's socialist? Those are two different questions. True Zealot, $2 earned with the Turkish Delight Narnia reference. Thanks, King. Appreciate you.
Maybe.
And they like Tim Walz.
I don't know what their position is on Walz. Listen, if you want to do what you want to do, I mean, like obviously you can do what you want to do, but it's just like it's just another episode. It's another liberal podcast. It's not like, oh, let's go talk to the guys that fucking hate our party just as much as they hate the fucking Republicans, and let's see how we can talk to them in a friendly manner.
With Josiah steering the ship, he will never ever let it be said on that and let people forget that the Democrat is preferable to the Republican. That is his like mantra. Like, do you really not have faith in Josiah to make that point clear? That
I have faith in Josiah, but I think he needs to go down into the trenches. I think he needs to fight alongside Hutch when he thinks Hutch is correct. Otherwise, it naturally feels like a 2 versus 1. The other option is Josiah can stay as the moderator and conversation guider, but I think there needs to be a center-left liberal to help balance out. Because let's face it, Pisco's pretty progressive, bro. He's pretty progressive. And so it seems like more times than not, bear in mind I've only seen a half dozen episodes of Live and Learn, but it seems like more times than not, him and Econoboy like to pick on Hutch a bit. which, by the way, is funny and it's good content. And watching Hutch fight them is funny. We just want Hutch to have a little bit of backup. That's it. That's all we're saying. That's what I'm saying, anyways. Sun Patty says, I said he should get off the internet and hit the gym. What does that have to do with the fail docs? Maybe you should get offline too, bro. Yeah, that's just good advice.
Clear distinction between the Democrat and Republican. You really think that, like, I trust Josiah with that. Josiah would never let me, this.
Hold on, this is important. Make B says Connor's like actually getting it so much more than everyone else. Bro, I'm the better streamer. I'm the better streamer, man. When it came to that panel, I was the only one making coherent points that were in line with the original line of argumentation. Whereas Steven wanted to exclusively talk about the media empire shit, which is a decent reframing. But then Pisco and fucking Econoboy were like, well, we don't have a specific definition of socialism. We're going to ignore what Connor said. And we're just going to keep yapping about how socialism is actually like ooh-woo and cute and not that bad. And we're not doing anything wrong for the next 3 hours. And that was, I swear to God, 2 hours and 30 minutes of the 3 hours is exactly what I just described. I was the only person who came with a like specific definition and a specific prescription of what should be done. And I've been repeating it throughout this stream, by the way, as well.
This entire podcast is premised on the notion that we would be.
I am the best streamer.
Now I know Econoboy came out. That's his truth. He wants to be a socialist. That's power to him. I believe he's still a liberal. I think it's compatible on his vision of what socialism means. I do think it's compatible. I don't think there's a contradiction. But our entire thing was, why don't we get a podcast of people who actually like the Democrats more than Republicans and actually talk them up? That was our whole mantra. And we're like expanding and trying to talk to people and see our point of view. I'm trying to get them to be more based about constitutionalism, liberalism. I'm trying to give them the rundown on law stuff. I'm trying to, but your audience is trying to fuck me over, trying to say that like I'm like a shitty person, that I'm cooked, and it's making it impossible. And I think that you want that to happen. That's my intuition, is that you like that. You like to see, I don't know, sticking the knife in us and watching.
Yeah, it's good content, bro.
The fucking chaos. That's my intuition. You tell me it's wrong.
Dude, Steven should admit it's right. He's like, yes, I actually love this. This is fire content. Because that's the way I feel, bro. I'm saying thank you, Hutch. Thank you, Pisco. Thank you, Josiah. Thank you, Econoboy. Not only did you kick off a discourse with Hutch getting pissed that the fucking Vanguard boys were saying nonsensical shit, but the whole, let's play footsie with far lefties thing, it started a week's worth of discourse that's been fire content all around. Yeah, like I'm stabbing you rhetorically. One, because I believe that you should be stabbed, but two, because it's good content. You're right.
Seen any of my coverage of any of you guys prior to this engagement?
It was positive. It was positive before my take on the Hassan global entry.
Zito Lita says, Counterpoints is racist. He just likes Latinas. No, I'm married to a white blonde woman. I just think Salma Hayek and Catherine Zeta-Jones are beautiful people. I'm married to a white blonde.
Everything, and before what I said about the Ethan Klein lawsuit, which I want to remind the audience, you agreed with me, except for my focus on the Ethan Klein lawsuit didn't seem to matter. The fact that we fundamentally agreed that the lawsuit was strong, that it was the filing was fucking unhinged.
Okay, wait. So you just said that you feel like I'm doing this out of spite, and then I asked you what happened, and then you just gave me two concrete examples.
I don't know.
A reasonable mind to say, maybe you dramatically disagreed, but it's not like I went off for months and months on these particular things. These are things that I disagree with. But I don't think I developed spite 2 weeks ago. And
Why did you block me? Why did you block me?
Okay, this is an interesting thing. I wanna hear about the blocking and the interpersonal dynamics. That's gonna be good. But Sapien Green says US can't do Scandinavian socialism, which, by the way, I'm gonna correct you to social democracy. Population is too spread out. Government is not responsive enough, and that's overlooking all the social problems that undermine it. I don't agree with this at all, by the way. What about government needs to be regionalized in order to administer welfare? You literally need like a social security number and routing and checking accounts. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Like, we could let's say that you're going on paternity leave, right? But you live in rural Nebraska. If you have an internet connection, how can you not just log into the government website, submit a birth certificate that says Kylan Brylan Lee James, born 7/31/2025. I'm applying for my paternity leave. Here's the birth certificate to prove that I'm not just fucking off with tax dollars. And then the government can, within 30 days start sending you a monthly check so you can take 5 months off or 6 months off in order to hang out with your baby. Why does that require a local office? That doesn't make sense to me. Same thing with like the cheap housing or the cheap food. Cheap food comes from subsidies. We already do that, and it's only a few $1 billion. We could probably make food free through subsidization, and we could afford to do so. Now, I don't want to do that because I think it's silly, but we could. Then same thing with housing. It's like the government just needs to incentivize additional building, and they need to prohibit investment firms from buying up all of the stock. That's easy. Why does that require a localized governmental office? That doesn't make sense to me at all.
Because of the... I don't know how much I'm gonna jump it all up, but the fact that Aaron is just fucking somehow like crept back at everything, that's just wild to me. But I just fucking, for my own brain and my own sanity, I was like, okay, whatever. I like, you know what? People can do their own shit, and I'll just be over here doing my own shit.
Okay.
Oh, well, that wasn't satisfactory at all.
Wild to me, but I just fucking, for my own brain and my own fucking.
No. I want to hear the why did you block me? Here we go. Well, that was a very unsatisfying answer.
Did you block me?
Because of the... I don't know how much I'm gonna jump it all up, but the fact that Aaron is just fucking somehow like crept back at everything, that's just wild to me. But I just fucking, for my own brain and my own sanity, I was like, okay, whatever. I like, you know what? People can do their own shit, and I'll just be over here doing my own shit.
Okay, listen, I'm okay with that answer, but I don't like it. I don't think it actually, if Steven has his own reasons, he conducts himself in his own way. I don't expect him to conduct himself, but I think that this is actually calling for a moment of vulnerability where he could say, we've hung out multiple times in real life. I considered you, like, I know we're not best friends, but I considered us friends. I considered us friends to the point that I was willing to travel to do a collaborative project with you. A professional project. I believe in you as a creator. I respect your intellect. I think overall you're probably a well-intended person. And when something fucked up happened in my life, you didn't talk to me at all. You didn't get my side of the story. You just dipped out. And even if my side of the story is fucked up, even if I'm an asshole and I did something wrong, I thought that we were close enough that you owed me you don't owe me shit, but I thought that a real friend would have at least checked in with me before dipping out, right? At minimum. And at least now that's what Steven could have said, and that's what I would have liked it if he said, and maybe I'm projecting my own bullshit onto it. But I think Steven's entitled to say that. Now, I think that Pisco could come back and say, well, truth be told, we've only hung out in real life 2 or 3 times. I respected your intellect, but that was a bridge too far for me on a personal level. And after that, I couldn't collaborate with you. And then boom, they can shake hands on it, right? Steven can say, I thought we were friendlier than we ended up being, and I felt like you should have checked in with me before you dipped out. And Pisco can say, well, the truth is we weren't that close, and I respected you prior to that, but it was a bridge too far. Boom. And then they can say, oh, well, sucks that we can't be friends anymore. Have a nice fucking life, right? See you on some collaborative, antagonistic political debate in the future. But I'm the best streamer, and I'm the most emotionally intelligent, so only I am capable of saying these things. Grashard says, yo, don't make your 5-year-old hold 4 jobs in the military. No. eDreamcast says, kind of wanted to join the military, but it's too late now. Hey, you can get an age waiver. You can get an age waiver for a while. Like, I think the cutoff is 32, but you can get an age waiver into your 40s. So if there's a branch that you want to do, let's say it's like Army, Air Force, whatever, as long as you test high on the ASVAB and you get an age waiver signed, dude, during the War on Terror, we had like 40-year-olds enlisting as E1 privates. It was fucking crazy. Conservative liberalism says you want Finland, mandatory military service, and Nordic-style socialism. Well, again, it's social democracy, guys. If they haven't decommodified basic human needs and workers don't mean the productions, then it's social democracy, not socialism. Stop fucking with me. Can we mandate sword combat? Of course. How else are we going to pilot our power armor into melee combat range and slice and dice aliens with our power swords unless we have sword training?
Okay. Well, final prescriptions. I mean, it's fucking late. So what is the ethical? Let's grant your semantics on socialism. Let's grant everything, and let's just say what do you think is ethical for us to do?
This is what I would want to see at the end of the day. Okay, if you think that you can cast a net that will encompass some socialists because you're pushing some aspects of liberalism so hard, I think that's fine. Okay, what I would want to see at the end of the day, ideally, is these guys going back to their chats and their chats screaming at them, being like, why the fuck didn't you guys like push harder for how shitty the Dems are? Why didn't you guys push harder? And I get them to admit that like the Dems are the same as the fucking Republicans. That's what I want to see in their chats. Not after they leave your chat, you know, like shitting on like only the liberals left on the podcast be like, oh, like why is this guy such a fucking loser? Like, you know,
my
oh, yeah,
community, my community was mostly DGGers. You know, my community, or you know, there's so much overlap. You want to know, like I don't think it was Discord,
that way before the initial. When you guys did the initial living, I didn't watch it. I watched the VOD of that when Hutch was the one who had problems. So I guess you're saying he had problems for no good reason. I guess was the issue, or
I think that he had problems with the optics, like a lot of other people did, and I can understand why some people that he might feel that way. I don't think that it's based in some. I think it's based in kind of like how it felt, but I don't think it's based on an objective like look at what occurred. If that's my take on it, and I think that I wasn't trying to gaslight him. I fucking like Hutch a lot. You know, Hutch is my boy. I'm not trying to betray Hutch. I would never try to throw him under the bus. Like it's just
hold up. But okay, sorry for being like parasocial and weird. But this is where if you have this much loyalty to Hutch, who is a co-host on Live and Learn, and you're like, oh, he's my boy, I would never fuck him over, you know, we do good content together, we disagree sometimes, but realistically, blah blah blah. No, again, I'm not trying to project my own bullshit onto this. Have that same energy with Destiny that you would have had with Hutch, because if you're saying that shit, what happens? And Hutch is a good guy, I don't think this is going to happen, but let's say that Hutch has an identical drama. He was a gooner. He hung out with a bunch of chicks. Some of them were crazy. He shot consensual homemade pornography with them. Then he sent it. This is all allegedly, by the way, allegedly. But he sent it around, and then eventually it got leaked. And then some of those people were super upset because they did not consent to the homemade pornography being the thing. So now imagine that you just said, Hutch is my boy. I'm not trying to fuck him over. I like him. We work together, blah, 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 blah. What's your attitude with Hutch? Because I don't think it's like instantaneously drop him like a hot potato, tell him to go fuck himself, and that all your professional shit is off without a direct message. I think that you do a direct message and you say, hey man, like I love you and you know, we're friends and shit, but I can't publicly defend this behavior at all. I actually disagree with it with this, and this reason. And so as a result, I think our professional paths have to diverge, right? And so if Pisco sent that message to Steven, you know, he kind of, my point is blown the fuck out. But if he didn't send that message to Steven, I think that's the level of courtesy that should be expected if you guys were going to be working together on the project in New York.
Not that way. Like offline, we have a very.
And sorry for those of you who don't know, Steven and Pisco were planning on doing a collaborative professional project in New York.
Amicable relationship. So yeah, it wasn't that at all. And my community is highly critical. Unlike you, I don't fucking delete all the criticism of me in my own Discord and even in my own fucking Reddit. Now that I have a Reddit, like I don't delete that shit. People talk mad fucking shit. And so it's just not the case that like my community is becoming.
I don't even understand what.
Obama takes the words right out of my mouth. They act like socialism becoming mainstream is a joke, but Trump was a joke in 2015, and now he's the God King. Yup.
What?
Never mind. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, my community is not becoming ML. It's not becoming like mass communists. The kind of fears that you're raising is like not true.
Change, Pisco.
I've changed. How have I changed?
No,
Mantis?
your community. Relax. I said your community.
Yeah, but you were talking shit. You know what, Mantis? Do you know what you did? You tweet at me. I fucking.
Uh-oh.
No,
I know what I did, Pisco. That's why I'm here. And did you get my response?
No, I didn't get a response.
Well, you should look at your fucking tweets, shouldn't you? Because I responded.
I get so many fucking ads and shit. Like, but it's just that's the kind of shit, and it's everywhere, and I do resent it. And so yeah, when I started that debate, I was angry as fuck. But you know, it's because of I feel like it's been a nonstop attack. You know, Dan is talking to Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein is adding me saying I'm not a real lawyer. They're saying I'm no different than Mike.
It's a lot of heat, dude. I'll sympathize with Pisco right here. It's one thing to get attacked by DGG. You know, hi DGG, by the way. It's one thing to get attacked by DGG because you basically have half a dozen people in your DMs like calling you stupid and shit. And that can be stressful, and like people like adding you and replying you and Discord DMs and all that kind of stuff. And you know, whatever, like you know, you tell them to KYS, you block them, you move on, right? It's a couple of days of horse shit whenever you take a huge L. However, not only did Pisco allegedly take an L in the four-way panel debate that we did the other day, but they've been talking shit to him for the past 2 weeks. And then Ethan Klein megaphoned it. And then also Hassan Piker megaphoned it. So while it's like a small drama, you know, Pisco is in the eye of the storm. And especially for like a newer streamer, that's extremely stressful. It's fun to comment on things. It's a different thing when you are the thing that's being commented upon by thousands or tens of thousands of people who do not like you. It is uncomfortable. So, yeah. JMac says, these guys want to, despite anything otherwise, turn socialism into simply the government doing more stuff, which is vanilla progressivism anyways. Yeah, they actually want they're doing the sarcastic Richard Wolff thing, where Richard Wolff is like, socialism is when the government does stuff. And when the government does a lot of stuff, that's communism. And it's like, fucking kill me, you know? Anyways, I love you.
From PA.
Parasocially. Sorry, I need a shill. Like the stream. Watch the VODs. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Thank you for being here. If you're enjoying the content, Monday through Friday, I am live from 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. While we are going to fight, and I will piss some of you off, I would be honored if I became one of your streamers of choice. So there's 320 people. That's probably a channel high. Come back tomorrow.
They're saying, I don't know shit about the law. They're saying fucking... so this has been a campaign, at least by Dan Saltman, specifically to smear me, to specifically attack me. You watch him whenever, you know, there's any controversy involving me. You guys talked about me for like 3 or 4 weeks straight, talking shit about my takes there. And so there's a direct causal role in how much I was covering the Ethan Klein and Hassan story based on the unhinged response of someone who lies about me, mischaracterizes me, and I think that you feed into it and you play into it, and I think that you have a causal role as well. I think your audience does too.
I feel like you should watch, and I understand the temptation to, especially when you've got like actual fucking subhuman retards like Queeman feeding you fucking lines and shit in chat or in Discord. You should watch some of the videos sometimes. Like Dan is unhinged. Dan does have an unhinged participation in a lot of this shit. Generally, when Dan is like going in on people, I'm usually telling Dan most of the time, like, bro, this is like kind of unhinged, or this is kind of fucking retarded. I think when you give a retarded take, I'll say it's a retarded take. When you give a good take, I'll say you give a good take. But yeah, there's obviously shit I disagreed with on your hyperfixation on the lawsuit shit. But also, like, you can't pretend that you don't also feed into it too. Like when Hassan comes out and says, like, okay, guys, I lied about my whole timeline, and then your next stream is like 100% vindication, completely.
But you know
like,
why that is. But it's not because of the lie there, because it has to do with the timing of the global gentrification. So, and where you agree with me, that's what's so fucking crazy. Like we disagree on the interpretation. I'm and no one can say it's bad faith because I'm in my own Discord having these long legal discussions with members of my own community.
Pisco. as a viewer, just a viewer, okay, so separate from like all the spite driven like Dan stuff and all that, but just as a viewer of all communities, all of both of yours, Destiny and Pisco, like Pisco, you have to understand how it came across as a viewer of yours, where all of a sudden you've defended Hassan on the plane thing, like, and you really went pretty arrogantly hard on that, like, do. Yeah, see, look, yeah, your vindication lap, rah.
No, it's still my position.
Okay,
It took me like 40 minutes to catch up with chat. AF Racing knows it. So the joke prompt is, what's the difference between 1,000 dead babies and a Corvette? And the answer, AF Racing says correctly, is, I don't have a... oh, wait. No. I don't have a Corvette in my garage. Right? You did it wrong, actually. That's funny. I don't have 1,000 dead babies in my garage. It's no, I don't have a Corvette in my garage. And the implication is that you're a baby serial killer. That's the joke. Nice.
No, just listen. Then you went after Ethan for the lawsuit thing. You kind of like, you don't want to call it this, but there was a little semi-ganging up on Hutch with like the Vanguard. Then you kind of do talk about Dems sucking more than liberals or moderates would, I think.
What?
And I think you're very clear that you're willing to say that. You just said it in this call that you do think that Dems suck right now. You do think
the leadership.
Here we go. Now, I'm not saying the punchline. Somebody else is. All right. So I said the joke. What's the difference between a black guy and, a black guy and a family? What's the difference between a black guy and a pizza? And Aesop, not me, I didn't say this joke. I'm not racist, right? Aesop says, oh, feed a family of 4. Yup.
The way the leadership...
And then no one... Yeah, but the thing...
Now, if I say that in a standalone room and people go, ha, 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 racism's funny, nobody gives a shit. If I said that to Hakeem Jeffries, it's kind of fucked up, right? Just picking like a random successful black guy and saying that his whole race sucks. Yeah, it's kind of fucked up.
You don't understand. Most reasonable people don't actually think you're a socialist or don't actually think that you're like anti-dem.
Yes, we think we're a useful idiot for socialists. Yes, we've said this 10,000 times now.
Democratic or anti-dem. It just helps. All of this like helps with that like shitty optics narrative. It just all looks bad in sequential order. It just does. And
it looks
even
bad
me,
because
I've been annoyed by it.
It looks bad. I think when people don't take it the full context of what I'm saying, like another example of it was when we were going over the fucking re-education camps, and it was so clear what I was doing.
Steven didn't leave, I think, so we're going to keep watching for a minute.
Doing there. It was so clear that what I was dealing with was someone saying explicitly, this says that he's in favor of re-education camps, when it says the direct opposite. When I'm literally saying, give me the best evidence, show me where he's saying Marxist-Leninist, where it is, like, because it could be the case that other things inform this conclusion, notwithstanding the fact that I'm making specific carve-outs and saying, I'm only talking about the 4, can we agree this doesn't literally say this? Notwithstanding that fact.
Xena says, which channel is this? So I stream Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. on Valor Media Network, but on Tuesdays, I'm live on Counterpoints. The channel that we're currently watching is Pisco's Hour. He did a call-in stream last night, and Stephen Bennell II, a.k.a. Destiny, a.k.a. one of the largest liberal streamers on the planet, called in so they could hash out beef between liberals fighting leftists and where the Democratic Party should go, and whether or not Pisco is being a useful idiot for far left people.
I'm saying the fact that the moment that people provided clips to me that say that where he says I'm a Marxist-Leninist, I said, yes, Marxist-Leninist, happy to grant it. When I specifically asked for it, I have 100-long comment threads saying, look at him. He's a tanky Paul. And you too, Mantis. You said that as well, based on that specific stream.
Can I tell you why, after that conversation in particular, I was like, oh, holy shit. And you can say it's stupid if you want to say it's stupid. But, like, because those of us who have watched a ton of Hassan's bullshit, you were taking his words literally.
Haraquin says, well, Destiny's not streaming, to be honest, lol. Okay, whatever. I'll take it.
Like, oh, he didn't literally say this. He didn't literally say that. It just comes across super autistic when you can't take someone in there.
Well, maybe I'm a little autistic.
Devious in their actions and devious and puts masks on and takes them off. We already had this conversation. And you kind of agreed with me that he does do that. So if you're capable of understanding that he does do this thing, but then when you get into a conversation with someone who's providing you with all the best evidence they can because he's a sneaky motherfucker, and then you say, oh, well,
But
literally he's not really saying this thing, I think you're kind of being a little obtuse.
No,
right?
but I'm just trying to understand and clarify the term, because I am a little bit like I am on this linearization kick, because I do think it's helpful to how it reflects how I think, and that's just how I approach these issues, because that's who I am. But I have no problem acknowledging, as I've often done, that there's a broader context here. But even just put that aside, man. Like,
Pisco's doing a good thing right now, which is he's holding on to the truth as he perceives it. And that is something that a lot of streamers lose as they get bigger and bigger. So I would encourage him, like, when you're in the middle of the storm, you just have to hold on to the truth like a fucking life raft. So even if you're dead wrong and everybody hates you and all of that bullshit, you just need to articulate what you believe as accurately as you possibly can. And so if Pisco genuinely feels that he has not been a useful idiot for socialists, I can disagree and think he needs to modify his behavior, but the storm will subside, right? It will subside. Andy B says, dog, a homogenous Swedish society could make communism unironically work. Our society is so dramatically different than theirs. I don't know. There's something, somebody said that Scandinavian society, they have something where they're taught not to think of themselves very highly. It's not a very individualist society. They actually had a specific word for it, where you're basically like, Nordic countries emphasize that you are not proud of individual achievements. And if you emphasize individual achievements, you're kind of like a westernized, Americanized cultural freak, which I think is weird. But I don't think it's impossible. I do think Scandinavians and Germans are probably capable of making a moneyless, stateless classless society. They might be able to technocratically advance themselves to that stage and still maintain a coherent society. I don't think Americans or the vast majority of the world are capable of doing that. So, and I also think that there are probably like a few genocides along the way. Whoops.
This whole thing just leaves a bad taste in my mouth, and so many assumptions I've never seen. Like I'm not saying other people don't get it, but yeah, and I'm not trying to like play victim. I'm just
holy shit, I love Shy Ronnie.
Trying to get you like in my head, paint you a picture like why I'm pissed as fuck going into that conversation, and I think it's reasonable. I think that there's lies being told. I think that there's malice, and I think it's unfortunate. And now the prescription is like,
did Steven leave? There's only a few minutes left, so it's not that big of a deal. But I didn't hear him disconnect or them say goodbye.
I don't even know what it is.
Well, here, hold on. I'm okay. I'm curious. Okay.
There he is. There he is.
Hold on, before I go to bed. What do you think I'm like acting in malice for? What's like your top one or two things you're like, there's no way you could legitimately believe this thing?
If I had to guess, he thinks he's being punished for leaving orbit. That would be my guess.
I think that there's no way that you could think that specific point when we're talking about, just example from our conversation, we're talking about Marxist-Leninism, when you must know that I know that Aaron is a communist. You must know that we're like having a conversation.
True. That dunk moment, I know that DGG loved that. For me, that was not that strong of a dunk. It was barely a dunk. The words that were said was, show me that she's a Marxist-Leninist. Show me that she's a revolutionary. And then Aaron said, oh, I'm not just a socialist. I'm a communist, because I think most people are afraid to admit that they're communists. And so she admitted to the end point, right? But she didn't talk about how to get there. Now, there could be other streams where she's like, yeah, fuck it. Let's kill the capitalist class. Let's do a ML party right now. Let's do a Vanguard party right now. Maybe there's clips of her saying that. I have no fucking idea. But if she's an incrementalist, then to me, she's still offensive, because I think her end state is kind of stupid. But if she's an incrementalist, she's just as offensive to me as the Econoboy is.
Specifically about these nuances and application.
You acknowledge that this point of contention spawned off from you demanding in the middle of a debate for me to produce video evidence of the belief.
Yeah. No, I'm with Steven here. Pisco doesn't have to agree. I think saying like, show me the clip, show me the clip, show me the clip. It's the most annoying debate bro thing that you can do, where it's like, oh, you want me to stop the debate where we're talking about argumentative perspectives in order to go look for evidence for you, fuck you. And I've done that a few times where I've been like, okay, we're going to stop debating so I can look for your evidence, just so I could show the other person, like, hey, this is a cringe thing to do.
No, that's a lie. No, that's a lie. No, I said specifically, and you can, and anyone can just go back and hear it. You just listen to it. I said, tell me the thing she told you. Tell me the thing it is that is. I didn't say specifically bring the clip. And the reason is because you brought up Aaron there, and you brought up Aaron.
Wait. Tell me the thing you told her. How is that not asking? Like, okay, I'm sorry, my bad. You didn't ask me for a video. You asked me for a specific quote.
What am I supposed to? So what do you want me to do in that moment? So in that moment, I had just had a conversation with Aaron on stream where I said, "Are you Marxist-Leninist?" And she said, no, I'm not. And everything I've seen of her, you know, she might have an incoherent theory because all communism leads to Marxist-Leninism. I don't know what it is, but I just had a conversation with her. She's my podcast host, and you say, and not like these good.
Okay. Some people are making. I'm catching up with the Aaron Straderade segment. Aaron Straderade is a communist that they're talking about right now, that Pisco is friends with and started a show with. And so people are saying that Aaron is the other half of the Pixie story, where Pisco disavowed Destiny and moved away from him professionally. But Aaron was a part of that story as well, because she's the person who leaked all the information to President Sunday, who then blew up the story. But that being said, is trying to be friends with three people, because that's the way that I view Aaron's side of the story. She was trying to be Pixie's friend. She was trying to be President Sunday's friend, and she was trying to be Steven's friend all at the same time. But the truth is that they were all at cross paths with their own interests. And so while trying to be friends with all three, she was effectively a bad friend to all three. So is being a bad friend to three separate people and then not intentionally, but accidentally leaking sex details of a drama, you can say it's more hardcore than that, but of somebody else's business, leaking somebody else's business, is that the same as having done the original violation? Like, Steven can feel however he wants to feel. He can be like, hey, isn't that kind of weird? Like, doesn't that kind of mean that you're like taking a side against me? But I would want to hear him articulate that specifically.
Socialists like Econo Boy, but these bad socialists like Straderade. And
yeah, that's what Melody is saying is Pisco got together with an enemy and made a show that leaked all the Pixie stuff to President Sunday. Yeah. So in your opinion, I don't know if Pixie and Steven are enemies, but from Steven's perspective or from DGG's perspective, Pisco not only left orbit, he made a show with a potential enemy. I get it. He might not see it that way. I kind of don't see it that way, but I can see how DGG would see it that way.
In that moment, you want me to just sit there and be like, in like what, not defend and be like, wait, you just called her a Marxist-Leninist. I just had a conversation with her. She said she's not a Marxist-Leninist. I know her to be valuing.
You understand that, like the whole, like when you can't, like that's not, you can't like you can't ask somebody if they're like a fascist or a Nazi, right?
It's relevant. I know it's not the same thing. It's not like the exact definition isn't self-ID, but someone's ID is relevant but there's a broader amount of evidence that I'm pointing to, like the fact that she identifies as such, the fact that she canvasses for Democrats, which most MLs do not do. Most MLs do not canvass for Democrats. I've talked to her about different fundamental rights like due process and free speech that she cares about, and so
I've heard her talk about that stuff, and in reference to the electoralism, it's because she thinks that electoral apathy amongst the far left, not only does it lead to worse outcomes in society, but it also causes them to totally abandon fighting for social democratic policies and also getting used to trying to appeal to the masses. And so communism and socialism become like a utopian pipe dream. It becomes like the rapture. It's something that's never going to happen. Like it's like evangelical doomsday prophets and priests talking about the rapture. That's the way a lot of leftists and socialists and communists talk about the revolution. And so I think I've heard Aaron say that she thinks that's cringe as hell and counterproductive and stupid and harmful.
I'd have no reason to think that she's an ML. I have no reason to think she's an ML. And in that moment, all I'm doing there is when you go after Aaron to, I don't know what your purpose was there, maybe to attack me personally, or maybe to attack the fact, like what I'm doing.
DL says, I feel like Pisco's trying to get into Hassan's orbit, but Hassan's orbit fucking sucks. That's where I don't agree with you. You have to understand, like, there might be people who come over to Pisco because he's enemies, frenemies, I don't know what you want to call it, with Destiny. There might be people who support Pisco because of that, but realistically, having to constantly sweep for Hassan sucks. Denims and Mike from PA and Frogan do it because, in my opinion, they're kind of stupid. But I think Hassan, despite massive viewership and massive financial potential, I feel like he's a ideological albatross. I think he actually drags down himself and his orbiters by being a dumbass. Oh.
At that moment, I'm just defending
Wait.
from
Was
a
it to
smear.
attack you personally or to further?
Sorry, one last thing. Harriquin says he was trying to tear him and Dan apart, and Dan has not forgotten it since. Lol. Yeah, Dan, no offense, but I think Dan's a little schizophrenic because Pisco was trying to get Steven to move to New York, and Steven was allegedly a little bit like receptive to it. And Dan was like, "Don't you break me up with my boyfriend." And then he freaked the fuck out. Oh, that's cute. That is cute.
The point of like, I feel like this whole project is like orienting in a very weird direction.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure which is this. I don't know which it is.
Well, you can't. If I were to start co-hosting with Myron Gaines and you attack me for that, what I think? Wow, I think Pisco's just jealous.
What a comparison! What a fucking comparison! Do you really think that Myron Gaines is comparable to Aaron?
Ideologically, maybe. I don't think it's as big of a bad of a comparison as you would like.
I think Myron Gaines is a little bit more radical, but Aaron is incredibly radical. Yes, she's extremely
for sure.
Extremely radical. That like this was like a running joke in my community for years. Her whole entry point into my stream was debating me as like the radical college student. Yeah.
Even on the same level. I mean, what are we talking
about?
I mean,
yes, dude. Crazy. Yes, dude. If you do, so I don't know what Aaron does in reference to apologia for anti-imperial states like Russia and China. I don't know I don't know her perspectives on Ukraine. I don't know her perspectives. I know her perspectives on Israel are super fucking hardcore. I know it's like, fuck the Israeli state. It deserves to evaporate. They're a bunch of genocidal fucking freaks. I know that Lycan and her actually probably very strongly dislike the state of Israel. And that's a fucking understatement, right? So, yeah, I think Aaron can probably be quite hardcore. Whether or not she's hiding her power level, no fucking idea. But yeah, she can be quite radical when she wants to be.
Easy. Myron Gaines is a freak, an anti-Semitic freak.
Yes, you have to understand, Pisco. I'm not joking. I view right-wing fascist apologia the same way that I view socialism. I genuinely do. I genuinely do. That might be alarming to some people who are like, no, socialism is just ooh-woo Scandinavian social democracy. Ooh-woo? No. No, it's not. It's tanky apologia. It's anti-Americanism. It's anti-capitalism. Fuck that.
Who the fuck cares about the anti-Semitism? Like Aaron's positions on anti-Semitism are
you do, dude. Fucking
true. Also, Aaron wants to dissolve the state of Israel.
Dan, that's Dan's whole MO. His whole project is to.
AF Racing says, I don't know what DGG stands for, and at this point, I'm afraid to ask. It's Destiny's community. So GG, I think, stands for good game. And so I think Destiny's website was DGG, so Destiny Good Game, because he started out as a professional StarCraft 2 player, but it kind of evolved to be just a community signifier.
Fire Dan Clancy, and the whole thing is like saying fucking Hassan is going to genocide the Jews. You do.
Okay, again, I don't know if you don't watch my content. That's fine. Okay, like. I know that you've been whispered this by every single fucking person that me and Dan are literally sitting in our alcove planning and scheming all this shit. I don't give a fuck about like 95% of Dan's fucking commitment to taking out Twitch or any other shit that he does. Talk to Dan, talk to Ethan Klein on that shit. I don't give a fuck most of the time for any of that. You can ask my chat, you can watch literally any of these programs.
It feels like he's your attack dog. It feels like he's your attack dog. You have plausible deniability. That's what it feels. I'm just telling you how it feels. I'm telling you how it feels.
No, you're wrong. It doesn't feel like he's my attack dog. You've been told that he's my attack dog. That's what you feel because that's what the people in your chat are telling you, and they cannot produce any clips of that. Because every single fucking time Dan goes in, generally on you guys or anything else, I'm usually saying like, bro, come on, like this is retarded. Like we're not doing the personal attacks, or like this is fucking weird, or I don't care about that. Like that's like 95% of the time Dan is like attacking anybody. And even on like the Dan Clancy shit, I'm like, oh boy, more Dan Clancy shit. Like he like is begging me for mod to ban people who are yes honeying him in chat.
Carr says, thoughts on Pisco's ending statement during which Steven left the other day? I actually don't know. I don't remember it. DJ says Pisco is a wussy. How does he cry about getting criticized for playing footsie and says Destiny stomps any criticism? The guy who gets swatted daily. We're sensitive. We're sensitive guys. Okay, we're all sensitive.
Like you're going by like what people in chat have told you on this. Like I know it. I know for a
Stop
fact.
gaslighting me, bro. Stop trying, bro. It's not working.
We think he's unhinged too.
No, you don't. No, you don't. What is this fucking shit?
Bro, the memes in chat are literally always Dan talking about the nothing burger and the fact that like fucking like if I were to show you my DM, like there's like the meme of like Pisco's world is like Dan's DMs with Steven, and it's like okay, today we're gonna fucking call Pisco a fake lawyer, and then tomorrow we're gonna fucking go after Aaron, and tomorrow and like Dan's actual DMs with Destiny is like, please give me mods so I can ban these people. Please give me mods so I can ban these people. Why don't I have mod yet so I can ban these people? Like that's literally fucking all we talk about. And you can watch again for any of these fucking dick suck.
Dan is fucking crazy, and a lot of people think Dan's crazy, especially with that whole thing where he like somebody was talking shit and saying that they were going to steal anything else content and post it to other places so it wasn't paywalled, and Dan tracked them down and texted their wife. That's psycho shit. I'll happily say that to Dan's face. That is psycho shit.
Fucking subhuman piece of shit, whether we're talking about Queenman or Aaron or any of these fucking losers, ask them, give me an actual fucking clip of Destiny like going in personally or being an attack dog or using Dan as an attack dog on these people. It literally never fucking happens. It doesn't.
So why shouldn't you be canceled for? I don't know. Fuck. Well, listen, I gotta go to bed. This is stupid. I guess.
True.
I'm left not knowing. I'm left not knowing what the criticism is. What is this?
Dude, I've said it 10 times and I've said it to your face in our call. Go on lefty streams. Go hang out with socialists. Go hang out with the communists. Go hang out with the Sun. Go hang out with Crystal Ball. Go hang out with Kyle Kalinske. Hang out with the Vanguard. Hang out with Econo Boy. I don't give a shit. It's also probably good content for me to criticize. So I actually want you to do those things. But what I want you to do is I want you to familiarize yourself with Marxist socialism and Marxist definitions of communism. And I want you to familiarize yourself with the anti-Western, anti-American, jihadist, and terrorist apologia. And I want you to familiarize yourself with the communist, namely Chinese and Soviet Union and modern Russian apologia. So when you're hanging out with these fucking far left freaks, if they say some crazy shit, you can call them out in real time and you can get combative about it because you are not the same. That's what I want. I said it before we had the debate. I think I might have said it during the debate. I think I definitely said it to your face yesterday. And I've probably said it 3 or 4 times today. I don't give a fuck if you hang out with far lefties. I absolutely care if you contest them and if you fight them or if you just pretend that you're best fucking friends. 100%. It's actually like a really simple criticism.
Agreement. I started that conversation saying I don't think there's disagreement. I don't think that there's substantive disagreement, and it seems like we're boxing in shadows because it's kind of ill-defined in what.
No, we're not. I articulated it perfectly well. I articulated it perfectly well during the debate as well. Marxist socialism is decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. And then Marxist communism is a moneyless, stateless, classless society that is often achieved through revolutionary means. Then my wife just opened the door on my dog. Then, if you want to turn it into a broader sense, socialism is an antagonistic movement in order to emancipate the working class from the oppression of modernity. And then communism is, again, just like all of public goods are held in common. So there's the specific definition and the loose definition. So if you're going to hang out with people, know those definitions. And if you disagree with them, fight them. That's it. Very fucking simple. And I'll use vulgar language. Do not be a useful cocksleeve for these people. They are nefarious.
Way that Vanguard called didn't go that way, like the right way. It's kind of ill-defined. It's just maybe my association and the timing of when
the topic of the show is like, do we appeal to like the left? Or I'm sorry, do we appeal to socialists? And some of the conversation with Hutch, although it kind of
no, I don't. If there's a social democratic policy that I think is good, I'll talk about it. If the social democratic policy sucks, then I'll criticize it. That's as far as I go with socialists and communists.
It goes back and forth a little bit. It's harder to track. Was like, should the Democratic Party be trying to appeal to socialists? And then when you say social,
oh, is Hutch here? I didn't see Hutch. I'm like 40 minutes behind. Somebody said, "Oh, hey, Hutch." I don't know if you're talking to Hutch in the chat or if you're trying to just say like I'm Hutch's clone.
list.
I guess it
okay?
depends
like
what
you
you mean by socialist, and if what you mean
well,
by
yeah, but not even just
socialist.
that. But even if we all agree,
I just gave you two perfect definitions.
even if I grant that AOC and Bernie and Econoboy are socialists, right? It's like saying like, do you think that our movement should be full of like criminals? And it's like, well, I don't know. And you're like, well, wasn't
True. I do conceptualize it the same way. It's like, hey, do you want a party filled with rapists? And it's like, well, I don't mind if the rapists vote for my candidate, but I don't want to be friends with the rapists, and I don't want to appeal to the rapists. I know that might be extreme for a few socialists in chat or whatever, but no offense, but, you know, sorry.
MLK technically a criminal because he got arrested? Like, okay, sure, but clearly that's not what we're talking about. That's the issue. Is just like the broad appeal of appealing to socialists by appealing to socialist values, rather than just like pushing hard on the lib message and not like having another show and another group of people that are like, oh shit, well, look at what happened 12 months later. It's another group of people that got turned to hardcore socialists, and now they're all just shitting on Dems constantly, saying both sides are the same. I don't know if that's the only thing that would bother me. I think it would bother Hutch. I don't hate any of you guys. You know, I think you're an asshole sometimes. I still love everybody. But yeah, that's I just.
Oh, he said he loved him.
I don't know. Listen, I hope I'm wrong. I hope that in 12 months you're.
Oh no, he's tearing up and he's shaking his head no because he feels like he's being emotionally manipulated. Pisco, he might mean it. He might truly mean it. Let me make sure I didn't hallucinate that moment. I need to make sure I didn't hallucinate that.
What the criticism is? What is the disagreement?
Okay, I have to listen to that whole rant because if Steven said, "I still love you, buddy," that I know he says that to everybody. That would actually mean something to me. Maybe I'm projecting bullshit into it, but let me hear it again.
I started that conversation saying I don't think there's disagreement. I don't think there's substantive disagreement.
Oh, there is a substantive disagreement. I've articulated for you half a dozen times, Pisco. You can say that it's small, but just because it's small to you doesn't mean it's small to me. It's actually a very big deal to me. If you help normalize these pieces of shit, and then the left wing becomes as psychotic as the right wing, I will blame you and people like you. It is a big deal.
And it seems like we're boxing in shadows because it's kind of ill-defined in what way that Vanguard call didn't go that way, like the right way. It's kind of ill-defined. It's just maybe my association and the timing of when
the topic of the show is like, do we appeal to like the left? Or I'm sorry, do we appeal to socialists? And some of the conversation with Hutch, although it kind of goes back and forth a little bit, it's harder to track, was like, should the Democratic Party be trying to appeal to socialists? And then when you say socialist,
I guess it depends what you mean by socialist. And if
Hergerberg became a new member, thank you kindly, King.
What you mean by
but not even just that, but even if we all agree, even if I grant that AOC and Bernie and Econoboy are socialists, right? It's like saying like, do you think that our movement should be full of like criminals? And it's like, well, I don't know. And you're like, well, wasn't MLK technically a criminal because he got arrested? Like, okay, sure, but clearly that's not what we're talking about. That's the issue. Is just like the broad appeal.
True.
Of appealing to socialists by appealing to socialist values, rather than just like pushing hard on the lib message and not like having another show and another group of people that are like, oh shit, well, look at what happened 12 months later. It's another group of people that got turned to hardcore socialists, and now they're all just shitting on Dems constantly, saying both sides are the same. I don't know if that's the only thing that would bother me. I think it would bother Hutch. I don't hate any.
Oh, that's almost as bad. Vanderberger says in that same stream with that same clip, she says that she's a Noam Chomsky type incrementalist and that she opposes Marxist-Leninism. Being a Noam Chomsky type, that makes me want to smash my own brains out with a fucking hammer. Oh, I'm a peaceful communist, but also Pol Pot wasn't as bad as you thought he was. Awesome. Thanks.
You guys, I think you're an asshole sometimes. I still love you, buddy. But yeah.
See? He said it. I didn't hallucinate. He said, I still love you guys. I still love you, buddy. Steven might be a little bit of a lizard sometimes. He might have the sociopath on-off switch where if you become his enemy, then he no longer feels empathy for you and he hopes that you get fucking ass cancer and die. But I think to his friends, I think he tries to be kind. He might be an emotionally, I'm trying to think about this. He might be like an emotionally callous, bombastic, egotistical person. But I think these are the flashes. Now maybe I'm imagining them. Maybe Steven is just like a raw, nihilistic, charismatic, psychopathic manipulator. However, I think that most humans, I don't think Steven was born a psychopath. I think his fucked up childhood probably fucked him up a little bit. And I think he found that being sociopathic helped him out. It helped him out in his career, right? It makes him one of the most entertaining, one of the most funny streamers on the fucking planet. But I see these like flashes of humanity within Steven, and I hope they're genuine. I hope they're real. I hope that when we're expressing fraternal love, I hope that's true. And I hope that this flash of fraternal love expressed to an enemy, I hope it's real. I hope it's real. I hope he does respect Pisco. I hope when he says, I love you, or I hope he says that I respect you and I think that you could be a good creator, I hope there's a correlated emotional thing going on in his chest. I hope that's true.
I don't know. Listen, I hope I'm wrong. I hope that in 12 months you're dead.
See, and look, listen, Pisco can deny it, and maybe he's shaking his nose because he feels like he's just being manipulated, or shaking his face just because he thinks he's being manipulated. But I hope that does hit him a little bit hard, where he's like, shit. Like, I used to be friends with this guy. He did something super shitty that I think is fucked up. He hasn't owned it. I think he's kind of an asshole. Blah, 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 blah. But, this guy's at least trying to reach out. I hope that fucks with him a little bit.
On my fucking stream's grave, and all these socialists are out like supporting the Dems, even if all their primary people don't fucking win. That would be great and amazing. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to go the exact
not only do I not think it's going to happen, I think we're actually being counterproductive to that end.
opposite way. And yeah. And even when you bring up examples of me talking to other radical people, like, oh, didn't you talk to the Daily Wire people? Like, and I think you've even been on my stream when I said this. I fucking hate those conversations now. I think I was way too nice to listen. And I regret the conversation I had with Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson and Candace Owens, and even those were combative.
I disagree with Steven, but that's okay.
In ways that, like, I don't think you guys were with the Vanguard. Not to say you dick suck them or anything, but yeah.
All
that's my broad perspective, but, I hope I'm wrong, and yeah.
Bye.
Oh, damn, that was cold, man. That was cold.
All right, we're done.
Broseph says he loves you, and you say bye, and you kick him out. Damn, man. Damn. Oh, that is brutal. That is brutal. All right. Well, we got 340 people. Thank you for dropping by. I parasocially love you. We are about to hit 5 hours, so we're probably wrapping up stream. Like the stream, engage in the chat. There's lots of funny, interesting, cool people in there. If you have a super chat burning a hole in your pocket, please donate. I love money. Become a YouTube member and come tomorrow. I know that this is the hot drama. I know that we're peaking out numbers-wise because it's hot drama. I realize Steven isn't live right now, so I am your current DGG waiting room. However, I would like to be one of your streamers of choice. So if you had a good time, if you liked my commentary, if you enjoyed my dumbass fucking jokes, if you thought some of my insights were worthwhile, I invite you to come tomorrow. 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am live on Valor Media Network, which you are currently watching me on. VALOR, Media Common Spelling Network Common Spelling. Tell your friends about it. And then also on Tuesdays, because Monday through Friday, right? On Tuesdays, I'm live on my own channel. Now, what I'm going to do, because I do parasocially love you, is I'm going to go through chat. I'm going to read the chats that I think are interesting. I'm, of course, going to read the super chats and all that stuff. I also want to thank, before we even start, Gen X, anonymous chatter, who donated $100 just to make sure that I didn't shave my beard. Seriously, thank you. DKK, who gave around $20, and then he gave 1,000 DKK, which is roughly $150, so I will dye my beard red. I owe you that. Fashion 40, Lawson Harrison, Grassroots Hegemon, Mackie Hilden, Beef Supreme, Melody, Grassroots Hegemon with the gifted memberships. Beezus' Cat, GRT, Fast and Bulbous, True Zealot, Herg of Zerg, The Moonshine, and Larry Hutchinson. Thank you for your super chats and or memberships. I'm going to read these super chats real quick. Moonshine says, I had a dream with you in it last night, and you agreed to collab with me on almost my non-existent channel. That counts as an agreement, right? Yeah, DM me. DM me. We'll pick a date. Counter Connor, Counter Conor. You can DM me on Twitter. Alternatively, you can join the Discord. You need a topic, though. I'm going to be real. You need a topic that is either a hot topic or it's a debate topic. You need to pick one. So let me go ahead and turn off the streamer mode. Let me go ahead and send you an invite in case you're not in the chat. Invite people, copy. All right, there's a Discord invite posted in chat momentarily. So join the Discord. And then let me turn off my notifications. Streamer mode on. Okay. Thank you. Yes, of course. Then Larry Hutchinson for $20 says, last night as Grill Hottest strongest warrior, I watched J-Stock cover the debate and had to be rushed to the VA hospital for severe CTE. And now I want you to review that so we can be in the same VA hospital together. Well, King, I'm going to say I saw the title on Ryle Kittenhouse saying that Pisco won that debate, and I don't know how that's possible while still being connected to reality. But okay, let's blaze through chat. Biggin says, how oblivious is Pisco? My God, dude, this is why people are saying shit to you. Yeah, I feel like I explained myself multiple times. Pawson Nation says, Aaron supports military support for Ukraine. I actually asked her in chat. Okay, that's based. Base Perry says, base Connor. I try to be based. John P says, not even socialism. In Aaron's case, it's communism. Right, which is a moneyless, stateless, classless society, and socialism is the struggle in order to achieve communism. Scrolling, looking for things where people say at Connor or at Valor Media Network. Who is Mantis in respect to DGG? Mantis is a tomfoolery orbiter, chatter, whatever. And tomfoolery is a DGG orbiter. World-renowned GeoHound says, I love Dan, and he's crazy, but he's also very funny. Yeah, of course. Nobody denies that Jewish people are funny, okay? Equinsu Ocha says, Dan is a self-proclaimed full-on arsler based. Grand says, Destiny tracked down the DDoS kid. Yeah, but that was 15 years ago, bro. Haraquin says, truth be told, a lot of people also love Dan. He's the fierce voice of many Jews being attacked. Cool, based. King Raven says, Pisco has said, fuck Hassan on like 7 different streams. You people say he's trying to cozy up to Hassan are being cringe. I kind of agree. Corey Peltzman says, Pisco would defend Fetterman from ableism until Fetterman defended Israel. Okay. Drew Zealot says, Dan's got to be careful with that stuff. Only a matter of time before somebody happily proclaims to be his Huckleberry. I mean, all right. Lots of people. No, not Dan Withers. Dan Saltman, the co-host on Everything Else. Death Lily 76 says, Pisco really doesn't understand that having Queeman and Aaron close to his community would make Destiny mad is wild. Yeah, that would be like me being best friends with Mr. Girl. I would understand. I was still friendly with Mr. Girl and Lav. And I knew that that would probably annoy Steven. But I'm not just going to sacrifice relationships just because people I'm friendly with hate each other. But I'm not going to like announce a podcast with Mr. Girl. Definitely not a collaborative one. Rob says, who has been deeper into DGG than Pisco? I'm sure he was accused of being a weapon of DGG. How does that experience not color his view of these accusations on others? I mean, I'm sure it does. I'm sure he might be counter jerking, as some might say. Death Lily says, you probably should just have a private call with him at this point. He can't handle any talks in front of the camera and reading his chat. Are you talking about Pisco? Are you talking about Steven? I think you're talking about Pisco, right? Yeah, I only saw one comment in here saying that. Yeah. Aggressive Goose says, Valor Media Network, I think you should add an aspect of egalitarianism to your socialist definition. I think that's implied in the moneyless, stateless, classless society, but socialism is a stepping stone. Melody says, Pisco is too deep in the river. He can't hear it. Maybe. Scrolling. Again, we're still at like 250, which is awesome for us. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat, comment on the VODs, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Actually, Noam Chomsky is Emperor Palpatine. True. Actually, I really view him as a nefarious character. Larry Hutchison, I caught up with your donation. Thank you kindly. Then, St. Patty says, you're a fucking hero, 07. Don't know if you're talking to me, but okay. AKA Badasui says, Destiny is totally an online psychopath. I mean, I think so. But that being said, just because he's psychopathic or sociopathic at times doesn't mean that there can't be a nice, sweet boy under his rough and tumble exterior. Acoustic says, any rage quits like a butthurt little bee? Well, that's not very nice. That's not very nice. Big in Gaming says, sheesh, people acting like that is some truth bomb. Interesting. Melody says he loves you and all he says is bye. So I think, so Melody, to steelman that though, Stephen often says when he's wrapping up a conversation, he says, love you, be safe, bye. And so I think it oftentimes loses its emotional significance because he says it to almost every single person that he's even remotely friendly with on stream. And but I think that's where Stephen needs to differentiate between his sense of fraternal love, his sense of lustful love, and his sense of general friendliness, right? Like, I parasocially love you guys, but I love you guys because you show up to my stream, you challenge me intellectually, you give me interesting and funny things to be pissed off at. Sometimes you laugh at my jokes, and you help me pay my bills. So I parasocially love you. Now, do I know you? I know some of you. Some of you I actually do know because I see your chat substantively enough that I can get a gauge for your personality. However, I don't like know you. You know what I'm saying? So I think we can understand the nuances and levels of affection. Conservatism says sub if you haven't to help Valor hit 20K. True. We're very close to 20,000 subs on this channel. DL says, keep up the good work, brother. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. Jack Darko says, might as well change your name to Connor from Florida. Yeah. Get some Mike from PA doxing good. That'd be sick. Harquin says, you are a true friend, Connor, and I really love you for that for Destiny. Well, okay, let's try not to backstab each other. You know what I'm saying? So do not read this message if Dan has no life. Yeah. I paradoxically love you. No, that's me and my wife. Sarah Buckley says, you're one of my choice streamers. Love you, homie. Have a good day. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you. I fucked up the 69 likes. Sorry. It's all good. It's all good. Harriquin says, DGGL. Love you. All right. Love you guys too. We'll fight in the future. Don't worry. I'll talk about Hunter Biden and how he sucks. Or I'll talk about Raid Hutch. Yeah, sure. If I can figure out a raid. Hutchinson conversation. Whenever, dude. Whenever. Whenever he wants to. I just don't want to force it. If you read this message, Dan has no life. Based. Orbiter Moon. Connor favorite moment from The Expanse. I am that guy from Amos. Amos shooting the Mad Doctor in the fucking face was my favorite. Death Lily says I was talking about Pisco. Good. All right. Scrolling. Sem Patty says, see you tomorrow. 07s. Connor, I love you, but fuck you. Stay dangerous. Exactly. Reason Riff says, your definition of socialism is too extreme. Have you heard of Edward Bernstein? He was quite critical of Marx with a different form of socialism. Well, Reason Riffs, I will say that I don't know if you caught this moment in the stream. I believe that's I think that Marxian socialism is decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. However, I listened to a 2-hour history of the development of socialism as a philosophy, yesterday. And I think the definition that encapsulated the various forms of socialism that I heard about was effectively an ideology that tries to emancipate, like tries to make the working class free. Okay. That's like my super vague definition. It's like, and it's not just from the working class. There were bourgeois socialists who thought that there were contradictions within capitalist society that had to be resolved, and they would only be resolved once the working class was free. So that, like, my very vague definition is like a almost like an economic philosophy of trying to emancipate the working class from the oppressions of capitalism in nature. But that's like very vague. It's almost useless. Like I said, if I give a homeless guy $20, did I try to emancipate him from the oppression? Am I a socialist now? You know what I'm saying? Like that's where it becomes almost useless. Acoustic says, has Pisco ever apologized for dropping Destiny like he's hot in the Endeavors? No, he's not, and I doubt he will. All right, go to Hutchinson. Type into your search bar, go to Hutch, watch his channel. I just checked my raid function, and I do not have the capacity to raid. I think he has to do something on his end in order to enable me to raid him. So I'll talk to Hutch, and we'll get that enabled. But anyways, I parasocially love you. Mwah. Have a beautiful day. Thank you for dropping by. Go watch Hutch. Bye for now.